Life was struck by lightning and transmigrated into a world of mystical beasts. Everyone else got awesome beasts, but he ended up with a pathetic one that made him want to cry. People sneered and called it trash, but Life could only force a smile and take his burden home. Little did he know, this seemingly useless pet had infinite evolution skills, leveling up like it was cheating. From being ridiculed, Life turned the tables, becoming a devoted pet owner who did not forget to teach the world a lesson. Every now and then, Life would take his pathetic god and 500 brothers into battle, opening the eyes of those who once mocked him. Join Kingdom Manhwa as we follow Life's journey to conquer all directions. The story begins with Life's eyes wide open, his pupils shrunk, as if stimulated by something extreme. The unfamiliar scenery made him wonder in confusion. Where is this? But the only response was the loud barking of a dog. In his memory, he should not be in this place at all. Wasn't I working overtime drawing a draft? Going back a few minutes, Life was still comfortably in his room working. The client's task is complete. Time to submit it. Fate played a trick on him. At this moment, a violent bolt of lightning struck from above. But, without any warning, it hit Life directly. Remembering this, he understood everything. I have transmigrated again. As the memories ended, he hesitantly looked at the pure white dog beside him. Are you the silver wolf I drew? It immediately barked in response. But Life was a little tired of the sound. Why are you barking? You are a wolf. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred at the corner of the street, attracting everyone's attention. He saw the wolf running towards the explosion and quickly called out, Xiao Bai, where are you going? Helpless, Life had no choice but to follow it to the corner. A 3-on-1 brawl was taking place there. Lazda's fat body trembled with each contemptuous laugh as he saw Xiao Bai blocking the way. Ha ha ha, what did I just see? A mediocre mystical beast dares to block my way. Life hid to the side, listening silently and commenting inwardly. Mystical beast, this term does not sound simple. Batolia was extremely confused as he was being bullied. What are you laughing at? What is wrong with wanting to become a member of the Mystical Beast Association? Lazda sneered, his eyes filled with ridicule. Useless trash. Members of the Mystical Beast Association are noble existences on the Braid continent. Someone like you does not even have the qualifications to join the Mystical Beast Association. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Batolia, like a gust of wind. He kicked him away, the force of the kick shattering the bricks and stones. Life frowned in anger. That is too much. Not stopping there, Cotty cracked his knuckles and came up with what he thought was an attractive idea. Boss, let me deal with this trash. I will strip him naked and throw him on the street for everyone to enjoy. Cotty aimed at Xiao Bai and raised his leg high, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Trash mystical beast. Get out of the way. Scram. Just as his leg was about to come down, Life suddenly rushed out to block it. Enough. Do you find it fun to bully the weak in broad daylight? With just one hand, he frightened Cotty into retreating. This kid, his strength is terrifying. But in fact, even Life did not expect his strength to be so great. Batolia held his mystical beast tightly in his arms, worriedly asking him, Are you okay, buddy? Life remained calm and composed, showing no respect for anyone. Let us go. Do not bother with these idiots. Hearing these words, Cotty cursed in anger. You dare look down on me, you little brat. His anger had reached its peak, veins popping on his face. You bastards! I will make you pay. Seeing his teammate's crazy expression, Lazda said mockingly, We are doomed. Cotty's gone mad. This whole street is in danger. Cotty suddenly yelled, ordering his mystical beast, Crush him, bronze rat. Responding to the call, a kangaroo with a muscular body suddenly landed, followed by the usual incantation, bronze rat merge. In an instant, man and beast merged into one, and the boxing gloves on Katie's hands emitted a powerful energy. Witnessing this magical phenomenon for the first time, Life could not help but exclaim inwardly, Are you kidding me? Are the people in this world all monsters? After the shock of the explosion caused by Cotty, Batolia hurriedly turned around and fled, reminding the person who had just helped him, Run. He is merged with a bronze-level mystical beast. We can't win. While running for his life, Life took the opportunity to ask what he had been wondering all along. Mystical beast merge? What are you talking about? Batolia frowned in surprise. Aren't you a mystical beast master? Isn't this white wolf your mystical beast? One person after another was responding with questions. Do I look like one to you? Putting aside those suspicions, Batolia meticulously explained the basic information of this world. Mystical beast masters are people who can merge with mystical beasts through telepathy to gain power, but mystical beasts have 6 levels. The higher the level, the stronger they will be after merging. He quickly explained the most important issue. Our mystical beasts are all of the common level, while his is bronze level. Even if we join forces, we can't win. Just run and do not ask questions. Hearing this, Life shed tears of regret for their unfortunate fate. You only have this, and you dare to mess with them. Batolia tried to run faster while recounting the whole story. They are blocking the entrance to the Mystical Beast Association, relying on their high-level mystical beasts to bully others. They are not worthy of joining the Mystical Beast Association at all. Hearing the strange name, Life became curious again. Mystical Beast Association. Without hesitation, he jumped high. The eerie energy, and that vile mouth constantly warning Life that the opponent was extremely dangerous. Another explosion occurred. Only this time, the position was quite close to his weak back. Life had not loaded the situation yet, turning his head to look back. What is going on? Batolia reacted more quickly, hurriedly warning the innocent bystanders around. It is dangerous. Get out of here. Catty sneered like a hunter toying with its prey before devouring it. Are those trash worth your concern? Oh wait, you are trash too. Seeing that the opponent still would not let them go, Batolia questioned loudly. The Mystical Beast Association is an organization that helps ordinary people solve their problems. People like you, no matter how strong you are, will never be recognized by them. These words were like a monologue. Catty suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. It does not matter. If I kill all of you applicants, they can only choose me. On the Braid Continent, you can do whatever you want, if you have the strength. With that, he quickly jumped forward. Die obediently. At this point, Batolia had no choice but to stand up and fight the enemy. Mimi, merge. However, before the process could be completed, Catty punched him in the jaw. Witnessing his new acquaintance being beaten up, Life shouted in panic, "Number." At that moment, a strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Damn it, why am I not a mystical beastmaster? If I were, I would never let this happen. It did not take long for Life to realize the owner of that voice. Is this Xiaobai's thoughts? He quickly picked it up and made a suggestion. Since we came to this world together, let us do what we think is right, okay? Xiaobai nodded in agreement. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in front of Catty. He was no stranger to this scene. Mystical Beast, Master Awakening. From within the Pillar of Light, Life's figure became even more heroic as he donned a blazing red battle robe. This process of transformation was called Mystical Beast Merge. Thanks to this transformation, Life learned the true identity of the White Wolf, Xiaobai. So your name is Infinite Demon Wolf, Mystical Beast, responding to the power of the soul. How amazing. He tried to create a blue flame to test it. As long as we fight enough, we can continuously break through the limits of Mystical Beast level. Catty still looked down on Life as before. He swung his hand to deliver a blow from above. Even if you become a Mystical Beast Master, merging with a common Mystical Beast is still trash. Die, kid. Unfortunately, he was no longer the weakling, who only knew how to run away a few minutes ago. This time, with just one hand, he caught Catty's unpleasant face. I have seen through your weakness. Then, Life forcefully slammed his head against the hard ground, causing Catty to scream in pain. Ah! The enemy lay still in the ground. He took the opportunity to help Batolia up. After a short time of fighting side by side, they had gradually become familiar with each other. Are you okay? No, I am Life, buddy. Let us be friends. I am Bartoria. Katie's strength was indeed no joke. Even after being beaten to a pulp, he could still sit up and scold others. Damn it, why? Just merging with a common mystical beast. How can you be stronger than me? He was clearly unconvinced, so he rushed up to fight again. I will crush you, Flowing Windfist. Life quickly sensed the opponent's intense killing intent. Without saying much, he gave him a punch straight to the stomach. Catty did not have time to react, and took the full brunt of the attack. Oof. Life looked at his trembling body below, and said in a teaching tone, Bronze-level mystical beasts are very strong, but if you can't feel the inner heart of the mystical beast, you can't unleash its power at all. But according to his unwavering belief, Catty gritted his teeth and retorted, Nonsense, mystical beasts are just weapons. What inner heart? A weapon only needs to be strong enough. And in response to that insult, the bronze rat actively left Catty and flew elsewhere, leaving him with endless resentment. How can it dissolve the merge on its own? Come back here, you beast? At that moment, a figure dressed in black from head to toe suddenly walked over, the person's voice sounding even and steady. Your mystical beast sensed the contempt from you. It was afraid that one day you would abandon it, so it left first. The man asked kindly, Are you both okay? As it turned out, Muzafi had accidentally witnessed the extremely spectacular confrontation just now, and made a proposal. Would you like to join the Mystical Beast Association? At a magnificent castle, Muzafi was standing in front of hundreds of thousands of people to say a few words. In the crowd below, Batolia was so happy that he kept shaking Life's body. Am I dreaming? Grandmaster Muzafi is personally inviting us. Life began to feel dizzy and quickly stopped him. Stop shaking, my head will fall off. He quickly let go and scratched his head embarrassedly. Sorry. While adjusting his head that had just been tortured like a top, Life asked, Is this Mystical Beast Association so exciting to you? Probably too used to his alien questions, Batolia explained with a serious face. On the Braid Continent, there are 4 major human forces. the three great duchies, and the Mystical Beast Association. The story followed a timeline that went back a very long time. Legend has it that for tens of thousands of years, the three great duchies fought endlessly, causing great suffering to the people. According to Batolia, the turning point of the war occurred at this moment. To end the strategy, a legendary mystical beastmaster stood up. The story gradually came to a happy ending. Blood Crimson Lion King Lanheim defeated the three great duchies and established the Mystical Beast Association. All forces were wary of the Mystical Beast Association, and the continent became peaceful as a result. Not stopping there, the hero also convinced the people with his noble character. Lanheim believed that the strong should help others. Therefore, the purpose of the Mystical Beast Association is to help with all legitimate requests from everyone. Like most people on the continent, Batolia greatly admired that night. I have a dream. One day, I also want to become someone like Lanheim. Putting aside the superfluous words, the remaining information was enough for Life to form a basic understanding of this place. It sounds like the Mystical Beast Association is not bad at all. The lights on the high ceiling focused the light in one direction. Just to highlight Mozafi's heroic figure, standing on the stage, beginning his speech. Welcome everyone to join the Mystical Beast Association. It not only requires kindness, his powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. It also requires strong strength and the ability to cope with all situations. As soon as he finished speaking, the stage curtains suddenly opened, revealing a space completely separate, with three floating islands in the air and nothing but blue sea below. Mozafi pointed to the scene and announced, "This year, the Mystical Beast Association will only recruit 9 people. Each island has 3 spots. On the way, you will encounter countless difficulties. As long as you overcome them and get a spot, you can become a member of the Mystical Beast Association." Then came the warnings for prevention. You can fight for a spot, but you can't kill anyone. Anyone who violates this will be eliminated immediately. I will be here to observe you. Having said what needed to be said, Mozafi declared loudly, "Now, the test begins." As soon as the words were spoken, all the participating contestants ran forward at the same time, with high determination. Life remained calm, observing everything. This test of the association is more interesting than sitting and drawing drafts every day. Batolia turned to urge his companion, "Let us go." Obviously, he immediately agreed. Yeah. An elf with a long, hooked nose and characteristic green skin quickly took the lead. "This place is very suitable for my mystical beast," he shouted arrogantly as if to tease those behind him. "I will go ahead." With that, he jumped into the sea. Everyone thought that elf would swim across on his own, but he did not expect his mystical beast to be an aquatic one. Surf, flying fish. The people behind frowned in anger. Cheating. Why is not he sinking? But someone noticed the truth. It seems like there is something under his feet. The elf was very proud to see himself in the lead. "Go around the burning bridge, go straight along the water. I will take the spot in the Mystical Beast Association first, huh?" But suddenly, a pillar of water shot straight into the flying fish's stomach from below, causing him to shout in surprise, "What is going on?" When he saw the sharp-toothed crocodile rushing towards him, the elf realized, in horror, that this competition was not as simple as he thought. "Are you kidding me? Why is there something like this here? Huh?" In an instant, the crocodile lunged up and bit the flying fish. A rope was wrapped around the elf in time, and successfully saved him from the mouth full of sharp teeth. It turned out that a green-haired girl had used her whip to pull the elf into the air, ignoring his hoarse screams. Ah! The elf was thrown hard to the ground, crying out in pain. The green-haired girl retracted her whip and looked down at the miserable contestant below and declared, "You are eliminated." Then, the whip suddenly lashed hard against the ground, creating a crisp sound. She turned to warn the other contestants, "I am your rescuer, but it is best not to do anything stupid, otherwise you will really lose your life." This spectacular performance excited Batolia. Cool. Life was busy observing the crocodile circling on the surface of the water and wondered, "Bardo, what is that? It feels so oppressive." Suddenly a girl came forward to help them answer their questions. Saber-toothed crocodile, low-level demon, usually lives in large swampy areas. It has a very strong sense of territory and will tear apart any creature in its territory. Her beautiful face and captivating voice made others unconsciously focus on listening. Demonic beasts are mysterious creatures on par with mystical beasts. Not only do they have strong bodies, but they can also release powerful magic. We are only elementary mystical beastmasters. There is basically no chance to confront them. It was indeed very grateful for the timely explanation, but Life could not help but turn to ask Batolia in confusion, "Are we acquainted with this young lady?" Without letting him speak, Loya seized the opportunity to make an invitation. "We are not acquainted, but given the current situation, I do not think it is possible to win a spot without forming a team, and I want you two to be my teammates." The more Life listened, the more confused he became. Why? She quickly gave a brief analysis. "That bridge of fire is very exhausting, and there are demonic beasts in the waterway. No matter which way you go, ordinary mystical beasts are not strong enough to reach the 3 islands." Batolia gradually became serious. his voice not hiding his suspicion. Then, why did you choose us? Life secretly assessed Loya. This girl is really smart. She saw the purpose of the test after only a moment of competition. She did not rush to reply, but raised her hand to whistle. Immediately, a bird call sounded, attracting the attention of the two boys. A white eagle flew over and landed on Loya's arm. Now she happily presented her reasons. I have been observing you two for a long time. The mystical beasts of both of you are a cat and a dog. They have alertness and attack power, combined with my mystical beast. Passing the test is not a problem. Seeing that the other party had some misunderstanding, Life quickly corrected. It is a wolf. She continued her introduction. I am Loya. I will be the leader of you two. Any objections? Both Life and Batolia agreed to this. No objections. Loya pointed to an island and decisively issued the first instruction. Let us decide that way. Target Sun Island. Let us go. At the same time, on an island, some people had arrived, but there were serious conflicts among them. A man holding a knife shouted at the two arrogant guys over there. You have already obtained the qualification to join the association. Why are you still attacking us? Leader grinned slyly, correcting the words of those people. Don't misunderstand. My boss is not interested in the qualification of the association. The contestants who came later were full of worry and wariness. Then what do you want to do? Leader put on a sly face and fabricated a more civilized excuse for what he was about to do. Of course, to test your strength. Black Iron Red Monkey. Merge. Following the order, a monkey-like mystical beast quickly appeared. Their merging process created a ball of sparks flickering in the air. Then, Leader appeared with sharp claws and an extremely arrogant attitude. Come on together, let me warm up a bit. The other contestants obviously had no intention of standing still and being beaten, so they unanimously agreed. Don't let him scare us, let us go together and knock this madman down. Leader still stood there, staring at the group of people rushing over fiercely. But with just one move, he sent them all flying away, lightning constantly waving everywhere. Lazda leisurely sat resting under a tree. He looked at his wristwatch and ordered, Red, give you 5 seconds to clean up that trash. In just a moment, Lighter had given all those here a thorough beating and happily returned to report as if a prey had eaten and drunk its fill. That is enough. Boss, the contestants this year are too weak. They can't withstand a single blow. Although he did not take action directly, Lazda understood their strength enough from looking at them. These wastes do not interest me at all, except for that kid who surprised me. A contestant lying flat on the ground still tried to muster some strength to threaten the two. If you do this, the examiner won't let you off. However, those words were no different from mosquitoes. Buzzing around his ears, Leader kicked him straight in the head, his laughter full of sarcasm. The examiner said not to kill people, and you are not dead yet. At this moment he suddenly turned around and said, a piece of news. Boss, the red monkey reported that the kid is here. Is he planning to avenge Kadi? Hearing the appearance of the person he was waiting for, Lazda stood up abruptly, his killing intent radiating intensely. Being defeated by trash is still trash. But if he can defeat Kadi, he should make me happy a bit. This is so exciting. A moment later, in front of the giant tree on Sun Island, 3 figures slowly approached from afar. They looked around to observe the situation. Both Life and Batolia had noticed the unusualness of this place. Loya frowned and said what everyone was wondering. Who took them all down? Suddenly, a very familiar sharp voice sounded from under the giant tree. You have finally arrived. It was Lazda and Lighter. They had been there early to wait for their guests, and welcomed the 3 with a smile that could not be more vile. Life was the first to speak, his voice containing a hint of anger. With your strength, it is not difficult to get a spot in the association, so why did you take them down? Contrary to their speculation, Lazda's purpose was completely different. A spot in the association. I am only interested in fighting, but you defeated Kadi, so you are qualified to make a move. I hope you can make me enjoy it. With that he gave a command to his mystical beast, Golden Lion, merge. Streams of energy surrounded his body, the provocative smile always present on his face. Lazda slowly uttered each word. Come on! The merging process was complete. He flew towards Life. Give me a refreshing fight. Obviously in this situation he could not stand still and wait for death. Life also quickly signaled, Shall by, merge. With his insane speed of movement, Lazda had gradually narrowed the distance between the two sides. Just before his claws could touch him, Life immediately blocked it with both hands. Lazda was very satisfied with his performance. That is right. This is more exciting. Seeing that the situation was favorable, Loya said to Batolia, Good opportunity, let us go help Life. However, Lighter appeared brazenly on a newly created stone pillar and blocked their way. Stay here obediently. I won't let you bother my boss. As the two sides were exchanging blows continuously, Life scolded angrily. Damn it, are you planning to avenge that kangaroo? Lazda swung a punch that sent him flying out while leisurely replying, Avenge? I do not have time for that. His face was grim, with murderous intent, his hands clenched. channeling all his spiritual power into one place. A sudden question was posed. What do you see mystical beasts as? Life took the full brunt of the punch, his face contorting, but he did not understand the deeper meaning of the opponent. What do you mean? Memories flashed back like a film rewinding to a dazzling milestone, when the turning point in Lazda's life took place in a small alley. A group of thugs were threatening him. Get out of here, you brat! Just as the gangsters left, another species menacingly approached. Lazda angrily shouted, "This is my lunch!" As it pounced towards him, he jumped up, ready to respond. "I absolutely won't give it to you." With that, the two of them engaged in a fistfight. The scene was extremely chaotic. A moment later, Lazda was beaten to the ground, enduring the pain as he lamented. I did not expect to evolve to the bronze level during the battle, but dying in the hands of a bronze mystical beast is cooler than starving to death anyway. Unexpectedly, the mystical beast pushed the lunchbox towards him. Lazda opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Are you giving it to me?" It growled, as if confirming his words. Lazda was now able to sit still to communicate with the mystical beast. "I see, you think I awakened your potential, so you spared my life." So he took the lunchbox and ate it deliciously. After finishing the meal, Lazda suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to the wild mystical beast, vowing, "Thank you for saving me. I will do everything I can to help you become stronger. If I can't, just eat me." Back in the present, Lazda's long and sharp claws were still swinging continuously, his voice steadily uttering his own truth. Every mystical beast has infinite potential. They must fight. Only continuous fighting can break through the limits. They are the most perfect tools of war. Life was trying his best to block his countless chaotic claws with difficulty. In a moment of carelessness, Life was kicked hard in the stomach by Lazda, as if he was venting his dissatisfaction on the weaker opponent. "You just awakened, and had the strength to defeat Katie, but you treat mystical beasts like pets. Idiots like you should not exist in this world." Another combo tightly grabbed Life's entire face, a dark purple power enveloping his entire hand. Lazda confidently declared, "It is over." He took momentum and pressed his head deep into the ground, sending rocks and soil flying everywhere. Lazda strode away, leaving behind the defeated opponent, who lay motionless on the ground, and a mocking remark, "You are just trash. You can't make me excited." But suddenly, something made him glance back. It turned out that Life was not completely unconscious, but only slightly stunned. "Looks like I am tougher than you." When he saw Xiaobai's new form, Lazda quickly recognized, this is a high-level mystical beast promotion, a bronze-level mystical beast. He clenched his hands and clapped them together, expressing his excitement for the next fight. As expected, fighting can stimulate the potential of mystical beasts, kid. Let us start round 2. Unexpectedly, Life glared at him, and uttered a headless statement. "I do not agree with your point of view." There was still plenty of time. Lazda was willing to listen attentively. "Oh." He began his lecture to the idiot, with only muscles over there. "From the punch you threw just now, I felt the emotions of the mystical beast. It likes you, is grateful to you, and is very worried about you." Of course, Lazda did not understand anything at all. What the hell is this guy talking about? Life sat down and stroked Xiaobai's head, using this to reveal the truth. "I do not know what you have both been through, but I can feel that you want it to become stronger. It has done everything it can, reached its limit, but now it can't continue." He pointed directly at Lazda and denounced his crimes. "Your mystical beast is not worried about itself, but about you. To make it stronger, you have treated yourself as a tool, constantly forcing it." Life's voice suddenly mixed with something broken and empathetic. "It is very grateful, but at the same time, it is also very tired. It wants to rest a little, and it wants you to rest too. You have never really understood your mystical beast." But those words did not reach Lazda's ears. His eyes widened as he cursed. "Enough, idiot. Rest. In this continent, only the strong have the right to survive. A wimp like you is not qualified to lecture me." It seemed that Life had touched his inverse scale, so Lazda turned to anger out of shame, and pounced to attack. "You talk too much. Then I will beat you until you can't talk anymore." However, this time, it was different from before, because Xiaobai had evolved another level, so Life easily resolved his move, making Lazda stunned with wide eyes. "What? This brat can keep up with my speed? This is my last strength. I must succeed." But without giving him a chance to counterattack, he continuously launched powerful kicks at Lazda's weak points. His body flew out, accidentally colliding with something nearby, causing a loud explosion. At this point, Lazda still could not believe that he had been defeated by someone who had just become a mystical beastmaster. "How could you find my loopholes?" Life had dissolved the merge and calmly answered him. "When you and your mystical beast are not of the same mind, there will be loopholes in your movements, and I only need to grasp those loopholes. To turn the situation around." Lazda lay still on the ground, looking up at the sky, revealing an unspeakable suffering. Kadi also lost for this reason, right? Sensing the emotions of the mystical beast. What an amazing talent. "So all those years ago, You did not want me to help you become stronger. The image of the golden lion at the beginning appeared in his mind, a young and sincere appearance. That figure suddenly became as large and majestic as it is now. Lazda looked at its tearful eyes and chatted softly like two friends. You did not want me to help you become stronger. You wanted to be friends with me, right? I only understand now. Then, he leaned on the golden lion to stand up, already having a new truth in his heart. Sincerely love mystical beasts, communicate with them. Only then can you unleash the greatest power. Maybe this is the right way to become stronger together. Lazda suddenly spoke. Kid, what is your name? The person asked quickly replied. Adam Life. He and his mystical beast turned and left. Not forgetting to leave a challenge. I am Lazda, remember my name. You won't have a chance to win next time. At that moment, an unexpected explosion occurred on the island. Mozafi stood on the boat, holding a loudspeaker, to announce urgent news. Attention all contestants, the examination site has been attacked by strangers. It is recommended that all contestants leave the area immediately. As soon as everyone heard this, they ran away quickly. Are you kidding me? Who is bold enough to cause trouble in the Mystical Beast Association? Stop talking nonsense. Run. Loya's group of 3 also rushed to leave this island. But right in front of them, a knight riding a warhorse suddenly appeared, blocking their escape route. The helmet covered most of his face, leaving only his eyes filled with killing intent. How can I let you quality little birds escape from my hands? Everything happened, too. Suddenly, Loya had not yet grasped the current situation. Hostages. Is he going to use us to know about the Mystical Beast Association? Frank sat on horseback, pointing his weapon at them and calmly admitting, of course, if so many recruits are lost at once, I want to see if the Mystical Beast Association still has the qualifications to stand firm on the Braid continent. He held a spear covered in a scarlet power, issuing a challenge. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Make a move. If you win, I will let you go. But that did not make them hesitate at all. Loya became even more determined. Let us go together, Snow Eagle. Merge. Next, Life decisively shouted. Xiaobai, merge. And finally, Batolia also ordered, Mimi, merge. In the blink of an eye, they had merged with their spirit beasts, their aura also becoming heroic and towering. Frank spurred his nightmare forward, his voice full of provocation. Come on, let me see your strength. Batolia jumped high, raising his sharp cat claws forward to strike. Take this, chaotic claws. However, the scarlet power from his spear easily flicked past, sending the opponent flying backwards, unable to withstand a single blow. Life saw the explosion in the distance and shouted in horror, Barto! Loya rushed forward to stop him. Let me. She quickly adopted a ready position, stringing her bow and aiming to shoot. Just as Loya struck, dozens of arrows suddenly flew out from nowhere continuously. Feather arrow. Frank spun his weapon to block the arrows that were rushing in, his voice full of contempt. It is pretty good, but still not enough. The destructive power of the scarlet energy was getting stronger and stronger, like a tornado ready to blow away anyone who dared to come close. Suddenly, a sharp spear tip emerged from the center of the vortex. Just as it stabbed, Loya managed to use her bow to block it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her clothes tightly. Before Loya could recover, Frank pulled her away mercilessly. Got you, little snow eagle. Immediately afterwards, he decisively threw Loya straight into the fire in the distance. It is over. Witnessing her falling into danger, Life's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, Hey, ah! Just before Loya fell, he managed to become a hero, saving a beauty at the last minute. Being held in his arms, she called a little shyly, Life. He gently put Loya down next to Batolia and earnestly instructed, Take care of Barto, leave the rest to me. Frank rode Nightmare to stand in front of the 3 of them, his voice unable to hide his mockery. Not strong enough, but you are really good at taking hits. Life's eyes were firm and fearless, as if he had grasped the opponent's weakness. I have seen through your weakness. Frank did not believe what he had just heard, laughing challengingly. Ha ha ha, you say you see my weakness? Then come here, I will stand still without moving. As long as you can hurt me, I will let you go. Without hesitating for a moment, he focused his power on his hand. Then try it. A punch containing the energy of a wolf was swung forward. Frank used his spear to block the powerful attack, generously giving Life a compliment. There is some strength, mystical beast manifestation, fusion rate, set at 100%. I did not expect there to be such a genius this season. He gave a faint smile that contained something. It is not over yet. Immediately afterwards, without giving the opponent time to react, he immediately grabbed the Horn of Nightmare and shouted, Fall down for me. The armor on Frank's body also shattered into pieces, because of that blow. He gritted his teeth and braced the spear on the ground to keep his balance. Nightmare, you bastard. Life stood on the mess he had just created, a hint of a smile on his face. As expected, your mystical beast is very special. Only when riding it can you fully merge. As long as you separate from the Qilin, the merge will be safe. We only need to deal with the person. Every word Life uttered made Frank hard to believe. How do you know this? Life smiled triumphantly. I can feel the emotions of mystical beasts. But unexpectedly, Frank was extremely excited about this ability. You really surprised me. Even though it is just a common mystical beast, it has a fusion rate of 100% and can also feel the emotions of mystical beasts. What other surprises do you have that I do not know? After talking for a while, he began to pull people to his side. With your talent, joining the Mystical Beast Association is too wasteful? Come to my mercenary group. We will give you the best resources, and before long, you'll be famous on the continent. Life hesitated and refused. I do not know about your mercenary group, and I do not like this way of recruiting people. Frank did not try to persuade him anymore. Is that so? What a pity, but you have time to think about it. He was slightly doubtful. What do you mean? Frank lowered his face and smiled slyly. Do you really think that separating me from Nightmare can win? As soon as he finished speaking, Nightmare, who was lying motionless, suddenly jumped up with a towering aura. Life was sweating profusely, his face full of shock and shouting, "Huh! Since when?" Before he could recover, Frank raised his hand to prepare to launch an attack straight at Life's face. Have a good sleep, wake up, and think carefully about your future. There was no hope. Then an explosion occurred, illuminating the entire sky, and broken rocks flew everywhere. Not knowing how long had passed, suddenly Life was awakened by someone calling him. His heavy eyes slowly opened. LeFay, wake up. LeFay, wake up. In front of him were two white and delicious steamed buns floating in the air. It is time to eat. Steamed buns. Life was not fully awake. Towards the two hills of Loyas, he drooled like a pervert. Steamed buns. Not letting his soul wander far, she immediately slammed a painful blow on his head. Idiot, what are you doing? Life lay prone on the ground with no regrets. Sorry, he sighed inwardly. Fighting continuously for several battles and I have not eaten anything. He sat up and rubbed his head, then asked the two people, "Where is this?" Betulia casually replied, as if nothing was wrong. "This is the prison under Sun Island." He continued to ask, "Why is there a prison under Sun Island?" Betulia was also very patient. To explain to him, legend has it, that there used to be many magical beasts fighting fiercely on these three islands. The Mystical Beast Association built a prison under Sun Island to hold those powerful magical beasts. Life grabbed the two iron bars at the prison door and tried to pull them. "Let me try if I can get out." But Loya had almost given up. "Don't waste your effort. This place holds high-level magical beasts. With our current strength, we can't escape." Then she pointed to one side. "The only way is there." Life looked in the direction Loya was pointing. In front were the beasts being held in cages. That is, Xiaobai on the opposite side was covering his ears and lying still in fear. On this side, Loya also continued, "That is our mystical beast." Life still held the iron bar tightly, seriously listening to her analysis. In order to prevent us from merging with mystical beasts and destroying the iron bars to escape, they injected anesthetic into the mystical beasts. But at this distance, even if the mystical beasts wake up, we can't merge. Suddenly a voice rang in his head, interrupting Loya. "Where are you, master? I want to go out." Life glanced at the other two, seemingly having a plan in his mind. "If it is merging, maybe I can do it." They were surprised to hear this. Could it be that you have a fusion rate of 100%? Life did not care much about this. Fusion rate of 100%? Is there anything special about it? Loya had to explain to him. That is a state of mind completely equivalent to the beast, entrusting both life and death. Legend has it that Blood Crimson Lion King Lionheim achieved a fusion rate of 100%. Only those with this talent can remotely summon a comatose mystical beast to merge. Suddenly Lazda in the next iron bar interjected. "I heard that a fusion rate of 100% helps mystical beasts easily evolve and develop stronger. This kid is really lucky to have such a talent." Life could not help but be complacent when he heard this. "I am a genius. How embarrassing." But he did not have the mood to listen to the other party's exclamation. "Okay, if you can merge with the mystical beast, then quickly break the iron bars and let us out." Life gripped the iron bar tightly, concentrating his power, his mouth softly calling the name of his mystical beast, Xiao Bai. Then he ordered decisively, "Merge." Life immediately changed his form, bending the iron bar easily with both hands. "I will save everyone out." The people in other rooms witnessed this scene and became riotous. Save me too." Each iron bar of each room was bent by him mercilessly. Life looked at Lazda and urged, "Quickly go find your mystical beast. Let us run out together." Each person held their mystical beast in their arms and rushed away in droves. Someone shouted, "I see the exit." Suddenly, everyone stopped simultaneously, their eyes fearfully looking ahead without leaving. Salo and Xiaoqing, who was wrapped around his body, blatantly blocked the escape route of the group. "To be able to merge with mystical beasts to escape from prison, I really underestimated you." A man, even though he was so scared that he fell backward, still raised his voice to encourage the people with him. "Don't be afraid. Even if he is strong, he is only alone. Let us rush up together." Everyone mustered their courage and rushed up. Charge! But But Salo only regarded them as ants who did not know their own limits. A rabble, Xiaoqing. Let them taste some suffering. Xiaoqing spewed out a dark red poison, gently pushing down those who were rushing over. He did not bother to pay attention to the small fries, his eyes only staring at one person. Fusion rate of 100%, no wonder you can break the prison. Facing the group full of hostility, Salo was not very worried. But with only you, how can you save all of them? Life clenched his hands into fists, unhesitatingly exposing his killing intent in front of the opponent. As long as you are defeated, everyone can go out. Salo stroked the snake, the voice uttering full of contempt. Interesting, let me see what qualifications you have. Finishing speaking, he ordered the mystical beast to attack, Xiaoqing, strangle him to death. The attack was powerful, but fortunately the group managed to dodge it in time. Lazda braced his hands on the ground for momentum, cursing inwardly. Damn it, without being able to merge with mystical beasts. I can't help it all. Loya did not think so. Not necessarily. Without time to explain clearly, she quickly turned to life and shouted, Lefei, duck down, punch. He keenly seized the opportunity. Without thinking much, he swung a punch straight at Xiaoqing's head as soon as he heard Loya's instructions. Life jumped down and landed easily, looking at the monster a little shaky in the air. At this time he had the time to widen his eyes in surprise. Loya, how could you predict the opponent's attack? However, there was no time for him to know what had happened. Loya said and continued to command. Life, jump up, kick him away. Life immediately jumped up, using his foot to kick Xiaoqing with a heaven-sent kick. Witnessing the enemy's mystical beast explode, he had the time to wonder. Loya, how did you know where it was attacking from? She replied uncomfortably. You ask too much. It is just intuition. Listen carefully. Salo witnessed this scene and became a little nervous. A person with a fusion rate of 100%. A person with super-sensitive combat intuition. Plus a rare golden lion mystical beast. These contestants are interesting. Thinking, he clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Not bad, but do you think Xiaoqing only has that little strength? The snake that had been blown up just now had healed, surrounded by a black magical power that did not look very good. To the shock of the two, Xiaoqing appeared intact next to Salo, as if nothing had happened. Life gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, his mystical beast alone has such a terrible aura, and he has not even made a move yet. What should I do? However, Salo had no intention of letting his mystical beast continue fighting. Okay, forget it, Xiaoqing, you were slightly injured just now, go heal first. These wastes, even if they escape from prison, can't escape. He raised his hand. Xiaoqing automatically shrank down and wrapped himself tightly around him. I have to go to the hall to heal Xiaoqing, you better wait for the Mystical Beast Association to redeem you. Before leaving, Salo did not forget to remind them a little, if you cause more trouble. Suddenly he exuded a terrible power. His words full of threat, I will make you regret stepping into this world. Then Salo left in front of the witness of the people there. Life returned to his normal form. He sat down on the ground and sighed. It is okay. It is okay. He lamented inwardly. Is this guy looking down on us? And he has not even merged with the mystical beast. Yet, are we not worthy? Lazda carried the golden lion on his shoulder, cursing continuously. Arrogant bastard. Sooner or later I will make him pay, he went into the hall. But how do we escape? Batolia was guided by his mystical beast, speaking to inform everyone. Mimi said, follow it. It has seen the exit. After a long time, Batolia's group was finally about to escape from this place. He loudly informed the people running behind. We are there. They stood in front of the overlapping mountains. Batolia wondered, this is the exit. Not knowing how much time had passed, a pair of hands of someone had touched the towering cliffs. Life and Xiaobai climbed up hard, but it seemed that his mouth still had the strength to complain. Are the people of the Mystical Beast Association sick? Who can climb up so high? Loya teased when she saw this. It is someone who is too weak, climbing only a few hundred meters, and you are so tired. Batolia, right next to him, also joined in to ridicule Lefei. I finally surpassed you, He angrily complained to his two good teammates in front of him. One of you has the Snow Eagle mystical beast, so you can fly up. One of you merges into a cat person so you can jump up, but does anyone think about me? All three stood high, looking down at the small island ahead. Lefei began to reassure them. Those things do not matter anymore. I understand what that warden meant. She stared intently at the stretching mountain ranges, her eyes thoughtful. Loya sat down on a boulder, propping her chin in her hand as she analyzed. After climbing up, it is all water on all sides. With our current strength, we can't fight the magical beasts in the water, so the only way is still to go back to the main hall. However, Batolia still felt that something was wrong. But there are definitely experts in the main hall, whether it is the person blocking the bridge before, or that warden. We are no match for them. Life, standing beside them, also offered an idea. Let us wait until they all come up. If we can cooperate, there might still be a chance to escape. She sighed and explained, the magical beasts of the others have just been injected with sedatives. Even if they merge, how much strength will they have left? He did not give up, continuing to voice his thoughts. Since this place used to be a training ground, maybe there is a secret tunnel. There is a library in the main hall. I will go in there and search for information. Life turned and walked towards the main hall. If there is trouble, I will come back and let everyone know. What he did made Patolia look at him with admiration. Leader, Lefay is so cool. Loya frowned, her eyes showing clear concern for his unsafe action. Lefay, do you know how dangerous what you are doing is? In the main hall, 3 members of the mercenary group leisurely did their own things, not bothering each other. Life carefully infiltrated inside, luckily finding a tunnel. Since I have already spoken so bravely, I have to see it through, even if I die. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. How long will we be here? He was a little suspicious. A woman. This voice. Frank, though impatient, still seriously explained to her. What is the rush? The 3 great duchies do not allow us to hunt rare magical beasts, but the leader won't let them run rampant. But attacking the Magical Beast Association this time is a warning, but negotiations will take some time. Naya revealed an attitude of disdain when she heard this. But these examinees are too boring. Suddenly, he slammed his spear hard into the ground, becoming increasingly irritable. You can use them for practice. Don't let your skills fade. Coincidentally, the place Frank had just smashed open accidentally revealed the location where Life was hiding. Furthermore, he was now covered in sweat, only able to force a smile and greet the other party. How are you, brother? Nia also responded to his greeting without hesitation. We meet again, kid. Life, holding Xiao Bai on one side, stammered, Wait, I said I was just passing by. Do you believe me? Nia gleefully stroked the leather whip in her hand. I believe you, but since you have come here, we can't let you leave. You are probably trying to find the exit of Sun Moon Star Island, right? Also, you are wondering why we discovered you are not you. He felt confused. This woman looks familiar. Where have I met her? How does she know what I am thinking? She happily showed Life her own magical beast. This sister will broaden your horizons. Deep in the glasses, a screen showing electronic surveillance was reflected. Nia proudly introduced, this is my good friend, the spectacle bug magical beast. No matter what you guys do, nothing can be hidden from our eyes. Life was bewildered and echoed, truly miraculous. He felt guilty. How can I escape, if you can see so clearly? Nia just snapped her fingers and created a flame. She cheerfully teased, but, since little brother has come this far, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Nia turned and threw the fire down on the ground, simultaneously ordering him. If you can hold out against my attacks until the candle burns out, this sister will tell you the exit of the 3 islands. The flame suddenly transformed into a candle. Life frowned and questioned, aren't you afraid that we will run? Frank, standing behind Nia, laughed. If you can really escape, that is your ability. Life began to hesitate a little. These 3 are very confident. They probably won't lie to me. If that is the case. He immediately transformed. Let us give it a try. He rushed aggressively towards Nia. I am coming. She was both surprised and interested. Oh, the transformation is more complete now. You have improved again. Let us see your strength then. Nia swung her whip, and countless blue ribbons of light shot out like a violent storm. Life hurriedly dodged, exclaiming, so fast! She snorted coldly. It is not over yet. Seeing Life hiding behind the stone pillars and not showing his face, Nia became even more frantic, lashing her whip. Are you planning to hide until time runs out? You are looking down on me too much then. Nia flicked the whip forward with force, a sharp force sweeping through, full power, wind blade. In the blink of an eye, the only thing shielding Life was sliced in 2. He frantically jumped away from there, so strong. Salo reminded Nia, don't overdo it. If you break all the pillars, this place will collapse. She angrily shouted at him, shut up, it is none of your business. Life had to keep moving to protect his life. He wondered, how am I supposed to dodge this? Life suddenly stopped. I have got it. He lowered his body, pressing himself to the ground in a frog-like posture. His hands gripped the ground so tightly that cracks gradually spread. Then Life tensed his muscles, lifting a huge piece of earth. He shouted, here we go. Naya was excitedly amused. Using the floor to block the wind blade? Not a bad idea, but I do not just have wind blade. With just a few light strokes of the whip, she successfully cut the boulder into many pieces. Life suddenly appeared behind the falling stones. I found an opportunity. A sound suddenly came to his ear. He instinctively glanced over. Taking advantage of Life's distraction, the whip tightly bound his whole body like a mummy. He was stunned. What is going on? Naya calmly looked at Life, who was tied up like a silkworm cocoon lying on the ground. She gloated, my spectacle bug can see all your movements. Nia gleefully stomped her high heel on Life's back. Everything you do in front of me can't be hidden. He struggled uncomfortably. Let me go. She ordered Life, the candle has not burned out yet. Go back obediently. This battle was fun, but there won't be another chance next time. He resolutely objected. No, I have not lost yet. Xiao Bai. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 small white mists flew around Nia. That mist was actually Xiao Bai, and it pounced to attack her. Xiao Bai grabbed Nia's weapon. She was startled. What? The whip was loosened, and Life immediately seized the opportunity to escape. He declared, "This is my final move, take this." Life performed a somersault, his left foot aiming straight at Nia's chin to kick. She was. Sadio clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. "Nia, you got played by a kid again." "I am dying of laughter." Nia scolded him in embarrassment. "Shut up, Salo. Do you want to die?" Frank crossed his arms. He approvingly assessed Life, using the gap, after canceling the fusion to escape the whip, then counterattacking. Truly amazing reaction. At this time, the timing device of the match, the wax candle, had almost completely melted. Nia turned to leave, but she still did not forget to give Life a word of praise. "Kid, you do have some ability. I will keep my word. There is a secret tunnel under the big tree on Sun Island. Go through it, and you will get out. Tell this news to the other examinees." Life was secretly stunned. "I remember now, is not she the supervisor of the exam? What is going on?" He hugged Xiao Bai and sat down, wearily sighing. "I am too tired. I am not fighting anymore." Salo saw Life like this, feeling disappointed. "Why are you sitting down? You should at least struggle a little more." He calmly replied. "If you really want to let them go, then they will be able to go." Life frowned and affirmed. "But if not, I am afraid no one will have a way." He burst into laughter after hearing this. "Kid, you are smart. Nia, it seems your identity has been exposed." Nia flared up and shouted, "Shut up!" Deep in the glasses, the surveillance screen was projected into the air. Loya's image appeared. She was trying to persuade Lazda and Batolia. "We can't just sit here and wait for death. Lefay has gone to find information for us, but he has not returned yet. We can't abandon him. Follow me, save Lefay." Lazda touched his fists together, expressing his agreement. "We can't let that kid monopolize all the glory. No matter who the enemy is in front, we have to risk it to find out." Everyone raised their hands and cheered. "Charge, save Lefay." Nia teased Life with a hiss. "Looks like you are quite popular with everyone, huh?" Frank decided to open the door. "All right, the goal has been achieved. No need to continue. I will let them in." Loya was the first to appear. What caught her eye was Life, who was still safe and sound and enthusiastically waving to everyone. Loya was startled. What on earth is going on? Frank slowly took off his helmet. He politely introduced himself. "I am Frank, the branch manager of the Magical Beast Association. I announce that all of you have passed this entrance exam." She and her group of teammates were bewildered. "What exactly is this?" Suddenly someone spoke up, interrupting. "Then let me explain." Another man asked curiously, "Examiner, what exactly is going on?" Muzafi stuck his weapon into the ground. He leisurely explained the Magical Beast Association is an organization established for ordinary people on the Braid Continent who are always at risk of danger. Therefore, not only strong strength is needed, but also the cohesiveness of not abandoning teammates is very important. Muzafi raised the tip of his sword high, his tone eloquent. Initially, there was no one guarding the secret passage of Sun Island. Anyone who came out of it would be disqualified. He added, "But you, all of you, went together to save Lefay, proving your cohesiveness. The Magical Beast Association welcomes you." The entire area suddenly shook, and the place they were standing also became violently shaky. Loya was confused. What is happening again? The floor suddenly split open, revealing a secret staircase leading straight down into the ground. Muzafi announced, "From today onwards, the 4 of us will provide special training for you." Nia continued, "If we do not recognize you, you will never be able to leave here." The 4 people, Muzafi, Nia, Salo, and Frank, took the initiative to be the vanguard. She did not forget to remind the others, "Anyone who wants to join, come down here. If you run out of time in 5 minutes, do not expect to come in." Life hesitated. "What? We have to go down. If we are not recognized, we won't be able to leave." Xiao Bai encouraged him. "Don't you always want to join? Don't be afraid anymore." Loya urged, "Let us go, I also want to see." Batolia chimed in, "Let us go." The 3 of them brought their magical beasts, and became the second group to step into the tunnel. Muzafi kindly instructed them. "The first ones to go down usually have surprises. Follow me." While visiting a huge room filled with books, he introduced, "This is the library, the training room, the dining hall, and the treatment center. I will take you to the bedrooms in a moment." Life was secretly surprised. Treatment center. When they came to an empty corridor, Life was curious. What is this place used for? Muzafi smiled. "You can try it and find out." Loya snorted coldly. "Try it then." 2 stone slabs on the walls on both sides suddenly popped out, firing dozens of sharp arrows. A torrential rain of arrows came straight down on Loya. She skillfully dodged, just a child's play. A glowing arrow grazed Loya's nose. Life shouted anxiously, Loya! A world-shattering explosion occurred. Fortunately, Life had managed to hug Loya and protect her. He asked with concern, Are you okay? Loya was shy. No, I am okay. Vitolia rushed over in a panic. That is good. You two are both okay. Life reassured, It is okay, it is okay. In a place where no one noticed, he clenched his fist, his strength erupting. Life angrily waved his hand at Mozafi. Can I punch you? Who would encourage rookies to go to such a dangerous place? He defended while appeasing him. Don't be angry anymore. Is not everything all right? Loya blushed. She hesitated. Lafay, thank you. Returning to the main issue, Mozafi seriously announced, This place is called the Path of Verification, with a total of 36 types of traps and 72 types of mechanisms. If you go through this path, we will recognize your strength. This is the only way out. This path is extremely dangerous. If not, why do you think there is a treatment center? He turned and smiled faintly. But do not worry, the treatment center has the best doctors and medical magical beasts. Even if you die, as long as it is not too long, you can still be saved. Life was awkward. Doesn't that sound even scarier? A blue creature with a body made of slime blocked their path. Mozafi muttered, Here we go. He provoked Life's group. Let me see what your potential is like. That creature secretly controlled its tentacles, creeping behind him. Life turned his head in surprise. What? The whole group was successively controlled by it. Life hurriedly shouted, Xiao Bai, merge. However, Xiao Bai could not move at the moment. It was tied tightly by the creature. He was bewildered. Why, I can't merge. Mozafi rambled on. Its name is Asti. It can block all connections between magical beastmasters and magical beasts. At the same time, it can also sense the resonance between the three of you and your magical beasts. Based on the different levels of resonance, I will set up separate training programs for you. He ordered it. All right, Asti, do not scare the rookies anymore. Announce the results. Asti grumbled with dissatisfaction. How boring. You won't let people play, but only make them work. Asti seemed quite satisfied with Batolia's magical beast. It carefully looked at Mimi and commented, Resonance of 83%, not bad kid. Your little cat trusts you very much. Communicate more, fight more, and I believe you will go further. Asti looked at the other four people, and you. Mozafi wondered, what is wrong with them? Asti widened its eyes and praised. I am really surprised. Both of them have a resonance of 100%. Life and Loya were stunned at the same time. What? Asti sighed. Resonance of 100% has not appeared in 100 years. Even with harsh training, very few people can achieve it, but this time, there are actually two people. It leaned on Mozafi's shoulder, affirming to him. Perhaps after being trained, these two can reach the level of a blood dragon beast king. Are you setting your expectations so high? He blankly looked at Loya. My resonance with Xiao Bai is 100%, unleashing many strange powers, but Loya does not reveal any special abilities. What is going on? Mozafi was curious. Loya, do you and your magical beast have any special abilities? She was confused. I do not know about this either. He held his head and sighed. It seems that it is a natural resonance of 100%, so you are not aware of it. Perhaps you need to be trained to unlock your special abilities. He listened to the three of them. From now on, I will be the trainer for all three of you. Mozafi announced, starting tomorrow, I will conduct hell-level training until graduation. Now go to sleep. Assemble at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Oh, right. Do not eat breakfast. The screen switched to a scene of Life, gently leaning back on the white bedsheets. He rested his hands behind his head in contemplation. No breakfast. Life's eyes closed slightly. What kind of training is it anyway? The weapon was thrust hard into the ground. At the underground training school, Mozafi was analyzing for Loya's group. Although you three have some strength, I still have to explain about magical beasts. The so-called magical beasts are magical creatures that are born with illusory power. They can mimic any power to unleash an attack. The quality of magical beasts is divided into 6 levels: common, bronze, black iron, silver, gold, and divine. But this level is not stable. When the magical beast is strong enough and has a high resonance with its owner, it will automatically evolve. When a person uses their blood to make a contract with a magical beast, a companion contract is formed. This contract can only be made once in a lifetime. After that, even if the magical beast dies, it cannot make a contract with another magical beast. The development of magical beasts relies on 4 factors: the owner, food, training, and spirit. If any of these factors do not meet the requirements, the magical beast will not be able to evolve. Magical beasts of higher levels will possess stronger basic power and special abilities. He emphasized, when a magical beast merges with its owner, the strength of both will merge together. The stronger the owner, the stronger the magical beast. Training you 3 will take a lot of time, but I have a way to help your magical beasts become stronger. Mozafi raised his head and shouted, Come out, my companion, Black Box Demon. The Black Box Demon suddenly appeared in midair, Let them feel a little of your passion. Its target was Life's group. The black box demon landed heavily on the position of the three of them. It giggled. Who will be the first to step out of the black box? I am so eager. Life opened his eyes slightly. Where on earth is this? He was startled. Starlight. Life unconsciously walked along that path of light. The door at the end of the road suddenly opened. Two familiar figures stepped out dejectedly. Life was stunned. This is me? And also, why is Xiaobai so skinny? Xiaobai found a delicious meat pie nearby. It happily wagged its tail and rushed over. He froze. So all along Xiaobai has been fighting in a state of hunger. Xiaobai happily chewed on the food. Life suddenly felt a drastic change in his body. What is this? Why do I suddenly feel full of power? Xiaobai raised its head, its eyes shining as it barked twice. Xiaobai stared at the red ball of flesh floating in the air. It did not care what it was, just knowing to pounce on it and gnaw. The place where Life was standing suddenly shook violently. He was shocked. Why is everything shaking like this? What is happening? In another development, the black box demon complained to Mozafi with discomfort. Mozafi, what kind of monsters did you release into here? He wondered, what is wrong? Can't even handle the rookies. It suddenly covered its mouth, moaning, as if about to vomit something. The black box demon could not bear it anymore, and spewed out the three members of Life's group. He was stunned. What is going on? Vitolia hugged Mimi and sobbed. Mimi, I will never leave you. Mozafi crossed his arms and assessed. This seems normal, but is not the reaction a bit too much? Why are they crying so miserably? Loya revealed a breath of upgraded power. She sneered. That is all there is to the black box demon. Enhanced magical power. Mozafi was speechless. The black box demon creates illusions for the magical beasts, helping them to consolidate their beliefs. It should only be the magical beasts who advance. Why did the owner also break through? He sighed. This is a black iron level magical beast. Breakthrough already. Show off too much. Not only that, Xiaobai of Life had also grown larger by a circle. Mozafi was curious. Can my black demon make magical beasts upgrade their magical power immediately? He helplessly supported his forehead. It feels like no one is normal. Mozafi knocked on the head of the black box demon. Wake up. What happened inside? Why is everyone so domineering after coming out? Its hand trembled, reaching out. The black box demon grabbed Mozafi's shoulder, shaking him violently. Do you know what I have been through? It gestured towards Batolia, who was hugging Mimi with tears in her eyes. Those two kept practicing in my illusory space. After practicing, they would cry. I do not know where so many tears came from. My stomach is almost filled with their tears. It turned to criticize Loya and this little girl. As soon as she entered my body, she frantically absorbed my upgrading energy. I accumulated energy, and she sucked away at least half of it. The black box demon cried out in horror. The most terrifying is that white wolf. It ate all the food I had stored, and even tried to bite my heart. A devil! A devil! It is really a devil! He thought to himself. Looks like it really was terrible. Mozafi opened his mouth and coaxed it. All right. I know you have suffered grievances. Do you want to vent? He cleared his throat, facing the three members of Life's group. Ahem, it seems that you have made good progress. Then, let us begin the next stage, combat training. Mozafi requested the black box demon. From now on, black box, you can freely take action, as long as you do not kill them. It eagerly obeyed, rest assured. I will help them fully enjoy the wonderfulness of training. He drew his sword, then Mozafi swung his sword and shouted, I declare, training begins. The black box demon pounced eagerly. I will let you taste my pain. Everyone quickly gathered, all simultaneously merging. All three rushed up. The black box demon jumped into the air. It landed heavily on the ground, causing everyone to avoid it. Vitolia was bewildered. Impossible. The three of us joined forces and can't even block one move. The black box demon replied with satisfaction. That is because your level is too low. Level. Life wondered. What do you mean? It revealed, in addition to quality, magical beasts also need to accumulate and use energy. When the accumulated energy reaches its limit, and the ability to use it becomes proficient, the magical power will feed back to the body, helping it to absorb more magical power. Based on the total amount of magical power that a magical beast possesses, we divide magical beasts into levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, king, saint, and god. The black box demon took a deep breath. Don't underestimate me, just because I am a black iron level magical beast. But my magical power has reached the king level. It pursed its lips, blowing out a gust of wind that swept everything away. You can't defeat me. The three were surrounded by falling rocks and debris. Life was vigilant. No, its speed is too fast. Loya encouraged. We can't keep up. Try to dodge. I can feel that in the process of dodging, we are gradually becoming more proficient in using magical power. Mozafi speculated. They have already made progress in just the first training session. These three all have terrifying potential for development. Perhaps before long, they can pass that path of verification. Nia stepped out. She teased him. Looks like you have a lot of faith in them. Mozafi replied. The chairman has announced the training bonus list for rookies. Of course I want to compete for a spot. Nia lightly flicked her hair. She said, Frank has the same idea as you, but the reward for this training session will be mine. He asked Nia, have you also found talent? She informed Mozafi. Usually, the magical beast formation is 3 people in a group. Unfortunately, I only found 2 people, but it is okay. Nia smirked. This time, that person will definitely appear. Mozafi froze. That person, Nia, are you crazy? He still can't control his abilities. If he loses control, he will destroy the entire underground training school. Nia reassured him. Don't worry, I am fully prepared. If you want to leave here, you have to go through the path of verification. But on the path of verification, the most difficult thing is not the traps and mechanisms, but the person at the end of the path. The screen switched to a scene of a large prison cell, and a black-haired young man with a blindfold was tied up by 4 large chains. He picked up a small piece of meat and put it in his mouth. In another development, Batolia, with a blindfold, gracefully dodged the oncoming attacks. In front and behind, I can feel them all. Your attacks are useless. On the other side, Life gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his chin. He was not only carrying a huge rock on his shoulders, but also had to drag it around everywhere. Life cheered. Continue. 100 times. Success. Bia was used for archery practice. Unfortunately, all 3 of Loya's arrows hit the bullseye. She was proud, all hit the target. Let us move on to the next stage of training. In a long, empty corridor, Loya, Life, and Batolia were all gathered. Batolia boasted, Loya, Life, watch my training results. He shouted the transformation incantation, MI, combine. Batolia charged forward. Arrows suddenly shot out from the walls on both sides. He used his cat claws to block them all. Batolia executed a beautiful somersault, landing perfectly, 10 points. However, the other 2 did not seem interested at all, and just kept going straight through the corridor. He felt aggrieved. Can't you guys praise me? Loya retorted. She just thinks it is obvious. As my teammate, is not it natural to get through such a simple mechanism? Mozafi already said, we have the strength to become members of the Phantom Beast Association, so this time our goal is to completely clear the verification path. Batolia sulked, got scolded by the leader. Life patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't be sad, you have become much stronger. Loya reminded the 2, hurry up, we have reached the entrance to the 2nd floor. The 3 were blocked by a trap made of weapons, large swinging mallets that left only a tiny gap, forcing them to time their movements perfectly to get through. Batolia broke down, clutching his head. Are you kidding me? How can we dodge in such a narrow space? Life and Loya looked up. He muttered. So the Phantom Beast Association does not expect us to dodge. She agreed. That is right. Except for a few rare flying phantom beasts, ordinary people can't avoid attacks like this. Only by facing them head-on and successfully blocking the attacks can we prove we deserve to graduate. Life burst into transformation, encouraging the other 2. You 2 are better at speed. Leave the strength to me. Batolia and Loya suddenly shouted a warning. Be careful. He used his powerful hands to stop the huge mallet. Loya praised Life. You have improved a lot. He said smugly. That is obvious. What is this? Loya told Life. Let us go then. Keep blocking. He agreed. Don't worry. I can handle it. Mallets fell on Life one after another. He frowned and unleashed his move. A moment later, Life lightly brushed his hand. The mallets on the ceiling shattered into pieces. He sighed in relief. Finally done. They approached a gate. Loya opened it. Batolia urged. Life, come here, it seems we saved a lot of energy. When they entered, Loya was surprised by the scene. Is the mechanism old and broken? She speculated. If that is all, that is good. The most worrying thing is that someone has already passed through before us. Loya reached out and touched the carved statues. This is probably a chess mechanism. If you make the wrong move, the statues will attack. The cracks on the statues are very new, indicating that someone has gone before us. A sound came from behind. Life immediately turned his head. The wall of the room suddenly exploded. Life saw Leader and Lazda, covered in injuries, fall from the other side. He was stunned. It is, you guys, what happened ahead? Lazda shakily wiped the corner of his mouth. Who can pass this exam? He gritted his teeth, struggling to get up. Ahead is a monster we can't fight at all. As Lazda spoke, he, before he could finish his sentence, passed out from exhaustion. Life rushed over in a panic. Hey, do not just say half a sentence and then stop. He helped Lazda sit in a corner to rest. Life wondered. What happened? What is ahead? Loya had been on guard. She spread her pure white wings. All right, Life. Just keep going. Whatever it is, we have to see it to know. The 3 approached the imprisoned black-haired youth. He waved at them while holding a chicken leg. Hello, everyone? Life stammered. Are you the final opponent we have to defeat? In another scene, Mozafi and Nia were comfortably sitting on the sofa, enjoying wine. He anxiously questioned her. Rhett and Razda have both failed. Can't Fox get out this time either? Nia chuckled. Who said that? She leisurely put the wineglass on the table. You only know Fox possesses terrifying power, but do you know where that power comes from? He was surprised. I would like to hear that. Nia stretched wearily. On the Braid continent, there are 5 god-level magical beasts. Legend has it that they can transform into human form, using magic power. I did not believe it at first, until Fox appeared. She told Mozafi. In fact, the number of god-level magical beasts is not just 5, but 6. But the 6th one disappeared thousands of years ago. I originally thought it was just a legend. But 6 years ago, when I was on a mission, an entire village suddenly disappeared, and the culprit was Fox, who was only 12 years old at the time. It was then that I discovered that there was the bloodline of the lost god-level magical beast, Silver Moon Fox. In his body, he was curious. You said the Silver Moon Fox transformed into a human, and even left behind a bloodline. Nia replied, that is right, that is how it is. At that time, the magical beast bloodline in the child's body awakened. It bewitched the entire village, almost causing them to slaughter each other. Fortunately, he was a kind child and tried to lead the villagers into a nearby cave. But he still could not control the power in his bloodline, so I came up with a way. Use iron chains to tie him up, and at the same time, have the rookies constantly fight him, consuming the violent power in his bloodline, and finally, allowing him to completely control the bloodline, becoming a true expert in the Phantom Beast Association. Nia affirmed. The rookies think Fox is the supervisor of the exam, but in fact, through fighting, the one who benefits is Fox. She casually slumped back into the chair and declared, now the kid is 18 years old, and Rhett and Razda are not weak either. His freedom is not far off. Mozafi interrupted. Hopefully he can quickly become. The Northern Legion is constantly appearing. I have a feeling that war is coming. The screen switched to a scene of the black-haired youth gleefully provoking Life's group. Stop the nonsense. Come at me together. Let me test your qualifications. Batolia used his cat claws to rush forward. Don't underestimate me. Watch my shattering claw. He tried to scratch the youth, but it seemed this move had no effect on his iron-like body. Batolia was shocked. Are you kidding me? Are your muscles harder than steel? The black-haired youth laughed arrogantly. Don't be polite. Go all out. I can take it. Loya, with her bow in hand, fiercely reminded Batolia. Barto, get out of the way. Explosive arrow. 3 arrows shot towards the youth. He caught all 3 in an instant. Arrows? Unfortunately, the speed of arrows is still too slow for me. She chuckled. It is just the beginning. A loud explosion went off. Loya was satisfied. These are specially made arrows based on the mechanisms in the verification path. Even a trainer should not think about standing still and taking them. As the gray smoke gradually dissipated, a figure quietly appeared. It turned out to be the black-haired youth. He was still unscathed, even mocking Loya. The explosion was good, the accuracy was there, but it was not strong enough. The youth challenged. You two have shown your stuff. What about the kid in armor? What special moves do you have? Life gathered his strength into his arm. He sneered. You said they were not strong enough? Life punched Fox straight in the stomach, the aftershock of the power even passing through him. What about me then? 12-strike consecutive impact fist. The youth clutched his stomach and collapsed. Loya anxiously asked Life. Is he going to be all right? Life, you hit him too hard. He reassured. Don't worry. 12-strike consecutive impact fist is a special move I mastered, delivering 12 consecutive blows. But just now, it felt like I was punching steel. This guy's strength is unpredictable. The black-haired youth laughed heartily. You guys are amazing. I thought it would take until next time to consume all the violent power in my body. I did not expect it to be possible now. The shackles, locking his wrists, suddenly snapped in half. The youth slowly stood up. You are very strong. He happily removed his blindfold. If that is the case, let us go to round 2. The 3 of them could not believe it. No way, he is not blind. He was still holding back just now. His whole body burst into flames. Life realized something was wrong. Those eyes are not right. The world around Life suddenly changed. He was transported to another place. Life was stunned to find that it was an iron cage. Through the iron bars he could see a towering spire opposite. Someone standing on it called out his name heavily. Life. The black-haired youth looked at Life with terrifying eyes. He sneered. With just this little strength, you want to be recognized by the instructor. What a daydream. Several men, who appeared from nowhere, carried buckets of water, and poured them into the iron cage imprisoning Life. He panicked and shouted, What are you doing? He threatened. Life, this is just the simplest test. If you can't even pass this, then just die here. Don't go out and embarrass the Phantom Beast Association. Life loudly protested. But the water had already flooded the entire iron cage. He tried to hold his breath, but ultimately failed. Life gradually lost consciousness. He let his body float in the water. Life doubted himself. Is my journey going to end like this? Life suddenly opened his eyes wide. That is not right. He does not even know my name is Life. All of this is fake. He regained his senses and threw a punch. He punched the lid of the cage, sending it flying high. Water gushed out. Life quickly climbed ashore, completely drenched. He coughed frantically. I succeeded. The black-haired youth clapped and praised. Amazing! You escaped from the illusion in just 1 minute. Some instructors can't even do that. Life questioned him. What about them? Looking at the real situation, Batolia was fearfully huddled in a corner, trembling, with his head in his hands. Loya was stunned and motionless. The youth placed his hand on his chest. He assured, Don't worry, you took most of the power. They only saw the things they did not want to face the most. They will be back to normal in 5 minutes, at most. Life was relieved. That is good. Life suddenly went berserk, and threw a punch. 12-strike consecutive impact fist. But it was all blocked by the youth. With one hand, he smiled wryly. Ouch! Ouch! I knew you would take the chance to get revenge. He said annoyedly, What is wrong with letting me punch you to vent my anger? It is a bit too much for a trainer to do this. He widened his eyes and denied, Trainer, you misunderstood. I am just a student who has always held back. But I have to thank you. You helped me consume some of the violent power in my bloodline. Now I am confident that I won't hurt others when I leave here. With that, the youth turned around and warmed up his arms in front of the wall behind him. He punched the wall hard. The wall quickly broke, revealing a staircase leading up. Life was stunned. This is the exit. The youth reminded, Little fire, let us go. It turned out he was calling his phantom beast. It was a tiny, cute fox. It jumped onto his shoulder. Life thought to himself, he has not even combined with his phantom beast yet. And he defeated the 3 of us in an instant. That still was not his full power. The black-haired youth suddenly called him, Hey, kid. Life was bewildered me. He instructed, I am Fox. This time, consider me owing you a favor. If anything happens in the future, just say my name. But you only have 1 chance. Watching Fox take his phantom beast and walk up the stairs, Life suddenly felt lost. He felt like he had just made friends with a strange person. Remembering something important, he quickly turned around. That is right, Loya, Barto. Life ran to Loya. Loya, are you okay? She immediately aimed for Life's chin and punched. Ouch! He was sent flying straight into the wall. Poor Life teared up. What is going on? Seeing that Loya wanted to keep fighting, he tried to persuade her to stop. Loya, do not. Loya angrily threw him to the ground. You must all die. Life groaned in pain. Damn it, my body feels like it is going to break apart. I can't. I have to think of something. Waiting until Loya grabbed Life's leg and lifted him upside down like a duck. Life seized the opportunity now. He hooked his leg behind her neck and tightly gripped Loya's waist with his hand. She was bewildered, while Life was overjoyed. I survived. This combat strength is terrifying. Why did not she go fight Fox just now? He leaned over, using his body to push Loya down, and she exclaimed in surprise. He lay flat on Loya, with his butt sticking up in a very funny position. Life happily discovered, Loya, you are awake, she angrily warned. Life, you bastard, get off now. Life hastily climbed down. He explained awkwardly, Loya, actually just now, Loya decisively punched Life in the cheek, not letting him babble any further. Life was sent flying through the wall. He was trapped and despairing. Why? Why did this happen? She dusted her hands and blamed. You asked for it. Just then, Batolia woke up. He innocently recounted everything. Do you guys know what? I just had a nightmare. What is wrong with you two? In this embarrassing situation, even for gold, Life would not dare tell the truth. No, nothing. We found the exit. Let us go out together. Batolia wondered, why did you break the wall? They stepped into the next room. Loya exclaimed, beautiful. Soon after, the 3 met Nia's group. Mozafi seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He warmly praised them. Congratulations on passing the test. From today on, you are members of the Phantom Beast Association. Here I will introduce you to the rules of the Phantom Beast Association. He carefully explained, imparting important knowledge to all 3. The Phantom Beast Association is divided into 5 membership levels. D, C, B, A, S. D is the lowest, and S is the highest. Currently, you are D-level members. Membership advancement is calculated using a points system. Complete tasks entrusted by the people and receive corresponding points based on the difficulty of the task. Before level B, you can advance as long as you have enough points. Mozafi emphasized, but after level B, you not only need points, but also need to achieve the corresponding strength. Currently, the Phantom Beast Association has 6 branches throughout the continent. There are 6 S-level members. He affirmed, they are the most powerful force of the Phantom Beast Association. Mozafi enthusiastically introduced each person's position. Frank is the president of our branch, responsible for issuing tasks. Naya is responsible for combat training. Salo is responsible for selling magic items at internal preferential prices. I am responsible for the association's contacts. He took the opportunity to warmly invite, if you want to buy things, you can always find me. I guarantee the best prices. Mozafi stopped Salo. Now is not the time to sell things. He encouraged the members in Life's group, just in time for you three graduating today, take on a D-level task to practice. Life lurked in the shadows of a tree, keeping watch over the target on the riverbank in front of him. Target is underwater. Target is not moving. He signaled to the other two, everyone, take action. Everyone, take action. Realizing that the time was ripe, he immediately changed his clothes for battle, preparing to capture the target. Now. But as he rushed to the water's surface, the thing below leaped up and escaped Life's grasp. At the same time, it splashed water to avoid his approach and created an opportunity to escape. Hei rushed ashore and began to adopt a defensive posture, looking at it. Batolia raised his head from the bushes, extremely excited. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Hei ran quickly ashore, and Life chased after it closely, shouting to Batolia, catch it! He rushed out of the bushes, jumped in front of Hei, and prepared to pounce on it. I am here. But it quickly dodged and jumped on his head to escape. Seeing that Life was about to rush towards him, he hurriedly shouted, no, no! As a result, the two hit each other's faces, lip to lip. Both Life and Batolia quickly separated and vomited in disgust. Batolia angrily turned to question him. What are you rushing for? I was about to catch it. Life retorted angrily. About to catch it. Isn't it because it escaped that this happened? While the two were arguing with each other, Loya spread her wings and flew to separate them, holding Hei in her hand. It was helplessly being held by the scruff of its neck like a cat, and she turned to correct the other two. What did you two do? It is so tiring to catch a black iron-level black fur otter. Stop yammering, let us go back and report the mission. Then the three returned to the mission reporting location, the main hall of the Tamdao branch. Hei's owner cried with joy after finding it. Hey, we are good friends. Do not run away next time. Without you, I do not know what to do. The three looked at his pathetic appearance and secretly judged in their hearts. It is a bit too much. After sending him away, Frank stood at the counter organizing documents with the eyeworm. He snapped his fingers to signal the eyeworm and it quickly crawled forward. Then a blue light screen was projected from its body. He looked at the screen in front of him and secretly admired in his heart. Every time I see the ability of phantom beasts, I feel it is really magical. Frank read the information on the screen. For him, confirmed mission completion. The three of you completed the D-level mission. Well, good result. Received 3 points of accumulation. You can receive other missions on the mission list. Do not bother me with work. Life leaned on the table and asked him for more work. Frank, this D-level mission is not challenging at all. Can you give us a more stimulating mission? Batolia echoed from the side. That is right, that is right. Frank heard them say this, and only glanced coldly behind him. What? Want to take on a mission beyond your level? You must first become a C-level member. The standard for C-level members is 1,000 points. Loya could not bear it anymore. She stepped forward and said bluntly, HMPH. I am not here to play children's games. You are very clear about the strength of the three of us. D-level missions only waste our time, which is a great waste for those who need our help. Batolia flattered him and handed a glass of water to Frank. Frank, do not worry. Life and Loya both have a fusion rate of 100%. Their strength is much stronger than other members in previous years. We have no problem. Seeing that persuading them was useless, he decided to let them try. If you are so confident, I will give you a chance. He took the glass of water from Batolia and talked about the situation of the next mission. Recently, an island near the Molan kingdom has been repeatedly disturbed by some phantom beasts. Then, he gave the requirements of the mission, and quickly dismissed the three of them. Go investigate the cause, and come back to report after you are done. At the same time, he emphasized to all three, if you do not complete it, you go back to practice, and you are not allowed to go out, unless I allow it. Life's group quickly confirmed, don't worry, we guarantee to complete the mission. The three quickly went to the place where they needed to complete the mission. Looking at the dense forest in this place made Life very excited. I have been in this world for several months, and finally I can see this world for real. He looked up at the surrounding scenery and asked Batolia, Barto, about this mission. Do you know the basic situation of the Molan kingdom? Loya also turned to ask him, come on, tell us. Seeing the completely ignorant expressions on the faces of the other two, made him jump up. No way, you two do not know anything about the Molan kingdom. He and Mimi wiped their tears with their hands, and said with a sympathetic voice, I am sure you used to live in poor, small villages with blocked information. Right, don't worry. This time Barto will definitely save you from the sea of suffering. Loya interrupted and urged him, stop talking nonsense, introduce the situation quickly. Batolia quickly played the role of a serious guide. The Brad continent has 3 large kingdoms, namely the Shuimu Kingdom, the Lian Kingdom, and the Molan Kingdom. They are located deep in the forest, near volcanoes, and on the coast, respectively. The Molan Kingdom is the kingdom located on the coast. He gave a brief introduction to the geographical structure of the place where the mission needed to be completed. The Molan Kingdom is formed by a mainland and 4 large islands. In addition, the kingdom has dozens of small islands. These small islands are often attacked by phantom beasts and magical beasts. Life wondered, magical beasts are fine, but are not phantom beasts friendly to humans? He explained to him, not all phantom beasts are friendly to humans. Even without humans, phantom beasts can slowly absorb phantom power and become god-level phantom beasts. He also mentioned that humans could become food for phantom beasts. For the two to understand, weak ordinary people often become the prey of phantom beasts. However, phantom beasts are very intelligent and aware that hunting people will lead to hatred and revenge. Therefore, they usually do not leave traces after hunting, or they just tease humans. Thinking of Frank's previous words made Life slightly suspicious of this mission. At the same time, he noticed some familiar people standing in front of them. This time Frank told us to be investigated. This time is really a bit unusual. You look over there, those people. The 3 quickly hid behind the bushes and observed the people talking. But Loya did not understand what had happened and asked, "What is wrong? Why did you stop?" Loya enlightened him. "Stupid, do not you recognize that the costumes are like those of the examiners in the exam?" The other 2 were still discussing, without knowing that they were being followed. Life immediately said his prediction to the other 2. In other words, the Phantom Beast Association is very likely to be the enemy of those people in those costumes, which is why they dress like that, to target us. One of them spoke up to remind, "Did you bring the things?" The other quickly confirmed, "Don't worry, I have put the things on Shiku Island. After meeting with the 2 adults, we can start the plan." As soon as he finished speaking, they hurriedly turned to leave. "Let us go, do not let the 2 adults wait for too long." The other one quickly followed his companion, coming. Hearing the place where they were going, Batolia realized the instability. Shiku Island is one of the islands attacked by phantom beasts. Life felt that this mission was really not simple. It seems that this matter cannot be separated from this group of mercenaries. Let us continue to follow. After waiting for them to go some distance, the 3 hurriedly followed. The 2 gathered at a promontory, reporting to the higher-ups, "The 2 adults, the goods have been brought. As long as you order, we can attack Shichu Island." Jack did not pay much attention to the attack, only worried that the phantom beasts did not meet his requirements. The attack has never been the focus. If those phantom beasts do not meet our requirements, then the past few months have been completely useless. Ruby gave a mocking smile. This time, the commander has spent a lot of effort. If we fail, the commander will be very angry. "Right, which team are you from?" One of them spoke up. Our captain is Chi Se Xiong Chi." As soon as they finished answering, they were knocked to the ground by Jack, hurriedly shouting, "Adult," while he cursed irritably, "Oscar is getting worse and worse." He quickly realized that he was being followed. Trained team members were followed without even knowing it. Life hid behind a tree opposite them, startled, and not knowing how to deal with them. "It is over. We have been discovered. These 2 do not look easy to deal with." Without saying a word, Jack bent down and waved his hand. The tree that Life's group was hiding behind was immediately cut down, and they hurriedly avoided the place. Life did not dare to get too close, only hiding behind a tree and pretending to laugh. "Oh, if I said, I was just passing by, would you believe it?" But Loya did not want to waste words with these people, immediately took out her bow and arrow, and prepared to aim. "Why so much talk? If they are enemies, then we have to attack first." Explosive arrow. Jack just calmly snapped his fingers. "You dare to attack even me, you really have courage." 3 explosions went off in succession in the air, causing dust to fly everywhere. Ruby quickly turned around and called him. "If it were normal, I would really want to play with you a little, but today the commander has a task for me. I will go first, Jack." He looked at the Nam Thachuan Gi, lying motionless on the side, and spoke up. "Coming. But it is rare for juniors to come. How can I not give you some gifts?" The commander said, "This is the failed number. I just want to test the effect." Jack took the gold needle containing the strange solution and injected it into its body. After the injection, it immediately went berserk and unleashed power, blowing everything away. Life ducked to avoid being blown away, feeling that they were in trouble this time. "This time, we are in big trouble." The rock phantom turtle suddenly stretched out its long neck and charged at them. Its head slammed into the ground, creating a large explosion. All 3 were prepared to attack. Life quickly reminded the other 2. The speed is too fast. Even though the level is not high, its strength is probably at the king level of phantom beasts. Batolia chuckled at his assertion, fighting with the rock phantom turtle while wondering, "This guy does not seem very smart. He does not even know how to dodge." But its body did not have a single scratch. He was shocked. Why is it so hard? At the same time, its turtle shell suddenly lit up. Loya quickly flew over and pulled Batolia aside. preventing him from being hit by the turtle shell. Life was so surprised that he could not speak. This giant turtle, can its turtle shell also attack? Seeing that the other two had landed safely, he hurriedly asked about the situation. Are you okay? Batolia quickly replied. Luckily, Loya reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been hit. He pointed out the location to attack for Loya. Loya used the explosive arrow to shoot the giant turtle's eyes. She picked up the explosive arrow, preparing to aim. Got it. 3 arrows flew out and hit the rock phantom turtle in 3 directions. One of them hit its eye, causing it to cry out in pain. Life crouched, clenched his fist, seizing the opportunity. Now. Then he delivered a powerful blow to its eye, 12-strike consecutive impact fist. The rock phantom turtle took 12 consecutive punches, causing it to be knocked back. He wondered, did it work? But it seemed that these blows only made it even crazier. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent, wanting to start a counterattack. Life signaled to Loya. It is standing still. Loya, one more shot. She quickly prepared the next arrow. But before she could attack, Life looked behind with a stunned expression. The rock phantom turtle gathered energy in its mouth, preparing to deliver a killing blow to them. It spat out a large amount of lava, shooting it towards Life's group. All 3 hurriedly returned to the previous tree, crouching behind the tree to avoid the attack. Batolia also saw that the situation was too unfavorable for them. He spoke. This is not good. Fighting a king-level phantom beast right now is too difficult. Let us retreat first. But before they could decide whether to go or fight, the rock phantom turtle collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. Life hid behind the tree, looking at it with a puzzled expression. What is going on? Loya and he approached it. She spoke in place of the rock phantom turtle. I can feel its sadness. It is in great pain. Suddenly, its eyes immediately opened wide. All 3 had come very close, and they were startled by its sudden reaction. But it just gently said to them, don't be afraid, I won't live for long. They have injected me with a potential stimulating drug. I have lost my mind and my life. But humans, I want to ask you for help. Please, save my kind. He listened to it without understanding what exactly happened. The rock phantom turtle only shed tears in pain. I do not know. Our rock turtle clan has always lived peacefully near GQ Island, but one day a group of mercenaries came. It recounted the capture of itself and its kind. They used boats and ropes to catch us. No one in the clan escaped. Because our vision was blocked, and we were pulled away by boats, we did not know where we were going. They pulled us away by boat, covering our heads with black bags. We lost our sense of direction, not knowing how long we drifted, and finally, we were taken to a laboratory. Life asked it, laboratory. The rock phantom turtle painfully recounted, that is right, a huge laboratory. That place was hell. In the laboratory, it and its kind were subjected to persistent torture. They tied us up and carried out all kinds of cruel experiments. The rock phantom turtle recounted the reason for its madness. I witnessed with my own eyes that my kind became mad after being injected with the drug, and finally, died from exhaustion. Seeing that it did not seem to be lying, Life still had to ask, then how did you escape? Do you still remember where that laboratory is? It recalled the situation at that time. I was their failed product. Originally, they wanted to use drugs to control me. Then, it recounted the reason for its escape. But unexpectedly, I became more violent. I punched through the wall and ran away. It recalled the time it was floating inside the water and being swept here. I was swept away in the water, until I ran out of strength and woke up, but I no longer knew where I was. Although it had escaped from the laboratory, the rock phantom turtle was still being chased by the mercenaries. I drifted near the shore, here, but they sent people to chase me. The 2 who just left. They are too strong. I have no ability to resist at all. Life asked it, do you know who they are? But it itself did not know who they were, only able to cry in frustration. We have very little contact with humans. We do not know their identities, but they have the voices of people from the Molan kingdom. Perhaps we can find clues by going there. Its tears fell, crystallizing into a green pearl. Loya looked at it with sympathetic eyes, and took the pearl. The rock phantom turtle said weakly, this is my tear, condensed from all my remaining strength. Hurry, save my clan, give it to the clan leader. It quickly ran out of strength. He will reward you, give you the treasure of the rock turtle clan. My clan is very grateful. It finally collapsed to the ground, before the witness of the 3. After resolving everything, Loya sadly recalled the rock phantom turtle. Unexpectedly, things would be like this. Is this the reason why phantom beasts are constantly attacking GQ? Life rubbed his chin, thinking, and made his judgment. It is still not certain now, but we must report to the association. If it is really mercenaries conducting experiments, then it is not something we can handle. Batolia picked up the pearl and evaluated. What do you think? How much is such a treasure worth? If we sell it, would we not need to worry for the rest of our lives? The association does not pay much for missions. Immediately afterwards, he was hit by Loya. She warned Batolia, have some ambition if you want to get rich. Go directly to find the treasure of the phantom beasts. Life helplessly spoke up to stop the two. Okay, let us report to the association, and then go to the Molan kingdom to find out the situation. After completing the mission, their group decided to return to the association. Around them were knights holding swords, standing guard. They stood below and presented to the Duke about what had happened. Showalter frowned while reading the paper in his hand. Shichu Island is my territory, yet this kind of thing happened. After reading it, he declared to them, "Don't worry, I will immediately contact the Phantom Beast Association and start searching for that laboratory." Hearing his promise, Life did not plan to stay long, quickly replying politely, "All right, then we will wait for the Duke's good news." In his heart, he was also secretly happy that he could agree immediately to be able to immediately pay attention to this issue. This Duke really has foresight. But before the three could leave the Earl's mansion, there was a call. "You three, wait." Life glanced inside and asked him, "Lord, is there anything else?" Showalter clasped his hands and stepped forward, asking them to investigate something. "It is true that I have something to ask. The Phantom Beast Association is sending experts here at least 3 days later. The central statue, in the center of Moshui City, do not know why it is flowing black tears, so I want you to investigate it." Seeing that the three were hesitant and unwilling to do it, he immediately played on their psychology. "Of course, you can enjoy strolling around the city, buying things that you like, all paid for by me." After getting that condition, the group decided to go to have a delicious meal. A large amount of sandwiches were placed on the dining table. Loya embarrassedly covered her face. "You guys are enough. Others will think we have not eaten for days." But Life and Battaglia did not care about that. Battaglia even called Mimi to eat together. Am I, hurry up and eat. So many sandwiches, we might not be able to eat them later." Life also responded and ate freely, "Boss, one more portion." While Loya covered her face, not daring to look at these two people without ambition. "Don't you see anything strange? Duke Cheval has many people under him. Why did he deliberately look for us to solve this matter?" Battaglia gave a thumbs up, answering straightforwardly, "We are the elites of the Phantom Beast Association." After looking at him, she looked at Life, who was choking because of the sandwich. After swallowing the sandwich, he sobered up and asked the two, "What did you say?" This time, she was really helpless, only able to say gloomily, "I knew it. I should not rely on you." Just then, the people on the road passing by began to whisper, "Have you heard? The statue in the square is starting to flow tears again." The person with him also quickly added, "That is right, I heard. There is also a strange smell." One person spoke up, "When I smelled that gas, I got a headache. It is probably poisonous." The other person also quickly said, "The rumors he heard. I heard that under the statue is the sewer system of Moshui City. I do not know if there is a problem with the sewer." But the people were also very vague about the statue. Who knows? The guards in the city only know how to patrol. They never go down to the sewer to check. In the end, they could only draw a conclusion in vagueness. "Forget it. I have reported to the guards, and if they do not solve it, I won't go to the square again." Loya frowned at the seriousness of the matter. She thought to herself, "It has already affected the people in the city." Finally, Loya slammed the table hard and made a decision. "No matter what Duke's intentions are, we must first go down to the sewer to check." After making the decision, they decided to go down to the sewer of the city to check the situation. Looking at the city's massive sewer system, Battaglia could not help but be surprised. Moshui City is truly worthy of being the second largest city of the Molan Kingdom. Even the sewer system is so vast. But Loya felt that the construction of the sewer in this place was wrong. It feels wrong. Moshui City is located in a high terrain, even if the population is large and needs water. She rested her chin, thoughtfully thinking about the immensity of this place. It absolutely does not need such a large sewer system. Just then, the water in the sewer suddenly evaporated, bubbling up. Xiaobai stepped to the edge of the path and barked loudly. Life looked at it with a puzzled expression. "What is wrong, Xiaobai?" A stream of liquid suddenly shot straight towards Xiaobai from below the water source. Immediately, that thing stretched out into a tentacle and tightly wrapped Xiaobai. Seeing this, Life rushed over. "Xiaobai." That tentacle also pulled Xiaobai out of the path. Life called out, "Let us go, chase after it." All three hurriedly chased after that strange tentacle. After running for a while, seeing its real form made Loya surprised. This is an incredibly large Jing Ying Nian Yi was standing in front of them, its tentacle still tightly wrapping Xiaobai. Loya looked at the giant magical beast in front of her and was shocked. This is a low-level magical beast, Jing Ying Nian Yi beast. Damn it, why is it so big? But Life did not care what it was, only wanting to quickly save Xiaobai. "Never mind it. Let us combine first and defeat this monster, Xiaobai." After saying that, he quickly prepared to rush up and fight the magical beast. The Jing Ying Nian Yi also stretched out its tentacle, shooting straight to Life. The tentacle quickly tied up his limbs, making him very surprised. "What?" Loya and Battaglia quickly came to the rescue. "Be careful," she warned the two. The Jing Ying Nian Yi beast can reproduce asexually. If there is one large one, there will be a whole group. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of Jing Ying Nian Yi rushed over, making Batolia very shocked. Are you kidding me, so many? Loya interrupted him. Don't talk so much. Let us first destroy this disgusting swarm. Batolia quickly used his claws to tear apart the Jing Ying Nian Yi. Loya also held a sword, and neatly dealt with them one by one. Life lowered his body, concentrating his strength into his fist. Then he unleashed a punch, creating a whirlwind, blowing them away. Looking at the Jing Ying Nian Yi, falling like rain, Life was a little suspicious of their strength. Isn't this type of low-level magical beast too weak? Loya answered his question while cleaning up. These magical beasts live by eating waste. Many cities use them to clean up trash in the sewer system. But when she looked at the giant one in front of them, it gave her a bad feeling. Their strength is certainly not strong, but that big monster gives me a very bad feeling. It quickly wrapped itself up like a rope. Looking at its strange shape and actions, Life wondered to Loya, this monster, could it have eaten something? As soon as he finished speaking, the bulges on its body burst open, causing fluid to splash everywhere. She turned her head and warned the other two, get out of the way. The fluid splashed everywhere, and they tried to avoid being touched by it. Looking at the floor tiles, smoking black and melting when the fluid fell on them, Life could not help but be startled. What terrible acid! If we get touched by it, our bones will also melt. Loya looked up at the Jing Ying Nian Yi. No way! I have never heard of the Jing Ying Nian Yi beast having such ability. At the same time, she heard a strange sound, crack, crack. Immediately afterwards, a series of strange sounds rang out around them. Crack, 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 crack. Life looked around and asked the other two, what sound is that? The gate of the sewer suddenly closed. Batolia still did not understand what was happening when the gate went down. What is going on? Is there such a thing in the sewer? Loya quickly understood the situation they were facing. I understand why Duke Shuvat wanted us to investigate the statue flowing tears. He blankly asked back, why? Life was relatively calm, he answered for Batolia, because he did not want to inform the Phantom Beast Association at all. In order to prevent us from contacting the association, he chose to lock us here. He held the steel bar of the sewer gate tightly, pulling and saying, this, how could it be? Batolia dejectedly lowered his head in front of the iron gate, and also felt very puzzled by his actions. What exactly is the reason for the Duke to do this? Life did not know what he was planning. I do not know. Just now, if someone outside did not lower the barrier, we would not be locked up. Only the Duke knew for sure that we would investigate the sewer. Then he focused his strength on his hand, preparing to break the door and rush outside. If we do not know what the Duke is plotting, then let us break out and ask clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed straight into the iron door, 12-strike consecutive impact fist. But what surprised Life was that his moves had absolutely no effect on the gate in front of him. How is it possible? Not a bit of reaction. Batolia sighed and explained to him, Hai Wen Gang, a special mineral of the Molan kingdom. Legend has it that even a king-level phantom beast can hardly break it. The Duke is really not leaving us a bit of a chance. Immediately afterwards, he began to stagger, holding his head tightly. My head! I am so dizzy! Loya and Life stepped over to help him towards the path. She also understood the matter below the sewer. I understand. The sewer system is so large, because the Duke is raising magical beasts in it. The special ability of this magical beast has changed. In addition to the acid just now, it also emits toxic gas. She quickly concluded that the thing that caused the statue to flow black tears was toxic gas leaking from the exit under the statue, condensing into a black liquid, causing the statue to flow tears. This time, even Life felt bad. This is not good. I am also feeling dizzy. What exactly is the Duke raising magical beasts for? Loya grasped the sword in her hand, stepping forward. Anyway, what they needed to solve first was the giant Jing Ying Nian Yi, right in front of them. We must first destroy this big monster. Its body was quickly cut in half. With just one blow, Loya cut it into two pieces. The smaller Jing Ying Nian Yi stood blankly, looking at the scene in front of them. Then they began to drag to the place of the giant Jing Ying Nian Yi, merging their bodies into its body so that it would restore its original form. Life, while supporting Batolia, was amazed at its recovery ability. At the same time, he secretly judged in his heart, swallowing their peers to heal themselves. How about these Jing Ying Nian Yi beasts? There are too many of them. We can't do any harm to it at all. This creature's attack power is not strong, but as long as it exists, it will emit toxic gas. I can't hold on for long. Immediately afterwards, he immediately realized that they still missed a place. Wait, there is still one place we have not checked. Life focused his strength on his fist again. Then he released a blow, shooting straight to the place of Jing Ying Nian Yi, 12-strike consecutive impact fist. It was quickly knocked to the iron door by him. He called Loya, asking her to quickly check the hole below. Life continue to attack the big hole, there must be a gap below. She also recognized the abnormality of the hole. Moreover, this smell is exactly the same as the smell of the drug that makes phantom beasts mad. Loya had Batolia, while Life waved his hand a few times to warm up. Leave it to me. Then he quickly returned to his fighting state. And then he punched down into the path, 12-strike consecutive impact fist. The brick below was affected by Life's blow, causing them to shatter. Loya and Batolia quickly ran over, only to see Life standing in the middle of the giant hole he created. Smelling the smell, and seeing the smoke rising from below, he tried to guess. It seems, this is a drain. The smell you smell is from here. Loya smacked his head hard. Don't doubt my nose, causing a big bump to swell up on his head. It hurt so much. Loya smelled the smell again, and confirmed. This smell is indeed from below, I am sure. This Jing Ying Nian Yi beast was also affected by this smell and mutated. Life rubbed his head. I do not know how they will pass through that place, but this place is too narrow, we can't get through. The Jing Ying Nian Yi behind them waved its tentacles. At the same time it made a sound like a hiss. Its noise attracted Loya. She looked down at its body, filled with mucus. Loya smeared some of its fluid on her hand, and said to the two, I have an idea. Then everyone crawled through the ventilation duct to find a way out. Life grumbled while crawling. Your idea is to smear goo on your body and crawl down. That is so gross. Loya immediately interrupted him. Do you have another way? While Batolia ignored the story of the two, only urging them to hurry up. Stop arguing. Crawl down quickly. The monsters behind are chasing after us. Life surprisingly looked at the Jing Ying Nian Yi that were following them. These can also squeeze in. Loya slapped her forehead and sighed. Damn it, I forgot these are soft-bodied creatures. As they went, they also made strange sounds. Crack, crack. At the same time, they also sprayed fluid towards them. He hurriedly asked Loya. This place? We can't hide in, can we? While Batolia quickly urged the two when the corrosive fluid was about to shoot to him, so hurry down. Life tried to crawl down as fast as possible. After a while, they were finally able to see the ventilation door, leading to the outside. He quickly kicked open the ventilation door. Then he quickly jumped out of the ventilation duct, followed by Loya also landed at the back. Batolia climbed out of the ventilation duct looking around. Loya was also surprised to look at the room they landed in. Where is this? Life looked around, and evaluated the strange scent in this place. The smell here is getting stronger and stronger. I even feel my body's a bit hot. After observing for a while, Loya hesitantly concluded, this is a laboratory. At this time, Batolia had jumped out of the ventilation duct. He looked up and provoked the Jing Ying Nian Yi still stuck in the upper side. Here, I am much stronger than you. I will crush you into minced meat. But it quickly panicked, and ran out of the ventilation duct. Batolia frowned and bent down, caressing Mimi and Xiaobai, and then urged the other two. We have to leave here quickly. The smell here makes phantom beasts very uncomfortable. He looked up and asked Life and Loya, what have you found? Loya took a stack of reports, frowning and reading each word on it. Here, they are conducting experiments to force the potential of magical beasts and phantom beasts to obtain power. And all these are failed experiment reports. She read each crazy experiment this place made in turn. In the year 1043 of the Molan calendar, I used the first version of the drug to inject into canine phantom beasts. The experimental results were not ideal. They increased their combat power, but lost their minds and quickly died. I will improve. After the previous experiment failed, this place continued to experiment on magical beasts. They became stronger, but even the instinct was lost. They only knew how to stand blankly. Completely unable to listen to orders, perhaps using a small amount of gas mist would be the solution. After reading, she slammed the stack of documents on the table. Now it is the year 1053 of the Molan calendar, so this experimenter has been conducting experiments for 10 years. Magical beasts and phantom beasts have been experimented on, but their results and purposes are still unclear. Based on what has happened recently, Loya made her conclusion. For now it can be confirmed that the magical beasts were affected by the liquid remaining in the laboratory. Moreover, this matter must be related to the Duke and the mercenaries. Life decided to report this matter to his superiors. Although the specific reason is not clear, we must report to the association immediately. While Batolia only mentioned the tricky issue in this place, but there is absolutely no exit in this place. Remembering the ventilation duct they had just climbed, Loya and Batolia called out dejectedly, no way, again. While crawling he said dejectedly, I swear, I will never crawl through the ventilation duct again in my life. Loya interrupted him, don't talk so much, the exit is right in front. Life carried Xiaobai on his back, and climbed upwards. He flung open the manhole cover. He glanced around and suddenly realized, this was the weeping statue that people were talking about, was right in front of them. He guessed that this sewer probably led directly to the square, and this entrance led directly to the residual gas emanating from the statue. Loya quickly understood the reason for the statue's tears, but she also wondered about the empty scene here. No wonder the statue was crying. But why was there no one in the square? He pointed to one side and called out to the two of them, "Look over there." Loya looked at the strange red mist and wondered. This smell, it is like the smell in the lab. How did red mist appear in Moshue City? Life quickly covered his nose and signaled them to leave quickly. Retreat now. We do not know what this red mist does, but if it is like in the basement, it can at least make illusion beasts go berserk. Thinking of the unstable scene in the sewer earlier, he wanted to leave even more quickly. How many magical beasts were under Moshue City, and how many people owned illusion beasts? If a riot broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Loya wanted to quickly inform the people in the city. We have to go to the branch and tell the person in charge to evacuate the people. But at this moment, a strong gust of wind rose. Life shielded himself from the wind and immediately noticed the instability in it. Something's not right. This wind is not normal. A bone rooster suddenly appeared and crowed wildly. Vitolia recognized the illusion beast in front of him. He was extremely surprised by its current size. This is a bone chicken, a low-level illusion beast that even ordinary people do not bother to hunt because it has no meat. How could it become so big? Life got into a fighting stance. He was extremely annoyed by the public order situation here. Damn it! Moshue City has an illusion beast association branch and city guard troops. How could they allow such a huge illusion beast to appear in the city? The bone rooster ran towards the three of them, while crowing loudly, preparing to attack. Loya held a violent arrow, preparing to aim. While aiming, she said to the other two, "First, eliminate this monster, then let us go check the situation at the branch." Life and Vitolia said in unison, "Got it." 3 arrows were shot out, hitting the bone rooster directly. Taking the opportunity, Vitolia rushed forward. My turn. Sharp teeth. A part of the bone rooster was immediately shattered into pieces of bone. It immediately lost its balance and fell straight down. He jumped high and punched down hard on the bone rooster that had just been knocked down, smashing it into pieces. 12 consecutive impact fist. After defeating the bone rooster, Life looked up at the surrounding scenery. Is it over? Suddenly, he turned his head back, with high vigilance. This time it was not just one, but a whole flock of bone roosters were flying towards them. They screeched, preparing to land where Life's group was standing. In an instant, the 3 of them were surrounded by a flock of bone roosters. Loya could not bear it anymore. She asked irritably, "Are you kidding me? Are the city guard troops and the illusion beast association all dead?" Life assessed the surrounding situation and made his judgment. It seems that everyone has retreated, but he himself doubted his judgment. How could so many things happen in just half a day? At this time, the bone rooster began to attack, interrupting his train of thought. It lowered its head and attacked downwards, forcing Life to quickly dodge to the side. He quickly turned around. Then he jumped high up. While rushing directly towards it, he raised his hand, preparing to strike. Life struck its cervical vertebrae with 12 consecutive impact fists. With just one blow, the bone rooster's bones completely fell apart. Vitolia also rushed up excitedly, not wanting to be outdone by him. Well done, but I am not bad either. He climbed onto the bone rooster and tightly hugged the protruding bone between its head and neck. Then he twisted it hard, separating the head and neck bones. Fall down. The bone rooster's head quickly fell and smashed hard on the ground below, causing dust to fly up. Loya spread her wings and rushed straight towards the flock of chickens that were screaming and preparing to attack. In the blink of an eye, her attack tightened around the bone roosters. She grabbed the rope in her hand. Then she pulled down hard, gently separating the heads and bodies of the chickens. Come down! Loya snorted and turned to leave, leaving behind skeletons falling one after another. Truly, creatures with no brains. After the 3 of them easily dealt with the flock of bone roosters, Vitolia said carefreely with a smile, "These guys are just big. Their strength is not great." Loya did not think so. They are just not strong to us. But for ordinary people, that is a devastating attack. Life tilted his head to look at the 2 remaining ones preparing to attack them. He wanted to deal with them and then find out what was happening in the city. 2 more. After dealing with them, we will investigate the situation in Moshue City. But instead of attacking them, the 2 bone roosters turned to face each other and unleashed their moves. Their moves intertwined and then combined into one. Vitolia quickly realized that something was wrong. Damn it, what is happening again? When Life saw what was in front of him, he was also very surprised. This is... A 2-headed fused bone rooster stood towering before them. It crowed and attacked the 3 of them. Vitolia could not help but be shocked. Are you kidding me? They confuse, Life frowned, realizing that the disadvantage had tilted towards them. This pressure, it is on par with a king-level illusion beast. Life frowned and looked at the 2-headed chicken in front of him, wondering what the mastermind behind these things was plotting. First, there was the mirror ooze beast, then the bone chicken, and they can all fuse. Does the person behind this want different creatures to fuse? Vitolia asked the 2 of them. What should we do? We can't defeat a king-level illusion beast. Life knew their strength, so he decided. Find a place to hide, and then think of a way. But at this moment Loya called out to them, "Wait!" Seeing her strange reaction, he quickly asked about the situation. "What is wrong, Loya?" She just muttered, "Someone's coming, dangerous, dangerous, dangerous." At this time, the two-headed bone rooster had begun to run towards them. Life quickly grabbed her hand and ran away before it hit them. "What are you standing there for, run?" But Loya just stood still, muttering, "Can't run, can't run." Life gritted his teeth and stood in front of Loya. "Damn it, Loya can't move, the only way is to fight." Batolia also stood in front of her. "Damn it, when Loya wakes up, I am definitely going to make her treat me to a barbecue feast." Suddenly, from behind the bone rooster, a scythe appeared, spinning like a blade. With just one blow it neatly severed its head and neck, each in a different place. Life was amazed by the power of the other person. One blow to cut off the head of a king-level illusion beast. How strong is that person? From a distance, a tall figure walked towards them. He swung the chain towards the handle of the scythe. The chain in his hand quickly wrapped tightly around the handle. In the blink of an eye, the scythe was pulled up, leaving Life and Batolia in shock. He held the scythe tightly in his hand. Then he asked the three of them, "All the people in Moshue City have been evacuated. Why are you still here?" Life asked Reyes about the situation of the people in the association. "Excuse me, do you know where the people of the Illusion Beast Association have gone?" "We are people from the Illusion Beast Association. We discovered something important in the sewers of Moshue City." Reyes seemed surprised that he did not recognize him. "It seems you do not recognize me." Then he began to introduce himself ostentatiously. "I am one of the 6S-level members of the Illusion Beast Association, the Black Barrier Death Callias." Batolia was speechless at this pompous introduction. "It feels so embarrassing." Life also agreed with him. He does not seem very trustworthy." Seeing that the two did not believe him, he had no choice but to hold up the lion badge to prove it. "This is the association's badge. As members of the association, you must know it. What information do you want to report?" Life stroked his chin, assessing the badge. "Barto, do you think this is real?" Batolia looked at the badge and also stroked his chin, unable to guess. Their actions provoked Reyes. "I do not know either. It looks very majestic." He swung the scythe and slashed straight down between the two of them. "Are you going to talk or not?" Life hurriedly dodged and shouted, "That is scary." Batolia also dodged to the side and shouted in shock, "That was dangerous." He had no choice but to speak first, flattering Reyes. "You have such great power, and you are so friendly. You must be from the Illusion Beast Association." Hearing the pleasing words, he happily asked him, "That is more like it. Tell me what is going on." Life summarized the previous situation for him. "Half a day ago, we went to Duke Shuvat's mansion to report that mercenaries were making drugs, suspected of being related to the Illusion Beast attacks on the islands of the Molan Kingdom. He said he would contact the Illusion Beast Association and told us to investigate the weeping statue in the square. Then he recounted the giant mirror ooze that they had seen under the sewers. We investigated the sewers and were attacked by magical beasts, accidentally discovering a laboratory inside, which recorded experiments using drugs to modify illusion beasts and magical beasts." Life also handed him the evidence paper. "This is the evidence. The only people who knew we were investigating the sewers were the people from Duke Shuvat's mansion, so all of this must have been arranged by him. It is just that he did not expect us to be able to escape." After reading it, Reyes also concluded, as Life's group had predicted, "Yes, this experimental drug must be closely related to this incident, but the person behind it can't be Duke Shuvat." He frowned and asked him, "Why? We only disappeared for half a day, and the entire Moshue City has become like this. Besides Duke Shuvat, who else can completely control Moshue City?" Reyes calmly explained to him, "If the timing matches, as soon as you went down into the sewers, Duke Shuvat immediately ordered the city guard troops to evacuate all the residents of Moshue City. Then, according to the guards, he seemed to want to meet someone, and then hurriedly left." Even though the explanation did not satisfy him, Life angrily emphasized to Reyes, "Even if he evacuated the people, that does not prove that he is not the one behind this." He calmly said, as if he had predicted that he would react like this, "He can't be the mastermind because he is already dead." This time both Life and Batolia were startled. "What?" Reyes recounted what he had seen to them. "The truth is like this. Not long after you left, suddenly a large amount of red mist appeared from the forest northwest, the caves south, and even Moshue City, causing the wild magical beasts and illusion beasts to riot. At that time, the city was extremely chaotic, but the Earl quickly ordered an evacuation to avoid casualties. In Moshue City, the illusion beasts raised as pets were also agitated. The Illusion Beast Association contacted me and my colleague Miali. Fortunately, Duke Shuvat had ordered an evacuation in advance, so the losses were not too great. But when I went to Duke's mansion to report the situation, I witnessed a horrific scene. When he arrived at the Duke's mansion, the scene inside was extremely desolate. All the guards in the Duke's mansion were dead, all killed by a fatal sword strike. The old man himself had also passed away, and the Duke was sitting in the middle, headless. I went to check. He was indeed dead. Life muttered, sorting everything out in his head. Something's not right. Duke Shuvat separated from us, and then ordered the residents to evacuate. But he did not contact the Illusion Beast Association, which has the best relationship with the people. Immediately after that, the red mist appeared, and Duke Shuvat was killed. He did not understand his words, so he asked, "What do you want to say?" Life said his guess. "There is a possibility. Duke Shuvat knew who the person behind it was, and that person," then he came to a very surprising conclusion, "is actually someone from the Illusion Beast Association." Life gave his analysis. Based on the information he had obtained, Duke Shuvat realized that there was something unusual in the Illusion Beast Association, so he did not inform them. And after the person arrived, the Duke was killed. I am afraid this was an act of silencing him. Just then, a stream of spiritual power and large cracks in the ground suddenly appeared on the empty road ahead. Boom! In the next second, a huge illusion beast suddenly emerged from the ground without warning. Life frowned when he saw it. What is that? Rias, on the other hand, seemed calmer because he knew the identity of the illusion beast. That is, too terrifying. The White Coffin Ox. A genuine, king-level illusion beast, not something fake like the one just now can compare to. You guys, listen to me. He turned to instruct the two of them with a serious tone. Everything you said is just speculation. Before there is evidence, I won't suspect any of my teammates in the association. Leave this place to me. You go investigate the situation of the red mist in the northwestern forest. Then he turned his eyes to Loya. As for that little girl, feeling someone looking at her, she turned her head and asked, "Me?" Ria smiled, explaining the misunderstanding, and giving appropriate advice. "I have no malice towards you. Moreover, you might not even need my help. Once you have chosen, then enjoy the current life. Is not that what you want?" He picked up the sharp chain, swung his hand, and started exercising his muscles. "It has been a long time since I have used a king-level illusion beast to relax my muscles." With that, he rushed forward, his smile becoming clearer as he thought of the wonderful reward he would receive upon completing the job. It seems there'll be good wine and beef today. Meanwhile, Loya urged her two companions to carry out the mission. Let us go to the northwestern forest to investigate. In the northwestern forest, where the mountains overlapped and a flat lake lay in the middle of the mountain ranges, Loya's group of three slowly entered the forest, carrying illusion beasts. Life was a little skeptical as he observed his surroundings. "Didn't you say that this place is full of red mist? Why is it so clean along the way?" Having walked for so long without anything to do, Batolia was so bored that he kept yawning. Not only is there no red mist, but there is not even a single rat to be seen. Mimi is getting sleepy. But Life was not in the mood to relax, because there were many things to worry about. "I have a premonition, a very bad one." "That is right, Loya. What was wrong with you just now?" She smiled and answered vaguely, "No, maybe it was because I sensed the pressure from the S-level expert, so I was shaken." Life stubbornly continued to ask to the end, not caring whether this would make the other party uncomfortable or not. That was not being shaken. "You sensed the power of the S-level expert more clearly than we did. In an instant all your muscles stiffened. I felt that it was not being shaken but fear. What are you afraid of? And another thing." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Loya rushing over fiercely, with a murderous aura. She forcefully unleashed a punch that Life could not defend against, so he was sent flying far away, breaking the nearby trees. A huge flash of light flashed, accompanied by a thunderous explosion in the middle of the dense forest, causing birds to fly away in panic. Only Life was seen lying motionless on the grass, his soul almost leaving his body. Loya was ashamed and angry, loudly ordering, "Enough. If you want to say anything, he will say it himself. For now, everyone shut up for me." Seeing his friend's miserable situation, Batolia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily I did not say anything more." Having eaten a painful punch, Life had learned to be more discreet. "All right, I got it. I won't say anything more." Seeing his illusion beast barking continuously and running in one direction, he was slightly surprised. Xiao Bai. Loya seemed to have realized something and immediately ran in the same direction. "Follow it." When they arrived at a depression, where the ground below was soaked with the blood-red color of countless animals, they were shocked. "What on earth happened? Look over there, what is that?" Above that depression, there was a ball that was absorbing all the life force from the animal corpses, and a fiery red aura was swirling around it. It suddenly separated from that aura, and flew up high. Then it sped past the clouds, and shot straight into the sky. Until its figure was completely invisible to the naked eye, Life realized in astonishment, that ball, it disappeared. Only then did the three of them dare to step down and examine the animals below. It is not dead, but it is very weak now. It seems like something has sucked away its strength. Just when they thought the ball had flown away, Life saw it appearing before his eyes, and announced, "Again." With the appearance of the strange ball, the entire bodies of the animals, that had their life force sucked away, were suddenly enveloped by a scarlet energy. At the same time, the mysterious red mist and the rumors also appeared. Life knew the potential for damage as soon as he saw it. This mist does not harm Life, but it will drain the energy in the body. But where did this mist ultimately go? Loya had also realized something. This is Batolia and life, exclaimed in unison. A magic circle. She gently reached out her hand, calmly confirming. I can sense magic fluctuations here. This is a magic circle that conceals perception. With her vast knowledge, she easily analyzed the function of this thing. This is a concealment magic circle erected by the power of high-level illusion beasts and magical beasts. In the area covered by magic, we can only see what they want us to see. Life sensitively realized that there was something strange about Loya. Do you have a way to break it? This time she immediately provided a solution without hesitation. There are two ways. Use stronger magic to attack, and the magic circle will be broken. But to erect a magic circle like this, you must at least have king-level power. As soon as Batolia heard this, he clutched his head and screamed in helplessness. Ah, why is it king-level again? Are king-level things sold on every corner now? We can't deal with king-level things. Let us go back and report to the Illusion Beast Association. However, he only received a blunt rejection from his teammate. We can't retreat. Life looked up at the ball flying around in the air, posing an urgent problem at hand. The association is busy taking care of itself, so aid may have to wait a long time. Those magical beasts, illusion beasts, and even trees, if they continue to have their strength drained by the mist, how long can they last? Loya also agreed with this opinion, and the frown on her face showed the seriousness of the problem. That is right. If this continues, even the entire forest may be destroyed by the red mist. If the association does not send people in time, and the red mist spreads, then the neighboring cities will be completely destroyed. Batolia did not seem to agree with the actions of his two companions, and he tried to point out the disadvantages to try to convince them. But the enemy has at least king-level strength. We can't deal with them. I understand your feelings, but this is no different from suicide. Despite the difference in levels, Loya remained firm in her choice. If it is just king level, I have a way to deal with it. Life also shared the same opinion. I also want to try. When both of his teammates unanimously decided to attack, Batolia suddenly felt startled and worried. Why are we so different now? Suddenly, a loud collision sounded. Shut up. It turned out that because Batolia kept making reckless remarks all day long, Loya could not help but smack him on the head. Stop blabbering. If you do not want to participate, go back and report the news. Do not block the way. Batolia sat up, rubbing his head, and retorted aggrievedly. I did not say I would not participate, big sister. I will follow your orders. Loya spread her wings and rose high into the air, calmly announcing the purpose of this mission. The second weakness of the magic circle is to find the control node of the magic circle, concentrate our strength, and attack with all our might. Then she began to use her abilities to gather sharp winds around herself. The lower left corner is the weakness of the magic circle. Prepare to attack. Those streams of energy gradually gathered into her arrow. Loya aimed carefully at her target. When she had a certain feeling, she released the string, shooting a series of arrows soaked in energy forward, violent arrows. Batolia also rushed forward to lend a hand, with paralyzing claws. Life quickly joined the fun, and unleashed a very majestic move. 12 consecutive impact fist. The combo of 3 consecutive blows collided with the magic shield and created a devastating explosion, revealing large cracks. Next, a large hole appeared in the shield, through which the tall tower inside could be seen. Life took the lead and stepped forward, his imposing manner no different from that of a general leading his troops to take the enemy's head. Let us go, let us see what is inside after all. At the top of that tall tower, a ball was emitting countless red-colored gases, like a vacuum cleaner, with its function reversed. It continued to float there, with blinding light constantly producing more strange substances. Loya quickly identified the target of the plan. That device is controlling the red mist. I will destroy it. With that, she stepped up the stairs to head towards the ball. And at the first gate, dozens of frogs that were a little larger than normal were waiting there. When they saw someone intruding, they immediately activated their defense mode and spat out patches of freezing ice. Because she was so focused on moving forward, Loya only startled and looked up when the sharp ice spikes were about to fall on her. Although she discovered it a little late, she quickly flew to the side to avoid being hit. However, things did not stop there. Loya suddenly realized that there was still a large block of ice, hurtling down above her head at a rapid speed. Fortunately, she still managed to make it in time, thanks to her flexible wings. Even so, a line grazed across Loya's cheek, and fresh blood began to flow out amid angry curses. Damn it. She immediately landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. From the previous experiment, Loya frowned and reported the information she had gathered. We can't climb up from the outside. Doing so will make us targets for those frogs. Batolia also looked up and cursed. Is this tower full of illusion beasts or magical beasts? Damn it, why did such a tall tower suddenly appear? Loya uncomfortably corrected her previous guess. I was wrong. At first, I thought they were just using illusions, but now I realize that this is a high-level spatial magic. She examined the cracked area and slowly explained. This is a different space created by a king-level illusion beast with the ability to control space. If we do not break the barrier, people outside won't even know what is happening inside. Vitolia exhaled a pale breath because of panic. In other words, we can't retreat even if we want to retreat now. Why did things develop like this? Life quietly approached the main gate of the tower. If we can't go up from the outside, then we will fight our way up from the bottom, one floor at a time. His heroic figure shone brightly under the scorching sun. I do not believe that the three of us can't get that device. The old iron door slowly opened. The area inside emitted an indescribable, musty smell, as if no one had been here for a long time. Life glanced around. This is... At the top of the tower, a strange object was raining neatly on it. Loya touched the lush green grass and immediately realized the problem. This is food for low-level illusion beasts. Why is there so much of it in this tower? Vitolia paced back and forth, trying to find some useful information. What is this? Suddenly, relying on the sunlight shining in from the window, a black shadow could be clearly seen flying up. Before he could understand what was happening, he immediately ate a kick to the stomach. He staggered and fell to the ground before everyone's surprised eyes. The enemy held its stance and challenged in a low voice. Who is there? State your name. A hint of excitement flashed across Loya's face. This is a rabbit fist, almost reaching the king level. That is amazing. Life had been silent all along, thinking in his heart. Rabbit fist, one of the lowest level illusion beasts, with weak strength, hunted by many powerful illusion beasts, and even magical beasts. Humans do not even bother to sign contracts with it. But why is this rabbit so strong? Loya ran over and casually stroked the beast's head with an interested expression. Little rabbit, get out of the way quickly. We still have something to take care of. It would not be good to hurt you. But the rabbit fist was certainly not willing to yield, and fiercely raised one of its legs to hit her. Ah! Loya immediately retreated, and her attitude immediately turned to disdain. You damn rabbit, you do not know how to appreciate kindness. I will turn you into a spicy grilled rabbit. The rabbit fist seized the opportunity and waved its hand, creating a tornado. Loya, facing the source of power, uttered a sentence as if insulting it. Really, not cute at all. Vitolia finally got up, frowning and asking, what happened just now? But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the tornado right in front of him and could not avoid it. He continued to eat the full force of the attack, and could only blame himself. Why me? The rabbit fist firmly threatened. I do not know what the purpose of you two coming here is, but this place is forbidden. Please go back. Life spread his arms wide, wanting to explain. We just need to destroy the device above. After we destroy it, we will leave immediately. We definitely won't break our promise. The rabbit fist listened and emphasized. My responsibility is to protect the device above. Anyone who comes to destroy the device is our enemy. Loya began to cast her bow and arrow. It seems we can't negotiate. She launched 3 sharp arrows at the same time. Let us defeat it first. The rabbit fist was not inferior either, and cast dozens of punches of power. Once I am here guarding, I will definitely not let anyone pass this place. Several flames erupted in mid-air, and Loya became shocked, even without time to dodge the explosion. Life ambushed from the right. Let me. Are not you good at punching? Then try a one-on-one fight with me. 12 consecutive impact fist. The rabbit fist, being attacked from all sides of its body, fell into a state of immobility. A new earthquake erupted, followed by a cloud of dust. The rabbit fist sat slumped on the ground, panting in pain, forcing all the power of 12 punches into one moment. What a powerful ultimate move. Life's hand was also injured and bleeding due to using his power too much. Life felt extremely exhausted, and had to rely on Loya's help to stand firm. You are also very powerful, but unfortunately, your species is a rabbit. Strength, after all, is still inferior. Hearing this, the beast's eyes became bright and angry, and it shouted loudly, Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit! Outside, Vitolia was holding his aching forehead and walking over. The beast's body erupted with dazzling light, as if putting all its resentment together. Everyone looks down on rabbits. Vitolia could not help but frown in surprise. No way, it is so dramatic as soon as we come in. Who said that rabbits are weak? The power from the area that the rabbit fist occupied was truly terrifying, causing everyone present to be shaken. Loya had no intention of counterattacking and turned to whisper a sentence to Life's ear irresponsibly. This is trouble you caused, Hugo. You guys really have no loyalty at all. The beast's voice had become somewhat harsh and impatient. Those fools who always look down on rabbits do not know that rabbits have extremely strong reproductive abilities. Then it put all its strength into its legs and jumped high, and as long as it survives, a genius will always appear. The rabbit fist shouted angrily, and that genius will lead the entire tribe to the top. Team Life, each in a different direction, tried to escape from the affected area as quickly as possible. Loya felt that the situation had become a little disadvantageous and hurriedly drew her bow. Damn it, I can't take it anymore, die. But immediately received a word of dissuasion from her teammate. Wait. Life put a hand on her shoulder, smiling and advising. I know you still have an ultimate move, but if you use that ultimate move, how much strength will you have left? Trust me, I can handle it. Then he turned to call another colleague, Barto. He was now looking very excited. Really? You only look for me when you need me? Then how can it be called brotherhood? While life was still very serious, stop talking nonsense. In a moment when I attack the rabbit fist, you go to the stairway entrance. Vittoria was surprised to hear this. What are you planning to do? But only received a blunt answer. Don't worry, I have my own plan. The two sides held their stances. In front of them was the rabbit fist. Still angry. Ready, here I come. According to the plan, Life would take the initiative to rush up first and directly fight the monster. Two large sources of power intersected, causing Life to be sent flying. The rabbit fist, on the other hand, seemed to still be full of energy and used its hind legs to firmly grip the ground. Vitolia fiercely charged from behind with the intention of a surprise attack. So that is it, you calculated the point where it would retreat, right? He powerfully waved his arm. Then I will take this gift, paralyzing claws. Only when the rabbit fist truly fell did the three people stop. After a brief examination of Life's condition, you are really amazing. To think of this method, its power is indeed extremely large, but the speed that rabbits always pride themselves on became slow. That is why I found the weakness. The rabbit fist slumped in a pool of blood, constantly groaning, I can't die, I can't die. If I die, then the rabbit fist tribe will really end. It unconsciously recalled the time before, when the rabbit fist was training in the forest. He politely called out, Elder. When he saw the person approaching, he slowly offered a few words of praise. What a diligent junior. If you were not born in our tribe, you would definitely become a powerful illusion beast. The monster listened and put its hand on its chest, expressing its determination. Elder, even though I am a rabbit, I also believe that I can become a powerful illusion beast. By that time, our rabbit fist tribe will no longer be the lower class. The old elder smiled kindly. Having confidence is good, but our tribe has never had a rabbit reach the king level. The limitation of species is what keeps us at the bottom of society forever, only able to become food, unless... The rabbit fist repeated the word in surprise. Unless what? Unless we sign a contract with a human, and grow up with a human. But what human would want to sign a contract with a weak illusion beast, like us? It is all just an illusion. A few days later, the rabbit race suffered a brutal attack. The fist rabbit hugged the old elder and burst into tears. Rabbit, our whole tribe places their hope on you. I believe that you can definitely lead the whole tribe up. Each sound of lamentation was heart-wrenching, Elder. But the situation could no longer be salvaged, and Fist had to beg the humans. Please sign a contract with me. I am very strong, I can do many things. But only received ridicule. Rabbits are just pets. Who would bother to sign a contract with a weak fist rabbit? They walked and happily discussed with each other. That is right. It is better to make grilled rabbit than that. Fist could only helplessly kneel on the ground. As expected, our tribe could only be the lowest class for our whole lives, damn it. While feeling sad, he suddenly noticed a shadowy figure flickering behind the grass, secretly watching everything. It turned out to be a boy who was smiling brightly. I am willing to sign a contract with you. Are you willing to be my friend? Fist did not expect his luck to be so great, and accepted the proposal. With all sincerity, I am willing. The joy did not last long, and suddenly a figure came from afar, and pushed the boy to the ground, insulting him. What a poor wretch! With only a few pennies, oh, there is a rabbit, take it away to kill and eat tonight. Because he tried to protect his benefactor, Fist was also implicated. Don't, he is my friend. He did not show any mercy, but almost used more force than before. Finally, he left annoyed, still huffing. Again, my mood was ruined by this piece of trash. Let us go. The boy, although very painful, still cared about the Fist rabbit. Rabbit, are you okay? I can't stand it anymore. From now on, I can't be by your side anymore. You have to live well. He hugged the boy tightly, wailing with each stifled sob. Why is it always like this? I can't protect my tribe. I can't protect my master. I am useless. Useless? How can I become strong? If only I could become strong. To avenge my master, to fight for my tribe, I am willing to pay any price. As if heaven pitied the fate of Fist, a gentle voice rang out. Are you really willing to pay any price? I have an experiment. But there will be a risk of death. Snow Woman said with a smile. But if you overcome it, you will gain extremely powerful power. How about it? Wanna try? Feeling the pain when the needle pierced deep into the skin. Therefore, Fist's body immediately became brave several times over. I succeeded. I am only one step away from the king level. I have a feeling. The next experiment I will succeed, becoming the first king level illusion beast of the tribe. Snow Woman listened and explained gently. This is only the beginning of the experiment, I guarantee. With the following experiments, You will definitely achieve what you want. But now there are people who want to destroy my experiment. I need you to stop them. Returning to the present, Fist stood up thanks to his luck. I can't die. I can't die. I want to break through. To become a king-level illusion beast. I want to gain power. The team of 3 were confused and stunned. Are you kidding? His head is pierced, and he can still stand up. Fist suddenly grabbed a few strands of grass and brought them to his mouth, chewing noisily. Batolia noticed that the wound was healing and was completely shocked. No way. It can also recover. That is not right. There is something wrong with this grass. Loya rubbed her chin, frowning and looking serious. I did not pay attention before. Now, smelling carefully, this grass has a faint bloody smell. Life slowly understood. This bloody smell is very familiar. Could it be? Fist became even more crazy, constantly muttering, I want to be strong, I want to be strong, I want to become stronger than all illusion beasts. I want to become a king-level illusion beast. I want to avenge. I want everyone to be afraid of me. Seeing that his mind seemed to have been completely occupied by resentment, Loya thought in panic, this rabbit has gone crazy. Let us go up there. He is only destroying the first floor now. No, if we leave now, they will definitely die. The 2 allies looked at him with puzzled faces. Life looked at the green grass. Yes, he said in a deep voice, exposing what was hidden here, are under the stones of this tower. They are the food of this grass. Fist hit the ground with his strong fist, frantically muttering, I want everyone to be afraid of me. Observing the stream of power emanating from his body, he could see that he was almost going crazy. I want all those who look down on me to pay the price. At this time, Life ignored the worries of his teammates, and calmly stepped forward to persuade. Have you not destroyed enough? Haven't you heard the cries from under the courtyard? Fist truly became confused at this moment. What are you saying? He raised his face slightly, his tone somewhat mocking. When you bled, I smelled the scent of your blood, which is exactly the same as these grasses. And now, I am even more certain. You are consuming their lives to exchange for your own strength. As if to confirm his words, he suddenly punched the cold grass floor with most of the power he possessed. Fist's body swayed and underground, where the cracks were opening wider. Because of the battle, countless individuals of the same kind with pale skin were revealed. All of them had long fallen into a state of unconsciousness. If they were not rescued in time, they would completely lose their lives. Life angrily tried to persuade, I can feel the emotions of the illusion beasts. Even if you suck their strength dry, they do not resent you. They hope you can succeed. But what about you? You have betrayed them, seen them as food, to nourish your strength. Fist became tongue-tied and stammered to argue, No, that is not it, the Snow Woman adult. She said that she has grown a kind of grass that can increase strength. I do not know at all. She did these things. Finally, he could only sit, slumped on the ground in despair. How could it be like this? The mournful words rang out. The monster was now helpless, only knowing how to blame himself. Can't our Rabbit Fist tribe really become strong? Life took the initiative to approach, spreading his arms wide, his appearance firm. You still do not understand. Snow Woman has lied to you. She used the blood of your tribesmen to nurture these grasses in order to enhance your strength. He firmly emphasized that her purpose is to want you to serve her, even become her experimental subject, and also, his next words caused Fist to widen his eyes in surprise. Don't you realize, you have actually reached the king level? Life bent down and gently placed a hand on its head. Illusion beasts are one of the most magical creatures in the world. They can turn dreams into reality. As long as you constantly train your body, keep the area of belief, the illusion force will give back to you. Your body has actually reached the limit, but you sowed a thought in yourself that, if there is no external force, I will not be able to break through. That is the reason why you cannot become a king-level illusion beast. Perhaps this was the second time Fist felt that he was being treated so well, so he stopped crying. Suddenly, as if enlightened, Fist suddenly stood up. I feel it. My whole body is full of strength. It somersaulted in the air a few times. Then, it landed safely on the stairs leading to the top of the tower. The terrible speed affected the team of 3 a lot. What a powerful aura, this is truly a king-level illusion beast. Batolia questioned his friend incredulously. No way, Life, are you helping the enemy get stronger? Which side are you on? Fist clapped his hands together and bowed his head to thank. Because of the power I lost my faith, and almost killed countless compatriots. Thank you for finally letting me find my faith again. Life stepped onto the stairs and asked curiously, Are you still planning to stop me? Fist understood everything, turned his back, and wanted to disappear. Snow Woman lied to me, but she did help me overcome the most critical moment. I do not intend to confront her, so I will lead the people in the tribe away from here. Seizing the opportunity, Life decided to express the doubts he had in his heart for a long time. Then what is this place after all? What is that equipment after all? Fist replied while gathering a number of his kind into a large bag. I do not know what that equipment is. Snow Woman has gathered a group of illusion beasts and magical beasts to protect that equipment. It powerfully carried the bag, which was several times larger than its body, on its shoulder. Complaining uncomfortably, Why is it so heavy? She promised that she would give us extremely great power in the future. Fist smiled brightly and left his last words before saying goodbye. I have to go, you three take care. The road to the top is not easy. When only the team of three were left, Life rubbed his chin, showing a pensive expression. Who is this snow woman? How can she gather so many illusion beasts and magical beasts close to the king level? Loya immediately gave him a punch from behind, her face showing an angry look. If you do not know, then do not pretend to understand. Barto, you know a lot of knowledge. You talk. He immediately obeyed and seriously presented. Snow Woman is an extremely rare and powerful humanoid illusion beast. Legends say that they have the ability to make others sober, summon snowstorms, and help the mind to calm down. It is said that the illusion beast of the king of Molan is a snow woman. Life listened and carefully re-examined the problem. Then we have judged wrongly. The person who studied this kind of medicine is not a human, but an illusion beast. Vitolia loudly judged. If you say that, it could be right. Some illusion beasts have wisdom no less than humans. Another question was raised. If it is an illusion beast, then what is the purpose of researching these medicines? Loya could not bear it anymore, and brutally punched both of their heads. I do not care who is researching that thing. Those frogs dared to shoot me just now. I will skin them, and grill them all. Too scared of her fist power, the two of them very sensibly raised an arm high, vowing, We are going upstairs to take revenge for you. The space inside the tower was very large. Life looked around with a bewildered expression. It is strange. Rabbit Fist said that Snow Woman has gathered a group of illusion beasts and magical beasts. Why is there no movement at all? Life was like he was having his period, and had been uncomfortable and urging continuously from just now. If there are not any, then hurry up. Life alone remained in place, telling himself, I feel like something is wrong. Without paying attention, that behind his back, a source of dark power was sneaking through each stone slab. It followed the path of the team silently. Loya, leading the way, loudly announced, There is a fork in front, 3 paths. Which path will you choose? They carefully observed each gate, with 3 different colors. Loya suddenly whispered to discuss with her 2 teammates, the voice just now and this gate. What do you guys think? Vitolia hugged his forehead, trying to concentrate. Let me think. It seems that when I was little, I heard a story like this. He began to enthusiastically recount. A child who gets lost in the deep forest will alarm the devil in the forest. Vitolia continued the unfinished words. The devil will take the opportunity to ask the child a question. If they answer correctly, they will receive the devil's reward. If there is a reward, there must be a punishment. But if they answer incorrectly, they will be imprisoned by the devil forever, never seeing the sunlight again. Loya was once again provoked to anger and rushed up to grab Vitolia's collar. Don't tell ghost stories at this time. He hurriedly begged for mercy. I am wrong. She was so angry that she wanted to explode. I was in a good mood, and this guy scared me to death. Life saw the tense situation and waved his hand to mediate. Okay, do not be angry anymore, big sister. What do you decide? Loya pondered for a while and pointed in one direction. In this situation we can't be divided. Follow the middle path. She cautiously pushed the door open. The large iron door slowly opened, emitting a dazzling light. But at the same time, it also caused a huge dark figure to appear. Loya was extremely frightened, and shouted loudly, It is really a devil. Life was forced to use both hands to resist before the power of the raging storm. A moment later, when the wind passed and left a silent space, he was startled. This is the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Are we back to the staircase that we went up at the beginning? Loya stubbornly did not bother to let his words enter her ears. I can't believe it. She was determined to open the door again. Haven't I escaped yet? Then, she spread her pure white wings and ran quickly towards the target. Loya put all her strength in the front, and behind her, the 2 allies were still stunned. But life is not like a dream. Even if she used how many ways, she was still absolutely sent flying behind. Why are we back here again? Not accepting defeat so easily, Loya immediately drew her bow and shot continuously at the door. What the hell is this? You quickly show your face to me. Both of them witnessed this and were sweating cold, taking turns pushing each other. You persuade her. Shut up, do you want me to die faster? But then the 2 looked at each other in confusion. If we can't get up, then how are we going to destroy the equipment up there? You just mentioned the devil in the forest. Is there any way to deal with it? Vitolia rubbed his chin, revealing a pensive expression. I remember hearing that a child escaped home. That devil told him to choose between the candy on the left or the right, but the child stole both candies at the same time, and the devil turned into a black ball and ran away. After listening, Life suddenly felt confused. So, that devil is so weak. He gave a firm denial. It is definitely not strong. Otherwise, why would it only dare to deal with children? But maybe it is also special, so children have gone missing. Life calmly made a suggestion. If that is the case, we can try. Just then, Loya behind them was extremely uncomfortable, shouting loudly, Hey, you guys, have you come up with a way? Life stepped up first without hesitation. I have an idea. Let us try it together. He pointed to the 3 large gates and requested. We use the strongest attack. Aiming at the large gate, there is no other way. Loya sighed, dejectedly, but still complied. All right, we have to try it once anyway. She immediately used a very familiar move, violent arrows. And then 2 teammates also showed their skills in turn. First Batolia, with paralyzing claws. And finally, Life with a powerful punch, 12 consecutive impact fist. The gate could not withstand such powerful attacks, so cracks appeared on the surface. But not just one, all 3 doors showed signs of breaking apart. Life's face relaxed slightly, waiting for something to happen. But suddenly, something very strange wriggled and flew past his eyes. And when he looked up, he suddenly panicked when the ceiling had completely turned into desert sand. However, unlike ordinary sand, they were clumped together and gradually tended to drip. Next, it fell with a thud on the ground like a pile of goo, and then rose again. Looking at the extremely strange shape of what was in front of her, Loya could not help but blurt out, "What the hell is this again?" At this time Batolia suddenly realized, could it be Mud Homunculus? Mud Homunculus is an illusion beast, even weaker than Rabbit Fist, usually only the size of a fist. The more he said, the more panicked he became. It usually sticks to children's shoes or clothes to play pranks, but it is almost impossible to cause harm. But this one in front of us is too big for normal, and its aura is about to reach the king level. The monster listened to this and rubbed its head, appearing smug. How did you guys find out? I thought my illusion was the most perfect. Life replied with a casual attitude. Because these 3 doors are too redundant, the tower outside is very new, obviously built quickly to start that device. He concluded with countless evidence. If that is the case, why build 3 useless doors? There is only one explanation. It is an illusion. The monster suddenly laughed, provocatively. That is a pretty smart plan, kid, but how do you know how to break the illusion? As if hitting the spot, Life enthusiastically talked all the way. Because, the story of the devil in the forest, I always thought that if the snow woman could make low-level illusion beasts stronger, then could the guardian of this place be a low-level illusion beast? He faced the huge creature in front of him without any fear. The devil in the forest is weak, so it can only make children choose. When a child is greedy, it will not have enough illusion force to maintain the illusion and be forced to run away. So, are we only facing a forest devil that is larger than normal? Finally, the most optimal method appeared. So we used the greatest power to destroy all 3 doors at the same time. Creating a new illusion takes time, and that is when you show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster immediately flew up. That is right, Naughty Mud will turn into a forest devil when it grows up, but when I grow to my level, I become the king of illusions. That is the power that the snow woman has given me. You guys keep wanting to climb to the top of the tower, but in fact you are just running around in the illusion I created. Loya was fed up with this lengthy talk, and decisively went straight to the problem. No matter what you are, now that you have shown your face, we will destroy you. Naughty Mud's face was clearly excited. Okay, let us play. I hope you guys will make me happy. With that, it fired countless small streams of sand towards the team of 3. Because they were sand, they easily changed their shape into hands for easy action. Amidst dozens of sand hands reaching out, Loya still deftly avoided them all. Suddenly, a large hand secretly approached from behind her. Although she was a little startled, she still destroyed it perfectly. Loya struggled to stand in the sea of sand, pouting and complaining. What a disgusting thing, damn it, I can't use my full strength here. When she saw the 2 men in the team had already quickly jumped onto some nearby pillars, she raged non-stop. What are you 2 doing? Rush up together and destroy that disgusting thing. Life and Batolia shouted to explain, Big sister, we can't even protect ourselves. We can't fight this monster here. I did not expect a low-level illusion beast like Mud Homunculus to be so strong. When it is big, what should we do? Naughty Mud was still very fond of this new form of entertainment, and quickly urged them. Come on, are not you playing with me, you guys? Like this is not fun. Batolia was clinging to the pillar while analyzing this monster. This thing has a body like mud. Even if we hit it, it won't cause much damage. Life on the pillar next to him came up with an idea. Barto, if it wants to play, then we will let it play big. He glanced at the other person, his voice carrying a little worry. What are you planning to do? Life suddenly gave up his safe position and forcefully grabbed his collar and dragged him along. Believe in yourself, you are the key. Ignoring the screams of the other person, don't. He used all his strength to throw Batolia down while calling out the name of his teammate, Loya. Catch him. She was still stunned and did not understand what was happening, so she did not have time to catch her teammate. By the time Loya caught him, Batolia had already fallen heavily to the ground. However, she still used one hand to grab his arm, and the other hand to grab his calf. Then, Loya lifted Batolia's entire body off the ground while the other party panicked extremely. Naughty Mud had also transformed into a sand tornado and was approaching the 2 of them. Seizing the opportunity, Life shouted while concentrating his strength into his fist. It is now. He had long realized the weakness of the enemy, Your body is too big. Attacking anywhere does not cause much damage. What if we aim straight for the head? Instead of rambling, Life directly gave Naughty Mud a punch to the face. 12 consecutive impact fist. And this time, there was an additional follow-up move. Yet that monster was still not hurt at all. On the contrary, it seemed quite pleased. That is really interesting. That is really fun. Naughty Mud began to inhale a large amount of breath. Then, it reached the limit, and its entire body swelled up. Batolia's voice was suspicious. Did it succeed? Loya replied. Probably. She used her hand to shield the dirt. It is probably dead. Meanwhile, Life was shivering. I feel so cold. At this time Naughty Mud had returned to its original shape. My head is the core, containing the illusion force. Attacking my head, that is not a bad idea. But what are you going to do with the dispersed illusion force? The three of them fell into an illusion, where they were hugging each other tightly, to share a little warmth, to alleviate the cold. Slime was constantly flowing down the floor. I used the dispersed illusion force to create a world of ice and snow. Then it combined into its old shape. There, you will feel bone-chilling cold. Can you escape? Inside the illusion, Batolia was annoyed. Damn it, this mud homunculus is really troublesome. How can we defeat it? Beside him, Loya snapped. Stop complaining. You two quickly think of a way. While Life was shivering with a runny nose, he comforted, try to hold on. As long as we persevere, we will win. The more she listened, the more annoyed she became. Persevere my ass. If we do not find a way, we will be frozen into ice statues. Suddenly the clouds gradually dispersed, and warm sunshine also appeared. Loya looked up with curious eyes. What is happening? Did we do something? At this time, Life smiled triumphantly. It seems, I was right. Naughty Mud had also discovered that something was wrong. Cracks gradually appeared on the mirror above the three of them. Seeing this, its face looked confused. What? What is happening? My illusion is unstable. As soon as it finished speaking, the mirror shattered into pieces. Life calmly stood up. It is over. He smiled brightly. We won. Meanwhile, Batolia was still curious. What happened? What did we do? Over here, Naughty Mud loudly questioned. No way. What did you do? Why was my illusion broken? Life approached to explain. We did not do anything. You defeated yourself. Its face became angry. Nonsense. How could I defeat myself? He kindly added. You still do not understand. Your strength was forcibly increased by the Snow Woman, so you almost can't control your own strength. Illusion force is a magical power, but if you can't control it, it will lose control. At this time, Naughty Mud realized, it was just now. Life's eyes showed triumph. That is right, we shook your illusion force core, making your already poor control even worse. Without the ability to control, how can you create a perfect illusion? Just wait until your illusion force loses control. You have lost. It was extremely angry. No way, I am the king of illusions. How can I not control the illusion? Let me show you my most perfect illusion, the door of darkness. Without letting Naughty Mud say another word, Life raised his fist to attack. Being hit in the chest, it screamed in pain. The powerful punch pushed Naughty Mud's entire body backwards. It crashed into the wall and slowly fell down. The surrounding black air gradually flew out. At this time, Naughty Mud screamed in fear. My power is gone. Life approached in front of it. Because it does not belong to you in the first place. Power is just an appearance. If you do not know how to control it, you will lose it. Naughty Mud's tears flowed in streams. You do not come near me. Then he rubbed his head to encourage. Go and practice controlling your power. Otherwise, you will become a weak illusion. Beast again, I look forward to the day you control your power and play another game together. This care came so unexpectedly, it stopped crying and stuttered, you. Immediately Naughty Mud stood up resolutely. I will practice really hard. By that time, you won't be able to win me. With that, it turned into a pool of mud and quietly left. Noticing that there was something different in Loya's eyes, Life asked, is there something on my face? She crossed her arms. Nothing. Just did not expect you to be so gentle with illusion beasts. His face became happy. Thanks to Xiao Bai, I can feel the emotions of illusion beasts. Mud Homunculus is just an illusion beast that likes to play pranks. It can become a good friend. After finishing the work, Life stepped on the stairs. Let us go. We will help you take revenge. Go hit the frog that attacked you. Loya replied. I know. A ray of warmth rose in her heart. This idiot probably does not realize his special gentleness, whether it is a magical beast or an illusion beast. It is very easy to make friends with him. The three of them stepped into a large door together. Something on the ceiling made them pay attention. It was a luminous ball that appeared right above their heads. From that ball, a giant frog appeared. Loya's eyes had already seen it. King-level magical beast, 7-colored toad. As soon as she finished speaking, she was hit by one of its attacks. Get out of the way. 7-colored toad shouted loudly. Who are you, dare to break into the Ruby Tower? Loya's aura was also not small. You still ask who I am? Did not you use a large ice drill to attack me in the tower just now? Its voice was a little disdainful. So it is a thief. The ruby is very important. I won't let you steal it. Not only that, Seven-Colored Toad also appeared excited. Snow Woman Adult told me to guard this ruby. My people have not had a good meal for a long time. It seems that today, we can have a sumptuous feast. At this time, it lowered its body to gain momentum. Then it jumped up high and shouted, "My people!" and then ordered, "Catch your prey." Immediately the mouths of the small frogs simultaneously spat out sharp ice shards. Batolia appeared panicked. What the hell? The previous floors only had one illusion, beast guarding. Why is there a group now? Life hurriedly interrupted. Stop talking nonsense, run away quickly. While he was speaking, I think, is it easier to break through from the outside? He was opposed by Life. We do not seem to be able to go out. While Loya appeared irritable. Then think of another way. What are you standing there for? The three of them ran together to the door, and found that a stream of air had arrived faster. And then it resolutely closed the large door. At this time Life was also helpless. Look, we can't get out at all. He wants to turn us into his dinner. Batolia shook his shoulders in confusion. Then you guys think of a way. I do not want to be eaten. Then, Life changed his posture, and decided to fight. If we can't escape, then we can only counterattack. I have a move. As long as we hit, we will definitely win. But he was immediately blocked by Loya in front. Your move will cause great damage to the body. Let me do it. Beside them, Batolia hurriedly urged, if you have any moves, then use them quickly. Do not be humble anymore. Life's eyes became serious. Let me do it. Your move has very strange side effects. If my move does not work, then you take action later. At this time, his voice became helpless. Okay, so I do not have an ultimate move, but you guys hurry up and take action, otherwise tonight we will really become food for the frogs. And then, Life nimbly jumped up and rushed towards the froglets. At the same time, he gathered strength on his palm. Xiaobai's image fiercely appeared behind Life's shoulder. At this time, his voice became decisive. 13 consecutive impact fist. Immediately, Xiaobai's figure became larger, rushing forward under Life's direction. Then it quickly bit the Seven-Colored Toad's neck. The froglets saw this and cried out in fear. Batolia widened his eyes in surprise. 13 consecutive punches. This power is much stronger than the previous 12 punches. This is the ultimate move he has realized. At the same time, Loya also had to praise. Not bad. This is the move he realized during training in the underground arena. To be precise, it is the move that he and Xiaobai have realized. At that time, on one side she only knew how to sit silently and helplessly, while on the other side, Xiaobai was constantly barking to protect his master. Mozafi held the large sword against Life's shoulder. How is this possible? He knelt below and wondered. My 12 consecutive punches were so easily broken. So he drew his sword and stuck it hard on the floor. Mozafi crossed his arms. Your 12 consecutive punches are indeed a good technique, but it lacks resonance with the illusion beast. Not only that, he also alluded to Life's illusion beast. No matter what the situation, do not forget, we never fight alone. His eyes widened, carefully pondering each word of teaching. Fighting with the same illusion beast is our true way of fighting. Immediately he closed his eyes to prepare for the next attack. Xiaobai also jumped onto Life's head, and both concentrated their minds. His clothes had now been changed. At this time, Life put all his strength into his fist. Then he threw a punch forward. At the same time, Xiaobai's figure also became larger. I have felt our true power. Life rushed towards Mozafi to attack. Try this move. This is the power of me and Xiaobai working together. 13 consecutive punches. Witnessing all this, he sighed in his heart. What a terrible power. I have to block it immediately. No, I can't block it. I have to avoid it. However, Mozafi only had time to dodge to the side to avoid. That blow brought a terrible power. He moved behind Life and clapped his hands in praise. Congratulations. Then patted his shoulder to encourage. If you can master this move, then on this Braid continent, you are qualified to be considered a strong man. Returning to reality, Batolia was sulking in a corner, blaming, obviously we all participated in special training, why do you all have ultimate moves? The next second he was full of enthusiasm. No, after going back, I will also do hellish training and create my own ultimate move. Seeing this, Loya itched and shouted, don't be impulsive anymore, hurry up and carry Life over here. Immediately, Batolia went to the drowsy Life. Really, you still try so hard with such a big side effect, all the glory has been stolen by you. He hugged the tired Xiaobai and sat up. I am still not proficient, now my whole body is aching, the rest is up to you, no problem, right? Batolia appeared confident. Just leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he put Life's arm on his shoulder and helped him walk. Suddenly, something happened that caught his attention. Why is it so hot? Suddenly, while Life was curious, what happened? The Seven-Colored Toad had changed above. Its figure gradually turned bright red and then jumped down for a second attack. Seven-Colored Toad, landed right between the three of them. That was really painful just now, but I am a king-level magical beast. It opened its mouth and sucked a huge stream of hot air into its mouth. King level is the king of the race. There are no weaknesses. At this time, Bittolia quickly carried Life on his shoulder and ran. Why can a frog breathe fire? Is there any justice left in the world? Loya also spread her wings and flew. You think why they are called seven-colored toads? He could not help but be confused. Why? She explained to Bittolia, seven-colored toads are high-level magical beasts. When they reach the king level, they will activate lightning, flame, ice, poison gas, petrification, water wave, rock and steel, a total of 7 transformations. His face looked horrified. If it is so strong, what is the point of fighting anymore? Let us break the door and run away. Suddenly, a large rock rushed out behind them, followed by the long tongue of the seven-colored toad, reaching out. It wrapped tightly around one of Bittolia's legs. Beside him, Life urged. Barto, you idiot. Use all your strength. Otherwise we will be eaten. Damn it. Why do not you use all your strength? At this time, Loya flew up with the image of a snow eagle. Enough, king of the seven-colored toad. With your strength, why are you willing to work for the snow woman? Maybe we can talk. At this time, seven-colored toad looked up and realized, magical beast. Then, its voice seemed reluctant. I do not know why you have the aura of a magical beast, but you can't solve our problem. Our race has a large number, but very little intelligence. Now, except for me, no one can grow to the king level anymore. Immediately, seven-colored toad retracted its tongue, and the Snow Queen's medicine can increase the strength of our race. Life tried to persuade, if that is the case, you should not cooperate with the Snow Queen. That made seven-colored toad curious. Why? He gradually approached it. When fighting with the mud, I felt that this is actually a type of medicine that stimulates the potential of the body. In addition, Life warned. But the price to pay is consuming lifespan and reason. Seven-colored toad appeared indifferent. That is not a problem. We magical beasts originally have a long lifespan. His face looked more serious. You still do not understand. This type of medicine is not successful. Life began to get annoyed. The more you use that kind of power, the easier you will fall into madness. Your race originally did not have much intelligence, and you are using this type of medicine. Later, your race will become more and more stupid, until it becomes extinct. Now, seven-colored toad was really panicked. What should I do? What should I do to finish this? Our race is about to be finished. How am I going to explain to my father? Then Life also froze. This is a king-level magical beast. Feeling surprised is that simple. Beside him, Loya raised her hand to her forehead helplessly. In fact, magical beasts in general are very simple, but this frog is really too stupid. But just a second later, its attitude changed. That is not right. What if you lied to me? My father said humans are very cunning. I have to fulfill my promise with the Snow Queen. No one is allowed to enter this place. Seeing this, Loya issued a challenge. If you do not believe it, why not try a compromise? This made seven-colored toad even more curious. Have a compromise. She gave an idea. We have a fight. The loser, take their race away. We take the Snow Queen's things to study. If there are results, we will share a portion with you. We lose, then immediately turn around and leave. Bittolia whispered in Life's ear. Loya is really evil, clearly tempting the big frog to lose to us. Without thinking, it agreed. That is the decision. I won't lose to you, he sighed. It seems this move does not work on the stupid. Seven-colored toad sprayed a large wave towards the three of them, the great flood. This time it was Loya's turn to step forward, it seems. Immediately, she raised her hand to gather spiritual power. I can't hide my skills anymore. Loya's voice echoed, magic restriction field. In an instant, her whole body turned pale. Is it possible? My magic has disappeared. At this time, seven-colored toad shouted in confusion. Thunder, fire, come out for me. Her voice was very proud. Useless. In my field, all types of magic are nullified. We can only fight hand to hand. But then she turned to the other two and roared. You two have not rushed up yet. If we do not win, see how I deal with you. They obediently, yes. The two rushed forward while muttering, Loya, try to endure it. Remembering the special training at this time she was falling freely down. Unconsciously, Loya tried to struggle. No, I do not want to die. I still have things to complete. I have not found my father yet. Her hands began to move again, and gradually regained consciousness. I want to change everything. At this time, Loya flew up with her wings. Number. The wind made Life unable to see anything. What happened? Muzafi panicked. Hey, is this too much? I only gave her a little predestination. Why did it turn into this? When he saw Loya come down, Life ran closer and called, Loya. Her hands hugged her head in pain. My head hurts so much. He called to comfort her. Loya, it is okay now, I am Life. Life turned back and asked Muzafi, Master, what exactly happened to her? He suspected. Perhaps it is her hidden ability. People who have a fusion rate of 100% with the illusion beast all have special abilities. Your special ability is to sense the emotions of the illusion beast, and her ability is stronger. She can restrict the magic of others. His face worried. But if it is her ability, then why did it become like this? In addition, Mozafi speculated. I do not know what Loya has experienced before, but definitely, it is an extremely painful past. For some reason, she has limited her talent herself. And I did not know the situation, giving her predestination, leading to her starting to lose control. This is an extremely powerful ability, but I do not recommend using it. So, because every time she uses it, she will have to recall the things she deliberately forgot. If she can't bear that pain, she can become crazy. Therefore, he gently rubbed Loya's head. As a master, I hope you, even if you are not strong, all return safely. Returning to reality, she was urging the other two. Hurry up! I can't stand it anymore. Batolia's voice was a little jealous. Restricting magic, you guys. Ultimate moves are all so abnormal. Once again, he was interrupted. Don't talk too much. I attack in front. You attack behind. As for Seven-Colored Toad, it fired its long tongue at the two of them to attack. As long as I eat you, my magic ability will return, right? Loya stood in the distance, watching nervously. Wildlife had caught the Seven-Colored Toad's long tongue. Its appearance seemed angry. I am angry. Do you think the power of my king-level magical beast is not greater than yours? He replied with a smile. No, your power far exceeds me. But how can a person lift himself up? Seven-Colored Toad could not understand. What do you mean, suddenly? Life shouted loudly, Barto! Immediately, Batolia jumped on his back, coming. Then he attacked with a sharp hand. Batolia scratched Seven-Colored Toad hard. Being hit, it trembled, and tears welled up in great pain. While Seven-Colored Toad jumped up shouting, It hurts! Life realized that the time had come. It is now. He controlled it with its own tongue. You see, no matter how great your power is, if you are bound by your own tongue, you can't struggle out. At this time, Life launched an attack. Now let us see how many punches you can withstand. Seven-Colored Toad begged, Don't. But it was useless, and was still beaten badly by him. 12 consecutive impact fist. Realizing that the time was ripe, Loya took out her bow to assist Life. She raised her bow to threaten, There is no time to waste with you. Tell me, are you convinced now? The red gem on the top of the tower, what exactly is it? And then, Seven-Colored Toad fell to the floor. Do you want to do it? Or not? It sobbed motionless. I only know that the Snow Queen heard that she had found a way to increase her strength quickly, and is doing experiments. Besides that, I really do not know anything. Loya pretended to threaten, Take your race and get out of here, immediately. Right now. That was enough for Seven-Colored Toad to agree with tears in its eyes. Okay, we will leave immediately. It angrily shouted at the froglets, What are you guys crowding for? I will go first. Then they jumped on Seven-Colored Toad's back and left together. Life looked at this scene and wondered. I always feel that the Snow Queen entrusting them to keep such an important thing is a wrong decision. At this time, Loya frowned and urged, Don't care about those idiots anymore. Come up here first. Outside, Life observed the fireball. I feel that there is an extremely powerful force that seems to be being conceived. Batolia also agreed. I also have a bad premonition. Then she gradually approached. This must be what caused the chaos. And Loya reached out her hand to take the fireball. Let us go back to Ink City and hand this thing over to Kalias. Unexpectedly, it flew up into the air, causing her to be stunned. It headed towards the place containing the swirling, eerie air. Without a second of hesitation, her wings spread out and quickly followed. Where are you running? Suddenly, it stopped and circled around Loya. That was enough to make her stagger. I feel a little dizzy. Achieving its purpose, the fireball flew high into the sky. Batolia's face was surprised. That thing disappeared. Life looked up. Does it count as us completing the mission? Suddenly, Loya appeared angrily. Of course not. Besides not understanding everything yet. She shouted loudly, You think we will go back and report to Calais and he will believe us? Both immediately knelt down. Yes, that is right. Then you tell us what to do. Loya pointed behind. You guys look over there. Looking from afar, it was like a large stone lying alone in the sea. She said, Kalias said that the place where the red mist exploded has 3 places, and at the same time explained, the Northwest Forest, the Sea Cave to the south, and Ink City. Ink City has Calais. We do not need to worry about it, so our next goal is the Sea Cave to the south. A ray of determination flashed in Loya's eyes. I have to see what that red gem is, after all. After that, the 3 of them set foot on the island. The desolation of this place made Life curious. What happened here? Her hand touched the claw marks on the rock. This place should have some giant magical beasts, or illusion beasts living here, but I do not know why they left. The 2 illusion beasts were not idle either. They followed the traces and talked to each other. Life translated their language. Xiaobai and Mimi said that the red mist here feels very thin. Perhaps it has disappeared a long time ago. It seems that the matter that happened here has ended. Let us go back. Loya's foot stomped hard on the seawater. She resolutely walked. I am not willing to go back like this. There must be some clues left here. As soon as she finished speaking, Loya noticed something different. Huh? She sat down and frowned, observing the seawater below. Immediately, Loya quickly realized. I understand. The living creatures here have fled into the underwater cave. If we want to find clues, we have to go into the water to investigate. Life looked at Batolia with a weary expression. But we do not know how to swim. So the two of them were kicked straight into the water by her. So you guys go first, to open the way. Hurry up, do not be so slow. Then the group dived into the sea together. After swimming for a while, they found the entrance to a large cave. The group made eye contact with each other. They understood each other's intentions and swam inside. At the innermost part was a large space filled with air. Life surfaced panting. He looked around curiously. Where is this? Then the three of them walked into the cave together. They curiously explored around. Batolia looked up and sighed. It is really high. While Life found a large footprint, those giant amphibious creatures must be gathered here. Let us go up and try to find them. Suddenly, a sound appeared in the quiet space, causing the group to look over. Life put his hand to his mouth, signaling everyone to be silent. On that side, there was the sound of weapons colliding very fiercely. The three of them hid behind a rock and looked out in surprise. Rias rushed in with his weapon and challenged, Destroyer Jack, you guys of the Furious Storm are not operating on the island. What are you doing here? The guy retracted his weapon with a reluctant voice. How would I know? The team leader only told me to bring these illusion tortoise stones back. Nothing else was said. Life was stunned in his heart. Illusion tortoise stone. This is actually the territory of the illusion tortoise stone. Rias used a strong force to push Jack back. You do not want to talk. Continuing, he rushed forward like an arrow. Then do not blame me for being impolite. The guy was suddenly caught off guard and was hit by an attack from Rias. His hand arrogantly spun his weapon. Jack was injured and knelt on one knee, worthy of being one of the 6S level experts of the Illusion Beast Association, but your current body. But he was still stubborn. How long can you last after all? Then Rias pointed the staff at Jack and threatened, I will give you one last chance, tell me, and I will spare you. The group had been observing for a while and saw his injuries, also surprised. Calais is actually injured. What is going on? At this time, Jack finally smiled proudly. Big mouth. Song, he held the saw and rushed forward fiercely. You really think you can scare me? And powerfully attacked Reyes. Die. He aimed at him and attacked continuously. Do you know why I am called the Destroyer? Because wherever I go, the aftermath caused the surrounding rocks to shatter and fly everywhere. Everything is destroyed by me, Calais. You are no exception. Accordingly, a vortex appeared. You will be crushed by me into pieces. Reyes raised the battle axe and pulled a chain behind him. Then, he threw the weapon into the vortex. Jack saw that he could not guess Reyes's intentions. What are you hitting, Calais? As soon as he finished speaking, his vortex was wrapped around by the chain. And then, the vortex disappeared. Jack inside was tightly bound. What? One end of the battle axe was embedded in the rock wall. He was controlled and shouted, this bastard. Reyes held the other end tightly. You have missed your last chance. If so, I will give you eternal sleep. Goodbye, Destroyer Jack. Immediately, he rushed to where he was standing. And Reyes's foot gave Jack a kick right in the stomach. He flew far away along that momentum. Jack hit a rock and gradually fell down. At this time, Reyes crouched down, his hand clutching a rock. Then he performed a strong jump. In an instant, Reyes appeared in front of Jack. He gritted his teeth, as if wanting to quickly end the match. Die. His face looked horrified. Damn it, I can't block it. His attack powerfully headed straight for Reyes. On the other side, Life could not help but be shocked. What a terrible battle, is it over? Dust flew vaguely, only seeing a figure looming inside. Gradually the dust dispersed. Reyes also appeared, walking with difficulty. He dragged his feet to the rock where the three were hiding and sat down heavily. It is okay, let us go. Life stood up worriedly. What exactly is your injury? Who has the ability to hurt you? What exactly happened in Ink City? At this time the Black King inside the battle axe spoke up. This is not something you should interfere with. This king must now treat Calais. It appeared and requested. You guys now guard by that lake. Before Calais heals, absolutely do not let anyone in. Batolia walked and grumbled. It is really a mouse that knows how to order people around. We came to save you. But the Black King did not care what he said. I was just worried that the moves were too strong and would hurt you. How could that tack soldier withstand 3 moves of ours? Batolia was annoyed, this guy. In order not to argue, Rhea stopped him. Okay, Black King, do not say anymore. Everyone is a teammate. Its voice was a bit harsh. You are kind, should not. We have been harmed like this by our teammates. Speaking of which, he began to get annoyed. Sooner or later I will find her, and ask clearly. Life thought, always feeling, he did not know where to intervene from. Finally, he spoke up. Then, what exactly happened here? Why did you come here? Black King bandaged Rias' stomach while recounting. We had resolved the king-level illusion beast in Ink City, and discovered a red jewel at the highest point. But that red jewel suddenly got into the drain, and disappeared. Then it was to his shoulder. Because some things happened, we thought that the red jewel must be very important, so we wondered if the sea cave in the south, which was unguarded, might have left any clues. It turned to look at the three. But after coming here, we discovered that the red jewel seemed to have appeared in the nearby sea, but the illusion tortoise stone tribe had retreated to this place. In order to investigate the truth, we came here. Black King said non-stop. Here, we met that mercenary. It seems that it is not only because of the red jewel. They are also very interested in the illusion tortoise stone tribe. Hearing this, Life was also curious. Who exactly are these mercenaries? Why are they opposing the Illusion Beast Association? It explained sternly. They are called the Furious Storm Mercenary Group. They are famous mercenaries on the sea. The team leader Luca Kim is known as the Violent Storm God, is a well-known strongman on the mainland, with strength comparable to the 6S level members of our association. Saying that, it still did not forget to turn to carry Reyes on its shoulder. I do not know why the Furious Storm is attacking the Illusion Tortoise Stone, but at the moment, the urgent thing is to heal Calais' wound. As long as he heals, everything will be resolved. The quiet air was broken by the sound of Jack breaking the rocks and climbing out. He jumped up holding his weapon angrily. You old mouse, what did you say? Our team leader is only comparable to your 6S level experts. Jack's power exploded, he roared. Our team leader is the Violent Storm God, you scum. In front of her can only submit, and have no qualifications to resist. Seeing this, Black King also sweated awkwardly. What a terrifying aura, worthy of being one of the three generals, under the Violent Storm God, Destroyer Jack. Even such an attack can be endured. Batolia looked worried. What are you kidding? Just the aura alone exceeds the king-level illusion beast. Loya's voice was awkward. It seems this battle can't be avoided. Fortunately, this guy is injured. At this time, Black King turned back to reassure them. Don't be impulsive. Then it turned to look at him. Jack is a true saint-level expert. Besides me and Kaylee, no one can stop him. Its eyes dimmed with helplessness. It seems, we can only reluctantly rely on Kaylee one more time. Kaylee, huh? Not seeing Reyes move, Black King roared, Kaylee, you idiot. Quickly wake up for this king. Seeing him being slapped on the cheek until it was swollen, Loya only dared to think, how scary, how violent Calais is so pitiful. It called out hopelessly, really, Kaylee? This idiot is unreliable at a critical moment. Behind, she stepped up to ask, aren't you also a saint-level expert? Why do not you take action? Black King's hand pointed at the wound in annoyance. Don't you see this king's wound? Moreover, the Illusion Beast Master can only exert his full strength when merging with the Illusion Beast. It turned to look at Jack, awkwardly. Without Kaylee I am injured, so I can't beat that bastard. Now there is only the last option, it seems. We can only use that move. Jack's entire body was absorbing spiritual energy at this time. Black King stood opposite him, a distance away. At that moment, a black shadow flashed past, causing it to startle and frown slightly. Black King asked to itself, what is this? Meanwhile, Loya was flying at full speed towards Jack and loudly announced, it is just an injured saint level, and you dare to be arrogant. I won't retreat so easily. Loya's body circled once and flew high. Life, Barto, let us go up. Magic restriction field. When Jack saw this, his arm lit up, as if he wanted something to escape outside. Less than a second later, Iron Wire Snake appeared and asked, Jack, why did you release the transformation? He frowned and replied confused, I do not know either. While he was not paying attention, Life had approached from behind, seeing that Jack did not look happy. He gritted his teeth and hissed. Damn it. Life took advantage of the opponent's time and carelessness to gently attack 13 consecutive impact fist. The punch he created violently hit the air, causing the earth and rocks to be thrown up. But before he could be confident for long, Life fell into worry. What? It is not working. Jack was raising his arms to shield but could not hide his smirk. The power is really terrifying. Only a few seconds later, the space returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Jack praised, if I had not reacted in time, I might have been smashed to pieces. Life asked confused, how did you block my attack just now? He kindly replied very carefully, the Illusion Beast Master can use Illusion Force to create shapes and transmit after reaching the saint level. I used Illusion Force to create a conduit, sending all your power into the ground. For saint level experts, brute force has no effect. The method of fighting, the timing, the ability, the strong and weak Illusion Force, all determine the outcome of the match. Speaking of this, he pointed at Life's face and ridiculed, you guys are still very young, your teammates are as useless as you. The finger Jack was pointing at was aimed at Batolia. Seeing him frantically attacking, Ironwire Snake laughed and teased. Still not done. I am about to doze off. Batolia was already exhausted, leaning crookedly against the rock, wiping his sweat. Damn it, why is it so hard? Loya also sighed heavily. Saint-level experts, the gap is still too big. Replay. But before long she hugged her head and screamed, "My head hurts so much!" After a while Loya's eyes became hazy. They slowly closed. Her body automatically plunged to the ground uncontrollably. Life called her name in horror. Loya. Unable to just stand and watch, he immediately stepped on his heels and shot into the air. Fortunately, he caught Loya. She lay still in his arms. But just at this moment, a hand suddenly patted Life's shoulder, and a mocking voice whispered in his ear. Just now, making me and Ironwire disassociate, was this little girl. Jack smiled lightly with interest. What a powerful field. This is the first time I have seen a field that can distinguish between friend and foe, unfortunately. Me and Ironwire are both power types. If it were changed to a mage dependent on illusion force, maybe you could really get past us. But it ends here. While speaking, he opened his palm straight and directed it towards Life. The next second, his arm stretched out loosely like a string, looking very creepy. The string made of Jack's flesh gently flung all four of them, Life, Loya, Black King, and Batolia away. He stood laughing gleefully. The stinky mouse is tired of living, relying on you to want to fight us too, Ironwire Snake also happily said. Snakes eat mice. Is the natural order, it seems. I have an extra meal today. Black King, although small, had a foul mouth, so he did not hesitate to retort. This king's strength, what does it matter for a pile of garbage like you to judge? Now this place is still full of the power of the field, you still can't merge. Its eyes slowly brightened, its pupils rolled. This king will let you see. What is the true power of this king? In the blink of an eye, Black King transformed into a giant bat to fight in its place. Jack chuckled, muttering, "Want to risk your life? This is a bit troublesome." Black King whispered to Batolia at this time, "I will launch an ultimate move later. Listen to my command. I say run is run." "Understand," he replied briefly. "Got it." Having finished speaking, it turned back, raised its arm straight up, and read aloud the incantation. The black mist. Listen to this king's summons. To conclude, it ordered decisively, "Run." Life also ran away reflexively, but he was very puzzled. "Is this your ultimate move?" Black King carried the fainting Reyes, and replied confidently, "This is this king's black mist. With its blessing, our speed can increase by half." While running, it turned its head back to look behind. I do not believe those two who can't merge can catch up to us. Just as it had estimated, the giant bat that had just been there transformed into a thick, black smoke that blocked the view. Jack angrily cursed loudly. Damn it, to be tricked by that stinky mouse again. Unforgivable. He walked forward sullenly. Ironwire, we chase after them. Ironwire Snake let Jack sit on its head, while it took him to chase Life's group. Batolia saw the flickering shadow of the snake and hurriedly shouted, "Big Mouse, they are chasing after us." It uncomfortably blamed them. Damn it, if it was not for carrying heavy burdens like you, this king would have escaped long ago. Life's face froze for a moment, he thought. What is there to be proud of? After running for a while, Batolia discovered again, "Big Mouse, there is no road ahead." Black King replied very sincerely, "But it made people's legs tremble. Just rush straight, you won't die." It also roared fiercely to boost everyone's morale. Charge. Just as Black King said, they safely glided past. For the rest of the way, they would occasionally encounter rocks blocking the way. After running and resting for a while, Black King wearily put Reyes down. Finally, we shook them off. Batolia curiously asked, "Where is this?" Suddenly, the stone cave in front of them emitted a resonant voice. "Welcome, our friends." Loya had also woken up at this time, her eyes slowly open. A large, seemingly kind tortoise slowly walked out. "Welcome to the territory of the Illusion Tortoise Stone tribe." Life held Loya tightly, while his mouth uttered in surprise, "The tortoise is so big." It seemed to be looking at Black King, and chatting, "Senior Cow, this time you really caused me trouble, and yet it seemed to have more status than this great tortoise. Do you still have the face to say, 'I and Calais fought for so long, none of your tribe appeared'?" Saying that, it also pointed its finger and glared, looking very shrewish. "If I had not sensed that you were hiding in the cave, I am afraid I would have died today." "Stop talking nonsense, Banshee. You lead the clansmen out to deal with that bastard for me." Banshee replied awkwardly, "Senior Black King, I am sorry. Our Illusion Tortoise Stone tribe currently has no strength to resist the Saint-level experts anymore." Black King was shocked to hear this. What? What exactly happened? Where is your bloodline? Where is your trump card? A tribe of illusion beasts that was once the overlord of the Westview Island like the Illusion Tortoise Stone. Why has it come to this? Banshee closed its eyes and sadly shook its head. This has to start from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, the patriarch discovered that many young clansmen were missing for unknown reasons, so we expanded the search but gained nothing. Then we began to hide ourselves, but that happened. The patriarch's son went missing. When he returned, beside him was one of the 3 captains of the furious storm, the Red Blood Orzgu. Banshee sadly continued. The young patriarch erupted with strength equal to the saint level, and because we were unprepared, the patriarch was also injured. We panicked, drank medicine and fled, but we were all caught. The person who came was the team leader of the furious storm. While recounting, Banshee imagined the figure of the enemy that year, violent storm god Luca Kim. It turned out that that terrifying woman had researched a type of medicine. This medicine can completely stimulate the bloodline potential of the Illusion Tortoise tribe. The young patriarch used this type of medicine, but she did not care. She wanted to completely enslave us, turning us into war tools. We could not accept it. We desperately resisted. Finally, the patriarch made a shocking decision. Taking advantage of the other party's carelessness, the patriarch and I rushed into the laboratory, planning to swallow all the medicine to activate the bloodline potential. The patriarch and I rushed into the laboratory together, planning to swallow all the medicine to activate the bloodline potential. The patriarch relied on his strong will, temporarily maintaining his sanity, leading us to escape from the furious storm. Thanks to this, we were able to return to this place, but afterwards, the patriarch completely lost his sanity, and I, because I drank less, was able to stay awake, but my body became like this. After finishing, it lowered its head, its voice full of bitterness. Now I temporarily managed the entire tribe. Life stood still looking at it. Suddenly he felt something, his eyebrows raised. Suddenly, Banshee also stretched its neck, its mouth opened, and its eyes widened. The next second, it bit Life's leg, causing him to startle and shout, "It hurts! Let go!" Loya stood watching, her face showing disgust. "Idiot, do not play around." Banshee looked at him and smiled shyly. This is how the Illusion Tortoise tribe expresses friendliness. It seems they value you very much. At this time, Life picked up a small tortoise. "It seems this is the one who bit me. Hey, you guys look behind you." Hearing him say that, everyone reflexively turned their heads back to look and saw a group of small tortoises crying. How did it become like this? Banshee was a little regretful, also a little fond of protecting. I did not expect the Illusion Tortoise to only have these immature kids left. The glory of the past is gone. Black King replied softly, "Okay, stop feeling emotional. Let us talk about the main thing. You must have realized it too, right? I and Kaleas also encountered magical beasts and illusion beasts. Controlled by the red medicine in Ink City, their combat power soared. This type of medicine, if it spreads, can destroy an entire country." The first few sentences were still gentle, until the end. Black King raised its voice full of power. "And you are the tribe with the greatest potential to increase combat power. The Furious Storm will definitely not let you go, therefore you should cooperate with the Illusion Beast Association to face the Furious Storm together. Take out your treasures, strengthen our power. This way, the Illusion Tortoise tribe has a chance to survive." Banshee raised its head and asked with wide eyes, "This?" At the same time they were exchanging, Jack and Ironwire Snake were standing outside the cave entrance. It used its head to hit the wall hard, and Jack shouted, "That is right, Ironwire, I can feel the power of the field weakening. We are about to be able to merge again." In an instant, the merging process took place quickly. Jack stood waiting with a satisfied smile. He had regained his saw blade arm, so he laughed happily. "That is right, the power has returned." Then he quickly slammed the blade hard into the ground. "Stinky Mouse, I am coming to find you." The saw blade had terrible destructive power. It pierced through the thick wall. In just a few seconds, Jack had entered the inside. He exclaimed, "Unexpectedly, it is like this." It turned out he did not expect there to be another wall. Inside he stood, looking at the empty space in front of him, dumbfounded. But Jack did not give up. On the contrary, he was even more eager. "Let me see how many stone doors there are." Black King was still carefully persuading Banshee. "I know in your treasury there are medicines to treat injuries and recover quickly. As long as Kaleas recovers, Jack is nothing. Quickly open the treasury. Do not be stingy anymore. Those stone doors can't stop." Saint-level experts. "Banshee, I and you have been friends for decades. Have I ever lied to you?" Banshee sighed at this time. "I am not stingy. The treasury can only be opened by the king-level bloodline of the Illusion Tortoise Stone or saint-level strength, and I do not have it." Black King anxiously asked worriedly, "Then what should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" Suddenly Banshee knelt down helplessly crying. "Now that things have come to this, there is no point in hiding it. In this cave there is a secret passage built specifically for escape. I will use Illusion Force to open it. After passing through, you will arrive at West Q Island. I only have one request. Take my kids out, continue the bloodline of the Illusion Tortoise tribe. Old friend, can you do it?" Hearing it say that, Black King could not help but be stunned and asked, "You want me to take care of your clansmen then? What about you?" Banshee's face was sad. With tears in its eyes, it hesitated to answer its question. I could not protect my patriarch, causing the illusion tortoise stone tribe to decline to this point. Should not I have died long ago? Don't pity me, old friend. I am a sinner of the illusion tortoise stone tribe. To be able to die at the hands of a saint-level expert is an honor to me. Black King saw that it had answered like this and fulfilled it. A stream of power surrounded it. In the next second, a giant net appeared from the sky and fell down. It easily caught the entire illusion tortoise tribe. They did not dare to resist in the slightest. After completing it, it coldly said to life, "Let us go." As soon as it finished speaking, Black King resolutely left. But he still had something he wanted to ask, so he raised his voice to stop it. Wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to ask Banshee, who was hanging in the air, "On the way to West Q Island we met a dying illusion tortoise stone. It told me to bring this. I hope it is useful to you." Saying that, he took out a jet black gem, emitting a dazzling light. It saw the gem and immediately became stunned, stuttering, "This is, heaven has eyes. Our illusion tortoise stone tribe will not be destroyed. You are the benefactor of the illusion tortoise tribe." Saying that, it turned to look at life. With deep gratitude, he saw that Banshee reacted like this, and became confused, hesitantly asking, "What did I do?" It kindly explained to life, "The jade tear stone is condensed with all the power. It can open the treasury of the illusion tortoise stone tribe. Once the treasury is opened, we can rely on the resources inside to grow quickly and regain our status." He suddenly became surprised after listening. Black King became even more excited. It quickly urged Tortoise Stone Table, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly open the treasury and treat Calais." Banshee's expression suddenly paused, seemingly having something difficult to say. It became confused. "I know, but..." Black King did not say much and decisively interrupted. "What but, old friend? Why are you so hesitant now?" stammering. Banshee was helpless and had to follow Black King's wishes. "You guys follow me. The ugly thing of the illusion tortoise stone tribe, after all, can't be hidden forever." As soon as it finished speaking, they were led to a strange area. It stopped before an abyss, and said to them, "Look down below." Below, a stream of water dyed red with blood, scattered animal skeletons floating around. Suddenly, the water surface had a strong change. An angry tortoise struggled in the water. It faced the place where they were standing, shouting terribly, "You ungrateful people! Wait for me to get out! I will definitely eat you all, chewing until there are no bones left. Release me." The entire scene had been seen by them. Black King spoke up, asking Banshee, "Old friend, that is Patriarch Kunam? Why has he become like that?" It also did not dare to hide it, honestly telling them. After the Patriarch completely lost his mind, his body became deformed, extremely crazy and bloodthirsty. He seemed to never feel full, and began to frantically hunt and kill giant illusion beasts, magical beasts, and sea fish. At that time, the creatures in this sea were almost swallowed by him. In order to save the other living beings, we had no choice but to lock him up here. Suddenly, Kunam caught sight of Black King, and happily looked forward, happily welcoming it. "Black King, you are here. That is great. Did you kill that dog Banshee yet? Quickly release me. Catch something for me to eat full. You will be friends forever with the illusion tortoise stone tribe." But contrary to its expectations, Black King only coldly replied with ridicule, "Patriarch Kunam, you have really been affected by that crazy power, to the point of losing your mind. Otherwise, with your intelligence, you would not say such stupid words. Banshee is my friend. I, Black King, know everything, but I do not betray friends, even if it is a saint level." Kunham at this time was like a drop of water overflowing the cup. It went crazy and continuously cursed them. "You bastards, all bastards, I have to eat you, I have to eat you." Different from its angry and crazy appearance, Black King still calmly turned to ask Banshee, "Old friend, what should we do?" It slowly replied, "When the illusion tortoise stone tribe encounters a great crisis, the royal family will condense the jade tear stone to open the treasury. Ensuring that our tribe can continue to exist, put the jade tear stone into the hollow place, and the gate of the treasury will open." Listening to that, Black King did not dare to waste every second that passed, eagerly speaking to them, "Then what are you waiting for? We will fight that crazy Kunam together, and then open the treasury." Banshee once again interrupted its words. "It is not that simple." But Black King was not someone easily subdued by just a word. It rushed forward fiercely. "Simple or not, let us fight first. I can even beat a saint level outside, can't I beat a paralyzed crazy tortoise?" As soon as it finished speaking, it rushed straight down. In the next second it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Black King became confused, blankly asking, "What is wrong?" At this time, Banshee explained in detail, "There is a magic circle of the illusion tortoise tribe here. Outsiders cannot enter." Life seemed to have understood and spoke up. "Only those who are qualified, passing the test, can enter the treasury." It continued his words, "If it was normal, I would arbitrarily arrange a test for you to enter. But now, below is only the Patriarch. You have to face it alone." Banshi's eyes were fixed on life. Suddenly he understood the meaning in its words, and pointed at himself in surprise. Me. Black King, standing on the side, could not bear it, and spoke up. Hey old friend, you are joking a bit too much. You are making this kid go and defeat Patriarch Kunham. No way. Kunham is a venerable illusion beast of the saint level. This kid? Train for 10 more years. But Banshi was completely serious, its eyes filled with sadness and helplessness. I am not joking. To open the treasury, only he can defeat the Patriarch alone. Although the Patriarch is saint level, he is currently hungry. At most he only has 1/10 of his power left. Moreover, he has lost his mind. There is still a chance. Even so, Black King still resolutely refused to let life fight. No, I brought them here, so I have to take them out safely. It is too dangerous. As soon as it finished speaking, it went to him and slowly ordered. Kid, according to the original plan, retreat, give up the treasury, safety is more important. Loya also anxiously stepped forward to advise him. That is right. Life, quickly retreat. If you do not leave, Jack will come, and you won't be able to escape. The moment her hand touched him, she suddenly stopped. Loya seemed to want to say something more, but it did not seem to come out into words. Suddenly Life's face changed, happily saying, everyone, I want to try once. In the next second, Loya immediately rushed forward and shook him violently, then angrily shouted, Are you crazy? That is a saint level. You will die. The Illusion Beast Association is not worth risking your life like this. Life was shaken until his whole body was dizzy, but he was still determined to persuade them. But I really like the Illusion Beast Association. When I was young, I always wanted to be a hero, but in the end I became a social slave. Coming to this place, although I am not a hero, I have joined the Illusion Beast Association. In the process of receiving missions and helping others, I feel like I am getting closer to my dream. The Illusion Tortoise Stone is our friend. We can't not help, moreover, helping them. Maybe I can also know the plan of the Furious Storm. Would not that be good? The expression on his face when he said those words was so gentle and happy. It seemed that even Banshee was moved by life. It suddenly spoke. No matter what, the Illusion Tortoise Stone tribe will always be your friend, whether you pass the test or not. The Illusion Tortoise Stone tribe is extremely grateful. Life happily waved goodbye to them. Then I am going. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed straight down alone. At this time, Loya's attendant slowly spoke. Big sister, should not we persuade him a little more? She heard him say that, and became angry. Persuade what? That idiot likes to be a hero. That kind of person is worth dying. That guy, after being scolded, but still retorted, Big sister is so scary. On the other hand, Loya was constantly praying for him. Life, by all means do not die. As for Black King, it saw life like that and appeared interested, happily saying, this kid has a heart for justice, yet does not know how to be content. The future of the Illusion Beast Association will definitely be lively. A sound suddenly rang out. Jack single-handedly broke through the stone wall, excitedly yelling, I finally broke through that group of stone doors. Let us see where you can run to, stinky mouse. They ran into him. Everyone became tired, mixed with fear. Loya uncomfortably spoke, It is you again, bastard. You are like a shadow. Black King immediately stepped forward to stand in front of them, powerfully saying, With such outstanding juniors, I can't take out some real skills. As soon as it finished speaking, it turned to say, to Banshee, Old friend, how about we fight this captain of the Furious Storm together? It was burning with the fire of battle. I am willing. Before they could regain their senses, Jack rushed up and shouted, Good, I will crush all of you. Seeing this, Black King immediately bared its sharp claws, preparing for his attack. At this time, his hand had transformed into a blood-red sword, slashing towards Black King, but it was blocked by it. Next, it shouted loudly, It is now. Following its shout, Kunham looked up at the sky, and quickly accumulated energy into a ball. Then, it spat that ball towards him. Seeing the ball flying towards him, he quickly slashed out a storm. The storm faced directly against the Kunham's ball. That collision created a force that pushed Black King to focus its weight forward. On Jack's side, at this time he looked very leisurely, mockingly saying, Is that all you have got? You really disappoint me? Suddenly, his face changed. The arm transformed from iron wire snake was gradually cracking open. He looked at it worriedly, asking, Iron Wire, are you okay? As the arm gradually cracked, Iron Wire Snake was no longer able to maintain merging with him, and gradually returned to its illusion beast form. Looking at it full of injuries, Jack was flustered, worriedly asking, Iron Wire, what is wrong? The attack just now was not enough to make you become like this. Not having time to pay attention to its injuries, it struggled to open its mouth to say to him, Jack, run quickly. I feel the power in my body is surging uncontrollably. This place has a problem. As soon as it finished speaking, he felt something. Immediately, his face was full of sweat, laboriously saying, I see. It is too hard to breathe, you damn mouse. What did you do? Seeing his condition, Black King at this time smiled proudly, saying, Although we mice are not good at fighting, Do not forget the fear of mice. Disease is the scariest thing about mice. At this time, Jack could no longer resist. He knelt down on the ground, coughing violently, asking it, disease. Looking at his condition gradually turning bad, its smile became even more sly, explaining, when humans did not have a way to prevent the plague, the bubonic plague spread everywhere. At its height, it took away 3/4 of the lives on the entire bread continent. Following the development of human civilization and power, they used illusion force to eliminate the plague. But what they eliminated was only ordinary plague bacteria. And what you inhaled is a type of plague bacteria that I specially cultivated, that has been greatly enhanced. Hearing the story it told, Jack shouted in disbelief, impossible. I did not feel anything different. When did I get infected with your plague bacteria? Seeing that he did not seem to understand, Black King continued to explain. When you chased after us, my black mist, in addition to increasing speed, is also a place to cultivate plague bacteria. When you chased after us, you released the merging, feeling weakened, you inhaled a large amount of enhanced plague bacteria. I only need to wait for the disease to break out. You will definitely be defeated. As its words ended, Jack gradually stood up at this time, laughing loudly, saying, so that is what it is. The disease is really powerful. But that won't be difficult for me. Saying that, illusion force surged out from his body, covering everywhere. Seeing that scene, Loya was a little confused. She resisted the force from Jack's released illusion force and asked, infected with the plague and still daring to use illusion force so violently, does he not want his life anymore? At this time, Black King's face gradually became tense. It replied to her, it is not like that. Jack is using illusion force to wrap his entire internal organs, temporarily isolating them from the plague bacteria. At the same time, because the illusion force floods in too quickly, the cells are strongly stimulated. Currently, Jack is even stronger than just now. Listening to its explanation, Loya could not understand even more. She could hardly believe it, and said, is he crazy? Releasing illusion force so violently, his body will collapse sooner or later. He does not need his life anymore. At this time, Black King continued to explain, Jack is absolutely loyal to Luka Kim. He does not allow anyone to slander Luka Kim. For Luka Kim's mission, his life is insignificant. It seems he wants to fight to the death with us. After successfully using illusion force to isolate himself from the plague, he laughed loudly. Comfortable. I have never felt so strong. Now then, let us start round 2. Change the scene. Somewhere, something had just fallen onto the red blood water, causing the water to splash. Surfacing from the water, Life struggled to keep himself afloat. He coughed and complained. Why is it so deep? I am not good at swimming. After that, he used illusion force to cover his feet and stepped on the water surface. After stabilizing his body, he sighed, a breath of relief. That was dangerous. I almost drowned. Fortunately, I remembered the skill of using illusion force to float on the water surface. At this time, Kunyak appeared. It stood before him angrily saying, Banshee is hopeless, letting you, a stupid kid, pass the test to enter the treasury. Or is it just that he simply finds you annoying, wanting to give me an extra meal? Seeing Kungak appear, Life did not panic at all, and calmly started his body. He calmly said, It does not matter anymore. What is important is, defeating you will open the treasury. Hearing his words, Kungak felt like a joke. It laughed loudly. Kid, do you want to make me laugh to death? With your strength and daring to challenge me, a saint-level illusion beast, I will tear you into pieces. Not paying attention to its contempt for him, he jumped towards it at the same time, saying, No matter what, I have to try. I am coming. Seeing that he really dared to come and attack it, it revealed a contemptuous smile, saying, Stupid to the extreme. As soon as he finished speaking, Life suddenly felt something. He quickly jumped into the sky. Immediately after, some water beams shot out from the lake surface. Passing by him, he wondered, What is this? Seeing his surprised face, Kungas explained with a smile, Our illusion tortoise stone tribe is born with a huge amount of illusion force and the ability to control water and earth, and you actually dare to say that you can defeat me right in my territory. You really do not know how the word death is written. At this time, he landed on the ground. At the same time, the drops of water from the water beams just now also dripped down. He felt it falling on him and asked, Is this thing corrosive? Hearing that, Kuangak revealed a sly smile, proudly saying, Of course, you think how I swallow those sharks and whales. I use water to wrap them, taking out all the essence in their bodies with water. Waiting until the essence dissolves in the water, I only need to swallow it in one go. It is really an unparalleled delicacy, and you will also be wrapped in water, decomposed, and become my delicious food. Come on, do not resist anymore. Would not it be better to become my food? I will be very quick, and won't let you feel any pain. Hearing it say that, he looked at the water beams before him, angrily saying, No way! That pile of sticky stuff is disgusting to death. Next, he skillfully weaved and dodged the water beams, thinking, this pillar of blood water has too strong a corrosive power, I basically can't get close. Is there any way to approach it and give it a strong punch? Just as he was thinking hard, a voice rang out in his head. Under the pillar of blood is his weakness. At that place, not letting that voice finish speaking, he suddenly asked back, who is talking to me? Life quickly took one step back, preparing to gain momentum, and said, I am the true Kunham. I retained a trace of reason, and spoke to you. He held a stable stance and decisively said, weakness, underwater, is the only chance you have to defeat it. He suddenly looked around with a very blank face. Why did the sound disappear? Should I listen to him? Life glared with a serious and cautious face. Underwater may be a trap, but there is no way above either. Seeing Life hesitating, Kunham showed an annoyed expression, saying, what are you muttering about? Is that bastard looking down on me? It immediately cast a magic, causing the streams of red water to swirl into vortexes. I must tear you into pieces. Water dragons suddenly appeared from inside the stream with fierce, angry faces. Life carefully observed the enemy's attack and gritted his teeth in shock. Are you kidding? The strength of a saint level is so strong, I can't even link to it. The swirling stream of water was increasingly gathered around Water Dragon's body, as if preparing to create a powerful attack. Kunham then launched the move towards Life, but fortunately he managed to dodge it in time. Because it did not hit Life, the attack hit the rock behind him, creating a violent explosion. Life immediately put his hands on the ground, retreating far back with a tense face. No, this attack is too fast. I definitely won't be able to dodge it next time. Before he could check the situation, the next attack had immediately rushed over, leaving Life with no choice. It seems I can only go underwater. He did not hesitate, and quickly jumped into the water to find a way to escape. Seeing this, Kunham said with a smug tone, thinking that you can dodge by going into the water, you naive fool. Unable to restrain his anger, he immediately ordered the water dragon to appear from inside the water. Water dragon, follow him and tear him to pieces. The water dragon obeyed, and rushed straight into the water. Below the surface of the water, Life was still trying to keep his lips tightly sealed to hold his breath in the deep water. While swimming in the heart of the water, he suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as if he had seen something strange. In front of him was a crystal piercing deep into Kunam's body. Seeing Life's surprised expression, Kunam explained, this is when I and Banshee fought. He stabbed it into my stomach. After that, he locked me here. Now my reason is controlled by that red head. Only by stabbing the stone club into my body can I be freed. Life carefully looked at the crystal, then hesitated and thought, stab the stone club into the body. He suddenly widened his eyes with a determined face. I will try. He immediately gathered magic power into his fist, preparing to use his move, 12 consecutive impact fist. He then fired that fierce source of magic power towards the crystal on Kunam's body. After taking the full force of the attack, Kunam screamed in pain. It hurts, you bastard! You bastard! Its eyes suddenly flashed, and it opened its mouth wide and shouted, I must tear you into pieces. The water surface suddenly shook following Kunham's rage. Life was absorbed in calculating his strategy, unaware of the appearance of the water dragon right behind him. No, I can't use strength in the water. I have to hit him with my full strength, at least 4 times, but, like that, my stamina will also be exhausted. What should I do? His eyes suddenly widened, as if he had sensed the terrifying presence behind his back. When Life turned around, the water dragon had already cast a huge magic ball in its large jaw. It did not hesitate to immediately fire the ball straight towards Life. That powerful attack caused him to fall painfully. He refused to give in and quickly sat up, then secretly thought, no, it is difficult to act underwater. There is no way to dodge the water dragon's attack. His face was still very calm and not afraid. Maybe this is one way. After thinking, Life immediately raised his middle finger straight at the water dragon with a provocative look. Seeing this, the water dragon glared and gritted its teeth, as if its anger had reached its peak. It suddenly roared loudly. That terrifying roar seemed to tear through the space. Life quickly ran away after successfully luring the water dragon. That is it. The water dragon then opened its mouth wide. A fierce stream of magic power rushed quickly towards Life. Life then stopped, standing in a ready position, with a very determined face. Come here. He used the water dragon's magic power as a springboard to increase his speed, then flew straight towards the crystal on Kunam's body. He poured all his strength and stabbed hard into Kunam's stomach like a fierce beast. After that, his body limply drifted with the stream. Hopefully this time it works. I do not have the ability to withstand another hit. He then stood straight up and smiled happily, saying, it is done. Kunam flew into a rage and shouted, bastard, bastard. Kunham's true body gradually separated from spiritual control and said, occupying my body for so long, you should return it now. Kunham occupying saw that, and said, resentfully, it is you are not dead yet. It snarled and protested, I am the patriarch of the Rock Illusion Tortoise tribe. For the Rock Illusion Tortoise tribe, I cannot die. Kunaham truly then opened its mouth wide and declared loudly, not dead, then I will bite you to death. As soon as it finished speaking, it immediately bit the neck of the Kunam that had occupied its body. Life quickly jumped onto the shore, leisurely observing the confrontation between the real Kunham and the occupier. Finally, I am not under the water anymore. Kunham really bit deep into the neck of the Kunham occupier and decisively declared, I am the patriarch, I will not let you achieve it. The occupying Kunham then bit hard into the neck of the real Kunham and stubbornly said, I am Kunham, I will bite you to death. Kunham, after escaping from spiritual control, then offered a suggestion to Life. Kid, I was the one talking to you just now help me blow up this head, I will help you open the treasure house of our Rock Illusion Tortoise tribe. Life frantically pointed at himself and awkwardly said, Me, you think too highly of me, look at my injuries, can I still participate in your battle? Besides, you are in the dominant position now. Kunham then gritted its teeth, determined to persuade Life, no matter what method you use, in short, kill him, if I die, even if you kill him, it will be difficult to obtain the entire treasure. Life heard that and immediately agreed and rushed over. Okay, you hold him down, I am coming. The occupying Kunham then prevented Life's assistance, with a sound wave emitted from its eyes. I won't let you come to disrupt, saint-level tortoise eyes. Immediately, Life's entire body suddenly became stiff, unable to move. The occupying Kunham's whole body suddenly emitted a huge source of magic power, and scolded harshly, Give up, only I can obtain the final victory. It stared at Life with ambitious eyes and began to coax him, I can still open the treasure house, kill him to help me, then you can get everything. Life's face was very confused when Kunham's occupying magic power wrapped around his body, completely unable to move. What should I do after all? Kunham, occupying, immediately surged, opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and roared fiercely. Struggling is useless. Have not you seen your assistant is finished? Obediently be swallowed by me, then we can digest the power that the medicine brings. Only when we combine into one, can we bring true glory to the Rock Illusion Tortoise tribe. Kunham truly did not yield, and angrily retorted, Bring true glory to our tribe. Only relying on that head that only knows how to eat, you won't be able to struggle for much longer. I will eat you sooner or later. You are looking down on him. Kunham, occupying, looked at Life standing still, and said with a contemptuous tone, Him, even if he has a final trump card, what is the use? We are a true saint level. Kunham truly did not flinch, and immediately replied, He has not given up yet. Meanwhile, Life gritted his teeth, desperately casting a magic in a resolute manner. His fierce source of magic power suddenly appeared, immediately breaking all the power of Kunham occupying that was controlling him. Move, for me. He did not hesitate and rushed quickly to the pair of Kunham, who were wrestling fiercely. He poured all his source of magic power into his fist, and launched it straight at Kunham. Kunham's occupying face was still very calm and composed, saying, Suddenly bursting out illusion force to obtain short-lived power. To be able to control illusion force like that is commendable. It then summoned streams of red water to tighten all of Life's limbs. But to me, it has no effect. It looked at Life, who was suppressed by its water, with satisfaction, then said with a smug tone, You idiot! On the water you can still borrow strength. In the air being caught, you are dead. The corners of Life's mouth suddenly raised in triumph. Well, then, maybe not. He immediately summoned and ordered Xiaobai go Xiaobai. Xiaobai unexpectedly appeared right above the Kunham occupying, causing it to be stunned. This is an illusion. Beast evolution. Xiaobai quickly bit Sunam's body fiercely in anger. It then tore Kunham's skin apart in an instant. Kunham occupying then struggled and roared in agony. It hurts, I have to eat you. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Life had quickly approached and placed his foot on the body of the Kunham occupying. He arrogantly trampled on its head and said, It is too noisy. If you are dead, then shut up. Xiaobai saw him and ran over with a bright and radiant face. Life then hugged it in his arms and smiled affectionately, saying, I know. This time you have made a great contribution. I will treat you to something delicious. He suddenly widened his eyes and glanced around as if suddenly discovering something. Kunham occupying had completely collapsed. Life was surprised when he saw that the water had turned green again. The blood pool has turned green. Kunham, after escaping from spiritual control, then came closer and praised him non-stop, hiding the illusion beast evolution, pretending to jump up to distance yourself. In fact, it was so that after the illusion beast split apart it could attack better. It is really a genius's tactic. Kunham then bowed its head to express gratitude and said, Thank you for your help. Let me take back the power in the blood and recover my reason. Life did not hesitate to immediately ask, Then can you help us deal with that destroyer, Jack? Kunham then shook its head to refuse and explained, I am very sorry. I have already forcibly held a breath to open the treasury for you. I can't deal with a saint-level expert. It then closed its eyes, gently bowed its head, and breathed a long breath. After that, it looked up high. Its roar reverberated throughout the silent space. A green jade suddenly appeared in front of Life. From that jade, a stream of green light suddenly shot out straight towards the place where the treasure was stored. That stream of light then hit the door straight on. The door gradually moved, and dirt and rocks also flew up because of this. In an instant, the door was opened in everyone's expectation. Life's face was extremely stunned and surprised when the door was just opened. The scene inside was as magnificent as the bottom of the ocean, with coral reefs and countless glittering pearls and gold and silver. Life and Xiaobai slowly stepped inside and constantly admired. Worthy of being the treasure that the rock illusion tortoise tribe has accumulated for generations, it is really exaggerated. Excitement and interest were evident on his face as he witnessed the magnificent things in front of him. He pointed towards the ice peaks in front of him and curiously asked, What is that? Beside those ice peaks were the other rock illusion tortoises shedding tears on their sad faces. Kunham then gently explained, The rock illusion tortoise, when predicting death, will crawl here, using the power of its whole life to condense into a drop of tortoise tear, falling into this lake. Its tone suddenly became heavy and sad. After that, they will turn into rock and die. Life understood and continued to ask, What a special ecology, what is this for? Kunham did not hesitate to enthusiastically explain, The natural world is full of dangers. Our rock illusion tortoise tribe does not dare to guarantee that there will be saint-level experts appearing in every generation. It then told Life about its tribe. The lake of tortoise tears can stimulate the bloodline of the rock illusion tortoise tribe and make a strong person appear. But doing so will consume a lot of tortoise tears, so unless it is a matter of life and death, we do not use it. It looked up around and said, You are the great benefactor of our tribe. You can choose any treasure to take away. Every treasure here is invaluable. Life suddenly sighed with a face full of worry and asked, Now behind us, there is a saint-level expert chasing after us. If we have the life to take it, we do not have the life to use it. Is there any treasure that can quickly increase strength? Kunham thought for a while and replied, There are a few minerals that were specially prepared for our rock illusion tortoises. They are not suitable for you. Xiaobai unexpectedly approached the lake of tortoise tears and cried out with interest. After that, it slowly licked the water under the lake. It quietly took a sip of water and looked up with a very excited expression. Kunham, seeing that, was surprised and said, It can actually absorb the tortoise tears of our rock illusion tortoise tribe. I can feel it. With just one mouthful, its aura has greatly increased. Life looked at Xiaobai's longing face and then asked, You mean you want to soak in it? He immediately understood Xiaobai's wishes and turned to ask Kunham, Is there a problem? Kunham did not refuse, but hesitated to answer. No outsiders have been able to absorb tortoise tears before. Those who absorbed it would explode and die. But it looks like it does not have a problem. It then weighed the situation and continued, If we do not solve the saint level behind us, we will all die. And the treasure house will also be destroyed by him. If you can absorb it, then try it. As long as you can absorb the tortoise tears, your strength will definitely soar. After that, both Life and Xiaobai immediately soaked in the lake. Kunham then carefully told them, If you feel uncomfortable, then immediately come out. You can hide in the treasure house, and maybe there is still a glimmer of life. Life said with a smile, with a very reliable face, Rest assured, if it is uncomfortable, I will come out immediately. He and Xiaobai took the opportunity to relax and comfortably soak in the lake of tears. Life, while soaking in the lake, tried to display magic power with a determined face. He poured all his strength, but it seemed that it could not be as expected. Kunam's face became gloomy and sad, saying, It is over. As expected, it was still too forced. Quickly come out. I will lead you out. Life's cheeks flushed red with excitement, with a satisfied face. It is too comfortable. Kunham then flew into a rage, his face frowning, saying, Don't show an expression that makes people misunderstand. The swift footsteps suddenly rushed towards the door as fast as lightning. Kunham then felt it and said with a worried and listless tone, It is over. The saint-level expert has chased over here. I do not know how long Black King and Banshee can hold out for. Hopefully this time, my clansmen can safely overcome this crisis. Jack's appearance was full of enthusiasm and challenged, Come out. He then stood in front of Banshee and taunted, You cowardly mice. Come and have a dignified match with me and decide the victory. Black King, hiding behind Banshee, immediately opposed fiercely. Only an idiot would fight you. You have been infected with my mouse plague bacteria, and it is breaking out like this. Its face was wrinkled, showing discomfort, saying, Really, you are just dying too slow. Loya then clenched her hands and said with an angry face, I will find a chance to give him a hit. Patolia hurriedly grabbed Loya's hand and advised her, Big sister, do not go up. If you are defeated again, none of us can save you. A rumble suddenly echoed throughout the space. Loya then gave Batolia a punch to the head and said, "What is wrong? You still dare to doubt my decision this time." Batolia only dared to kneel in submission. Sorry. Black King glanced at Loya and focused its calculations. Enduring a few hits from a saint-level expert, Loya can still jump around. This body quality, I thought, was a saint-level magical beast, but now I can't let her mess around. It then analyzed the situation and explained its plan. "All right, Loya, you can't ambush Jack. Now we just need to patiently waiting for my mouse plague bacteria to break out. He will let us kill him." Meanwhile, Jack laughed and said with a smug expression, "What is wrong? Are you still waiting for that disgusting mouse plague bacteria of yours to break out?" He sneered and said decisively, "You do not have a chance anymore." He immediately retreated far away and lowered himself down. Jack braced his whole body, struggling to force everything in his stomach to his mouth. Then he quickly vomited out a disgusting black toxin. He smiled happily and said with a full of self-satisfaction, "Dead mouse, your plague bacteria is useless now." Jack vigorously gathered all his magic power to wrap his entire body. "My power has returned." Black King quietly observed and did not expect his reckless action. "That is, you actually used illusion art to cut off the infected organs." It gritted its teeth angrily and cursed non-stop. He actually used illusion force to stimulate the body to regenerate organs. Like that, at least he will lose 10 years of his lifespan. Jack could actually think of this method. He is really crazy. Jack then said to the body full of magic power, "Compared to dying under the mouse's plague bacteria, what is losing 10 years of lifespan?" He immediately rushed over with a happy smile. "Die, you bastards." He then jumped up, throwing a punch with fierce magic power into Banshee's body. However, Banshee's body did not react at all, seeing that he became even more eager, as expected of a tortoise. Jack then jumped up high, intending to attack again. Martial arts is to strike surely. He frantically threw a series of punches into Banshee's body. "But how long can you guys hide?" Black King's face looked worried and uneasy, asking Banshee, "Old friend, can you still hold on?" Banshee's face suddenly drooped and said, speaking implicitly or explicitly, "How about you try?" Black King immediately refused and asked, curiously, "I am a mouse, how can I block it? With even half a person's strength, I just saw that your treasury door is open. Inside there must be medicine to save Carrie, right?" Banshee's face looked serious, saying, "How would I know? I have not even been to the treasury. He will have to wait until he comes out to know." Black King looked behind and said with a restless voice, "I hope that kid Life hurries up, otherwise we can only clean up corpses." Under that urgent situation, Life was still silently soaking in the lake of tears. He focused on feeling and judging Black King's current situation. He quickly stood up and decisively said, "No, Black King and them can't hold on anymore, I have to go out." Seeing Life hurriedly put on his clothes and intend to go out, Kanhiem immediately offered advice. "You are crazy. You can't go out now. Wait to completely absorb the blood power of my rock illusion. Tortoise tribe, to have a chance of survival, going out now is just seeking death." Life clenched his palm and replied with a very steely gaze, "I feel that my whole body is full of strength. Going out now, I won't necessarily lose." Kunham then spoke frankly, "This is an illusion created by suddenly absorbing power. I can feel your memories. You and the saint-level expert are still too far apart." Kunham's face suddenly became depressed, and sadly said, "I have run out. I can't fight anymore, and you now are not only you are also the hope of my rock illusion tortoise tribe. You can help my rock illusion tortoise tribe continue to reproduce. Therefore, before you reach your limit, I will absolutely not let you go out and offer your life for nothing." Life looked straight into Kunam's eyes and said, "Also as long as I reach my limit, then you will let me out." Kunam heard that and loudly replied, "Of course." He then displayed magic power and said, "Then there is no other way. Shall by." Life immediately changed his attire and agreed to compromise. "Didn't you say that I will release you after I reach my limit? Then I will speed up the absorption." Seeing Life rush into the lake, Kunam said with a worried face, "You are crazy. This place is the millennium legacy of my rock illusion tortoise tribe. You speed up the absorption. Are not you afraid of dying from your body bursting?" Life then used all his strength to brace himself during the absorption process. "I can't worry about that much anymore. Besides, I can hold on." Tunyam's face was stunned looking at him and Xiaobai, and said in surprise, "This kid can actually absorb all the millennium legacy of my rock illusion tortoise. No, not just him. Most importantly, his illusion beast." Life's eyes suddenly flashed with a firm gaze and tried to accelerate the absorption process. "This is a special illusion beast that can absorb all energy. If he can really break the conflict of various types of energy in his body, maybe his progress is limitless." In the blink of an eye, the water in the lake had gradually dried up, leaving only a few sparse drops. Life reached out his hand to scratch his head and said with a shy face, "I absorbed all the energy of the lake of tortoise tears. I am sorry, Patriarch Kunham." Kunham did not care about that, and sadly, spoke of its desire. If you can absorb it, then it is your luck. After going out, taking care of my rock illusion tortoise tribe will also be satisfying. It sincerely bowed to Life and said rock illusion tortoise tribe is relying on you. Life gently closed his eyes, gently rubbed Kunam's head and soothed. Rest assured, Patriarch Kunam, I will take good care of the rock illusion tortoise tribe. Patriarch Kunam, go peacefully. On Black King's group side, Jack's continuous attacks made Banshee unable to hold on, and had quickly fallen. Both Black King and the others seemed to have collapsed from exhaustion. Jack, seeing that, then said threateningly, "You guys can take a beating, but next I will beat you to dust." He stood with his arms crossed, looking at the group of Black King, and said with a sneer, "Rest assured, I will make my move very quickly, and it won't hurt." As soon as he finished speaking, attacks from afar suddenly rushed over. Jack panicked and hurriedly dodged to the side. Those attacks then hit the city wall hard. He angrily turned his face and shouted, "Who is it?" But the answer he received was a series of continuous attacks coming over. Jack hurriedly weaved to avoid them, but still stood firm on the ground. The series of attacks crashed straight down onto the ground, leaving deep holes on the ground. Jack tried to stay calm and made a judgment. The attack just now was a drop of water. The water surface suddenly surged, rising up high, accompanied by the voice reverberating from below. "That is right, it is a drop of water." Life's figure unexpectedly rushed into the air, with a heroic and arrogant air. Batolia's face was stunned and surprised. "Are you kidding? Life has become so powerful." Loya widened her eyes in shock, looking at him. Life stepped forward with eyes full of resentment, but also very firm. "Sorry, I am late." Banshee, lying on the ground, gradually shed tears. "I can feel it, the power of the rock illusion tortoise. You..." Life looked back at it, then smiled happily, saying, "Patriarch Kunham entrusted the rock illusion tortoise tribe to me. Banshee, let us defeat the guy in front of us together." Jack's sly laughter burst out along with eyes shining with excitement. "There is actually this kind of thing. Now I am really excited. Ironwire, let him see a portion of our power." Ironwire Snake immediately appeared with a fierce and ferocious face. Coming. It quickly merged with Jack's body, forming a sharp saw blade tightly attached to his arm. Black King, seeing that, was surprised and shocked. "How is it possible you were also infected with my mouse plague bacteria?" Ironwire Snake's attitude was full of pride, saying, "Your mouse plague bacteria did erode my internal organs, but do not forget, I am iron." It vibrated violently, as if preparing to start, and said, "I shook off all the infected iron scraps. Although I am not lightly injured, I can merge with Jack." Jack then pointed the saw blade at Life and provoked, "Come on, let us begin round 2. Life did not hesitate to immediately rush over, with a huge amount of magic power in the form of water flooding his entire body. "Let me see the strength of a saint-level expert." Immediately he rode on the back of the water that had transformed into a dragon, and rushed over rampantly. He then transformed the water into sharp claws, and dived down from above. Life then swung his claws and scratched hard at the saw blade on Jack's hand, forcing him to grit his teeth and brace himself to resist. Not stopping there, a whirlpool continued to surge, stabbing straight into his body. Jack then stretched his body and shattered the water, saying mockingly, "Small trick? This is the skill you just grasped? It really disappoints me." The surging water began to swirl around Life's hand. He reached out his foot and warned his opponent. "Everything just now was just an excuse. This is my move." After speaking, he immediately rushed over, throwing a heavenly punch straight into Jack's face, but he managed to dodge it in time. Then he bowed his body, quickly moving down to the ground. Life gritted his teeth, full of anger and resentment. He dodged. Jack reached out his hand to rub his chin, then said with a mocking smile, as if wanting to tease his opponent, "What a pity, just a little bit short, controlling the water to attack of the rock illusion. Tortoise consumes a lot of illusion force, now you can still throw the next blow." He stood with his legs wide apart, while extending the saw blade on his arm. "Now, it is my turn." He suddenly froze, widening his eyes, looking as if suddenly feeling something unusual. His face was confused to the point of stiffening when he saw the drops of water covering his body. What is this?" Life stopped in front of him and said with satisfaction, "It seems it is a success." Jack's face was horrified when he discovered it was too late. It is at that time. Life happily looked at the water that was tightening his body more and more, then leisurely explained, "That is right. The water control skill of the rock illusion tortoise is not simply controlling the water, but can turn water into an unexpected weapon." He then told him more about the outstanding ability of the water. "This type of water drop can continuously absorb your stamina." Jack gritted his teeth, full of resentment, when his own magic power was gradually being drained. No, Life keenly pointed out his weakness. "I know all of your saint-level experts' skills are very proficient, only by consuming your stamina. Will I have a chance to live?" He stood straight and upright, with eyes shining with resoluteness. You always looked down on me, and gave me a chance, so I specially chose this ultimate move. Water Pearl Prison. In this move, stamina will continuously be drained away, until death. Destroyer Jack, you have lost. Jack hurriedly summoned Iron Wire Snake back to its original form, and immediately ordered, "You smelly kid, you look down on me too much, Iron Wire Snake, swallow him for me." Iron Wire Snake then obeyed and answered, "Understood." It then bent its long, wriggling body, and approached Life from above. Seeing Life was instantly entangled by the huge body of Iron Wire Snake, Loya and Batolia shouted in panic, "Life!" In that dangerous situation, Rias unexpectedly reached out and hit Iron Wire Snake's body hard, causing it to open its mouth in pain. That heavy blow made it dizzy to the point of falling down on the ground. Life knelt down on the ground, sighing with relief and saying, "I have been saved." Rias then raised his hand to cover his mouth, yawning, showing boredom and weariness. He covered his mouth yawning with one hand, and raised and lowered the other, then said with a very carefree tone, "It feels so good to sleep." Black King, seeing that, then clung to him with a grumpy face, "Carrie, you bastard, you just woke up, we almost died." "You know," Rias gently closed his eyes, showing full of calm and relaxation. "Black King, do not get excited, do not get excited, are not we all right?" One of his eyes suddenly flashed, glaring at Jack, and saying with a threatening tone, "Just woke up and saw a little snake bullying the new people of our association. Is not that teaching them a lesson?" Jack then turned his face to look at Rias, and stuttered, asking, "Carrie, your injury has healed." Rias stood with his hands on his hips, full of arrogance, answering, "Sleeping is enough to recover. Is not that the simplest common sense?" Hearing that, everyone was very confused and helpless. Life and Loya stunned and said in unison, "How can there be such outrageous common sense?" Rias's face then changed to a serious state, interrogating Jack. "Okay, I do not like to talk nonsense. You think clearly and answer me, violent storm god Luca King. What exactly does she want to do?" Jack suddenly stood with one leg spread wide, lowering his voice and patiently answering, "That is right. To this point I can only tell you, come closer a little." Rias yawning and leaned his head closer, urging, "Speak quickly." After speaking, "I am going back to sleep. I have been sleepy to death these past few days." Jack's body suddenly became amplified and unusually large. Rias, seeing that, then gently persuaded, "Isn't it just asking about something? Is there a need to be like this?" The area around Jack was suddenly wrapped in a sinister magic power. He then frowned and shouted, "Now I will tell you the team leader's plan." As soon as he finished speaking, Luca Kim's figure unexpectedly arrived from afar. He was very surprised at her sudden appearance. Team leader. Rewinding time to Jack's past, because of the poor life since childhood, he often had to rummage for food from the piles of garbage. Even if he only found a piece of half-eaten bread, he was still very happy and eager. I found it. Because he was too hungry, he immediately put the entire loaf of bread into his mouth. The loaf of bread was too big, causing him to choke. His whole body trembled, to the point that his eyes were brimming with tears. Luby, standing from afar, accidentally spotted Jack with his trembling body. She did not think much, and immediately quickly rushed straight over. She then punched Jack hard in the back. He was in so much pain that his soul almost left his body. Not stopping there, she continuously punched many times in a row, causing Jack's body to lift into the air. Seeing him lying all over the ground, Luby's face worriedly said, "Wake up!" She then grabbed his collar and continuously shook hard. "You kid, quickly wake up!" Jack just woke up and quickly brushed Luby's hand away, with a very panicked face. "You are a demon! Let me go!" While they were fighting, suddenly a voice rang out. "To be able to withstand so many punches from Luby and not die, you have a lot of potential." Luca Kim then continued with an extremely proud face, "My name is Luca King, the owner here." Jack, hearing that, then angrily shouted, "Are you kidding me? A garbage dump does not have any owner, let alone you are blind. I will not submit." Luca Kim slowly stepped onto the garbage dump and gently replied, "I am not blind, I just do not want to open my eyes to look at this muddy world." She stood firmly on the top of the garbage dump, spreading her arms wide, and asked, "Don't you people feel strange? Why do we forever have to live in the garbage dump?" Without waiting for the others to answer, she immediately explained, "Because the noble lords drove us out. But what qualifications do they have to drive us out? It is because we do not have money." Jack's face was full of surprise as he carefully listened to Luca Kim's words. "Or is it because our strength is not enough? I feel like this is not right, but many idiots do not understand." Her voice suddenly burst out heavily, as if containing so much resentment. "Those big characters casually throw a bone. They have been happy for a long time. This further helps those people to increase their arrogance. If money and power are the standards of this world, we will never be like this." Jack did not hesitate and quickly interrupted her words. Are you bragging?" The atmosphere was becoming tense, when the guards suddenly came closer to chase them away. "You little devils on top, quickly get out of here. Baron Lord does not want to see beggars." His face was twisted, threatening. before I count to 10. If you still do not get out, then do not blame me for stabbing you into skewers. Luka Kim then shook her head and said with a indifferent and contemptuous tone, "Look, they are those idiots who think they are smart." After that, she quickly jumped down to face the guard directly. The guard then held the spear and stabbed straight at Luka Kim with a mocking laugh. "Does this little devil want to die?" Jack, seeing that, immediately ran over, reaching out to stop him. "You, quickly get out of here." Luka Kim quickly threw magic power towards the guard, with a very calm attitude. That magic power slash then cut through the guard's neck, causing his face to be bewildered and stunned. Seeing his comrade's head severed from his neck in an instant, the remaining guard was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Monster. He quickly ran away when he heard Luka Kim's casual and cold counting, 1, 2. His body was immediately cut in half, at the same time as Luka Kim's final count, 3. Jack widened his eyes, his mouth agape in shock. What had just happened? He could not help but praise. It is too amazing. Luby's face radiated with excitement. Of course, the greatest Lord Luka King is the most handsome. After she was done, Luka Kim then spread her arms wide and said, with a welcoming tone, "If you feel that what I said is reasonable, then follow me. I will lead you to challenge the rules of this world until we create a world that we approve of." Returning to reality, Jack's face suddenly became increasingly swollen. He thought to himself with a very determined will, "Team leader, I can't see the world you create anymore, but I will clear the obstacles so that you can create the world." A light suddenly burst out from his bulging, stiffening body as if he was about to explode. Rias's face then became extremely tense and uneasy. "Damn it!" he exploded himself with just one question. "Are the people in the furious storm all crazy?" He then waved his hand signaling to Life's group and reminded, "You guys, hide behind me." Jack's body seemed to have reached its limit. The light emitted also gradually became more intense. Rias widened his eyes, firmly holding the axe in his hand, and braced himself with full determination. In an instant, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted, taking with it countless rocks flying in chaos. The fierce explosion caused the sturdy rocks to constantly separate. Small cracks began to appear. The cracks each moment spread wider, smoky dust constantly gushing out from the inside. Loya, even though she was bracing herself to resist, was still shocked at Reyes' strength. He is amazing. He was able to block the self-destruction of a saint-level expert with just an axe. She looked at Reyes, who was still standing firm, and secretly admired in her heart. The distance between saint-level experts is actually so great. The pressure of the explosion made Rias's body burn to the point of smoking. He knelt down and said with a weak breath, "Damn it, this time it is over," just in time to lose all the effort of sleeping. Life then raised his hand, looked at Rias, and made a suggestion. "Senior, we will take you back to the Illusion Beast Association of Ink City. You tell us what happened there." Rias, hearing that, then skillfully refused. "I am sorry, I can't talk about the matter of Ink City." He then said with a face and body full of wounds, "But I have informed the association. Ink City is not dangerous anymore. Black King will help me treat my injuries. I still have things to do. Goodbye here." He slowly stood up, then offered a suggestion. "There are still quite a few illusion beasts and magical beasts rioting on West Q Island. You can go there to explore for information." Rias bid farewell and then rushed quickly straight. "I am going first. I will contact you later." Vitolia scratched his head puzzledly with a very blank face. What is this guy doing? Why did he run so fast when we talked about Ink City? Life then put his hand on his chin. Considering Rias's words, then focused his reasoning. "It seems something terrible has happened in Ink City, but Carrie does not want us to know. He also said that on West Q Island there are illusion beasts causing trouble. Let us go see. Maybe there are some clues." Loya then agreed with his opinion. "All right. Our initial task was to investigate West Q Island. Although now things have calmed down, it is probably not dangerous anymore. But we can go take a look. Maybe there are some clues there." Banshee suddenly appeared and revealed the truth. "Then follow me. It just so happens that the escape route I have prepared is to West Q Island." Group Life, hearing that, everyone's face was panicking and horrified. "No way, this is the entrance you were talking about." Banshee was not surprised at all by the surprise of Group Life, but calmly explained, "What is wrong? Not bad, right? This is the escape route of our Rock Illusion Tortoise tribe. You guys are a great benefactor to us. I would not tell this to ordinary people." Loya suddenly appeared annoyed, objecting, "No way. Entering from here is too humiliating. We will directly go to the surface of the sea to swim to West Q Island." Both Life and Batolia raised their hands and said in unison, "Agree." Banshee sighed sadly, saying, "Ha, you guys are not going from here, but it seems it is too late." Batolia suddenly startled, as if not understanding the hidden meaning that Banshee wanted to say. "What do you mean?" Life closed his eyes and said helplessly, "I have an ominous premonition." From the escape route, unexpectedly emitted, a light swirling deep into a circle. Loya, seeing that, then startled in panic. "Are you kidding me?" Life then said with a tone of no resistance, "I knew there was nothing good. All three people in group life quickly got sucked into the vortex of the escape route. Batolia hurriedly cried for help, with a distraught face full of despair. Give it up, let us end it quickly. Today is too magical. Banshee looked at group life, slowly disappearing, and said, from here to West Q Island is very fast. Have a safe trip. Meanwhile, Loya was raging and screaming, Banshee, I have to kill you. At the sea near West Q Island, the guards were still carefully patrolling along the coastline. They unexpectedly stopped, showing very alert when they saw the sea surface was a little shaking. The guard cautiously observed, and wondered, what is this? Is there a volcano about to erupt on the seabed? The sea surface suddenly surged, shooting up into the air. The guard then asked, confused, just now, did you guys hear an ah sound? Another guard then replied, I did. The figures of Life and Batolia suddenly appeared from the surging water rushing straight down. The faces of all three guards were very bewildered and stunned. One of them then spoke, this time there is... Immediately after, both Life and Batolia fell into the water, causing the water to splash. Batolia lay sprawling on the water and kept lamenting. The shortcut is as fast as a ghost. It made us soak in the water for 1 hour. Life replied while choking on water. To be able to let us breathe in the water, the rock illusion tortoise tribe is not bad. He struggled to stand up and seriously declared, next time I am not using this fast road anymore. Whoever likes to use it can use it. The guards then surrounded the two of them and questioned, put your hands on your heads. Who are you? Why did you come to West Chu Island? Life hurriedly raised both hands with a face full of worry. Wait a minute. This is a misunderstanding. We are not bad people. Batolia then presented his intention. We just came to travel. Do you guys believe it? The guard hearing that then vehemently retorted, don't talk nonsense. West Chu Island has been sealed off since the attack by magical beasts and illusion beasts who would come here to travel. After questioning, the guard immediately made a decision. They must be spies of the enemy. Arrest them all and hand them over to the general. Loya, riding Snow Eagle, appeared in the sky in time and hurriedly denied, we are not spies. Batolia, seeing Loya, was delighted and happy. Loya's illusion beast is too convenient. Life then said with a tone of envy, why does not my Xiao Bai know how to fly? Loya raised her hand to explain and inquired about the situation. We are members of the Illusion Beast Association sent to investigate the situation. You said West Ko Island has always been sealed off. What is going on? The guards quickly stood together. They whispered, the Illusion Beast Association. The general did send a message for help. But are these three little devils reliable? That is right. These three little devils do not look strong. Loya could not keep calm and immediately pounced on them. Then you go find your general to ask. Do not ask us. Batolia then grabbed her shoulder to dissuade. Big sister, calm down, calm down. Seeing the enthusiastic activity of the two of them, Life smiled wryly. After working for half a day, they still have such spirit. The spirit is really good. The argument was taking place tensely, when Kayod suddenly appeared and said, it is not needed. His figure was extremely tall, wearing a long dress, slowly stepping forward. The guards immediately bowed in salute. General. Batolia gaping in horror. General. Life also could not help but widen his eyes in shock. No way. The guards' faces were frowned and angry when they saw the reactions of group Life. Bold. How dare you be disrespectful to our General Kayod? Kayod then hugged his cheeks, smiling gently and lightly, saying, people who do not know are not to blame. Moreover, they praised me for being beautiful. The faces of group Life became extremely confused. Everyone loudly denied. Who praised you? The guard worriedly asked Kayod for his opinion. General, is it really not necessary to verify their identities clearly? Kayod then waved his hand to refuse, and smiled, saying with an affectionate tone, it is not needed. West Kyo Island does not have anything. I and the Molan Kingdom have lost contact for 1 month. Besides the Illusion Beast Association, no one has come anymore. Loya was very surprised when she heard those words, and curiously asked, lost contact for a month? You guys have not contacted the Molan Kingdom for so long. It should not be. The Molan Kingdom must have left contact methods for you. Kayod then spread his hands out, speaking to explain with a helpless tone. The Illusion Beast communication dove has to go out and lose 1 dove for each message. Someone has sealed off Westview Island. If it was not for my good friend Amelie giving me a sound-transmitting illusion beastworm, I am afraid I would not even be able to inform the Illusion Beast Association. Life suddenly widened his eyes, as if suddenly hearing a not-so-unfamiliar name. Amelie, this name is too familiar. Where have I heard it before? Batolia could not help but feel entangled and blurted out. This is also not right. Such a big change. The Illusion Beast Association will definitely tell the Molan Kingdom. Why did not the Molan Kingdom send troops? Kayod touched his face, showing embarrassment, saying, it is probably that my relationship with the above is not good. Those old officials can't wait for me to die outside. But I also look down on those old guys. Life looked at him with stunned eyes, mixed with awkwardness. If anyone can be friends with you, would be strange. Coyote's tone suddenly became very serious. Just now, you guys clearly felt very surprised, which also means, in your information, this place should not be as dangerous as this. So what do you guys know? Loya had no intention of hiding, and immediately replied. The thing is like that. After that, Loya reported to Coyote about what had happened from beginning to end. After listening to everything, Coyote sat on the back of a peacock with colorful feathers and said, which also means, you guys felt that the matter of West Q Island is related to Ink City, and after Ink City is okay, West Q Island should return to tranquility. Life then replied, with a somewhat hesitant face. That is right, but it does not seem like that. Coyote then stood straight up and explained with a face full of seriousness. The matter is not that simple. West Q Island began to be attacked by some weak magical beasts and illusion beasts, but afterwards was attacked by the rock illusion tortoise. But the timeline fit. After solving the trouble of Ink City, the attack here clearly weakened, but did not disappear. Life, hearing that, immediately realized the problem didn't disappear, which also means the purpose of the mastermind behind the scenes has not yet been achieved. He secretly calculated with a worried mood. It seems we have to find the purpose of the other party here to solve the predicament of West Q Island. Meanwhile, the guard panicked and ran to report. General, not good. The magical beasts and illusion beasts are attacking again. Coyote's face was very calm, issuing instructions. What are you panicking for? Form the formation. Immediately, all the guards immediately held their weapons tightly in their hands to form a battle formation. A series of magical beasts and illusion beasts were rushing over with eyes that were hungry to swallow their prey. Coyote then raised his hand and signaled. Prepare. Life looked at his professional leadership and secretly praised in his heart. Although it looks strange, but at a crucial moment, he is very reliable. He suddenly turned around, quickly running in the opposite direction, causing Group Life to be very stunned. Life's face was extremely angry, as if wanting to take back those words of praise just now. What the hell, he does not even resist a little. Coyote suddenly stopped, glanced back at Group Life, and gently reminded, don't talk anymore. If you do not run, you won't be able to run anymore. Loya showed a hateful expression, cursing. A bunch of idiots. Patolia was still confused and did not understand what was happening. Are you kidding me? Where do we have to go? The three of them struggled to escape from the sharp claws of the giant monster. Life panicked and scolded loudly. You are the general. Quickly think of a way. On the contrary, Coyote looked very calmly. Rest assured, running away is my specialty. Patolia was stunned after hearing that. Is there anything to be proud of? But he only slightly glanced around the surrounding area calmly, then said, these sea beasts all live in the sea. We only have these few people. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Coyote emphasized, fighting on the sea has no chance of winning. The only way is to lure them to a terrain that has limitations for them. This made Life surprised. Why is he suddenly so serious? As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly he put his hands on his hips, his tongue sticking out, looking very happy. I have long had countermeasures for these non-mainstream sea beasts. They can't do anything to me. This expression really made Life both angry and weary. He is so arrogant. I really want to beat him. Suddenly, a strange development appeared in the area ahead, surprising him. The giant object looked like a kind of combat ship, but on top it was designed like a house. This difficult-to-understand building style really caused confusion from the bottom of his heart. The main hall, the door was created from special steel, guarded by extremely tight fortresses. Coyote, standing from the outside, used all his strength to shout into it, kids, I am back. The soldiers, seeing that, hurriedly turned to talk to each other. The general is back. Quickly go open the city gate. Behind, Life was still in a state of confusion, mixed with a little daze. A few minutes passed before the large door fell down. A series of horrifying sounds caused the surrounding scenery to shake. The animals under the sea panicked. Coyote smiled and said to the two allies who were hesitating, hurry in. This is the battlefield I prepared for those sea beasts. Finally, they could rest a little in the warship. At the deck of the ship, Coyote suddenly spoke up and asked enthusiastically, how is it? Is my stronghold not bad? Of course, Life did not stint on praise. It is really magnificent. He happily explained, these things are all made of steel. Even if it is a king-level magical beast, they can't break through in a short time. Beside him, Loya looked curious. Are the defenses of the other islands also that exaggerated? Suddenly, Coyote's cheeks flushed red like a ripe tomato, his head shaking back and forth, looking happy to strange. Other small islands are not like this. This steel stronghold is what I mined the underwater mineral veins and used 5 years to build. You praise me like that, I am so happy. Loya showed a questioning attitude. You built it, you are lying. West Chu Island should not be an important military town. Why build it like this? Coyote answered in a calm tone. I did not lie. If you do not believe me, ask them. A soldier walked over from afar, with a lot of awkwardness, scratching his head, explaining, this is all true. This was built by the general himself. Coyote suddenly became silent, as if thinking about something else, ignoring the arguing sounds of the surrounding people. Created by one person, it is too exaggerated, right? It is really exaggerated, but it is really the truth. Time rewinds to a very ancient time. According to the story, when the general first came to this island was very poor. Many people felt that life had lost hope. Besides fishing, they could only wait to die. The soldier came to this point and sighed. It was the general, transporting large tree trunks from the mainland, personally taking action to build our houses. Gradually, more and more people joined in the construction. The lives of the people also became better and better. Finally, after a year, West Q Island turned into a commercial exchange center. Everyone's days were good, but the general still felt worried. In a drunken state of wine and meat, he said drunkenly, "This place is the screen of the kingdom. I must protect it." Well, therefore, he always thought of ways to strengthen our defenses here. Their luck was very good. The general discovered an iron ore under West True Island. The general then began to lead the soldiers to smelt steel. Coyote also personally brought each piece of smelted steel together. The soldier pointed in the direction of the white building. Finally, the achievement of Westkyu Island that we see now, the steel stronghold. When the story ended, it was also when the three people's eyes widened in admiration. I can't tell. This strange general manages things with a set. The more he was praised, the more arrogant Coyote was, squinting and smiling, saying, "All right, I know I am very powerful, do not praise me anymore. Now we have to deal with those sea beasts. As long as we do not let them attack the city walls, then there is no problem." He nimbly jumped high up. Coyote's cloak fluttered in the wind, revealing his muscular body. The monster that was a cross between a lion and a fish roared horribly. Coyote still maintained his smile, putting his strength in his right foot, then raising it high. The monster ate a pain-filled kick, falling down unwillingly. Coyote landed safely, cleared his throat a few times, and then issued instructions: ignore the small sea beasts, fully deal with the giant sea beasts rushing up the city walls. All the soldiers shouted in unison, "Understood." Life did some muscle-stretching exercises, turning to his two allies, calmly saying, "After coming to other people's strongholds, we can't not move around a bit. Leave this side to me." Loya and Batolia also took turns dividing up. I am going to the east side, I am going to the west side. Countless monsters had begun to flood into the ship's compartments. Right at this time, a magical beast suddenly appeared, named Bobcat. It jumped over Life's head with a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. A voice popped up below. "Is that a big cat magical beast?" Life did not panic at all. Instead, there was an unconcealable, confident expression. "So you are my opponent, right?" Bobcat waved its two paws back and forth, signifying that the answer was yes. Life cracked his knuckles, preparing, at the same time smiling, answered, Okay, I know you are very powerful, let us start." The two beasts took a fighting stance. But in the blink of an eye, unexpectedly, Bobcat's figure was no longer seen, causing Life to be stunned. How was that possible? Where did it go? A loud explosion rang out behind him. Life immediately sensed a situation that was hanging by a thread. One hand he grabbed Bobcat's mouth, his other hand tried to resist. "Little cat, you are not good," daring to sneak attack from behind. Pushing the monster away also caused himself to fall into a state of imbalance. "I am about to fall. I am about to fall." Looking around, Bobcat once again disappeared. Damn it, why did it disappear again? A black shadow suddenly swept past. The trajectory of movement was quite difficult to understand. Life stood in the middle of the encirclement, not knowing what to do. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to concentrate his mind. "No, this cat is too fast, my eyes can't keep up at all. What should I do now?" In the danger, there was a stroke of good luck. Suddenly, Life came up with an idea. "I have it." A hand reached out. Life relied on feeling, successfully grabbing one of Bobcat's ears. He showed a face full of arrogance. "Unexpected, right? When you use your high-speed talent to move, then the cat hair and the air generate static electricity." Resolutely holding Bobcat up, "As long as I feel the static electricity around happening, then I can predict your action trajectory." Life powerfully threw it forward, at the same time announcing, "You have lost." Bobcat spun in the air. Seizing the opportune moment, Life immediately cast a spell, a bubble cage that absorbs your stamina. Now you can't move at high speed anymore. Falling from such a height, with that massive weight, you will be crippled, if not dead. You are done for. Peng Peng Meow let out a few miserable cries. It landed on the head of the blue dinosaur. Peng Peng Meow gritted its teeth, glaring angrily at the formidable enemy. Still maintaining a nonchalant attitude, Life said, "You still have this trick up your sleeve. As expected, magical beasts come in all shapes and sizes." Hong Hong Meow roared furiously. This made Life chuckle disdainfully. "Don't tell me you are calling for backup because you can't win. Where's the fairness in that?" From where Hong Hong Meow was standing, a colossal shadow, several times larger, emerged. Just then, a familiar figure suddenly flashed by. Coyote powerfully confronted the monster head-on, catching Life, who was dazedly standing behind, completely off guard. He defeated the enemy with just one move. He even winked playfully at him. Kid, do not get distracted, or you will be feeding the sea beasts in no time. Confusion started to show on Life's handsome face, and after a long pause, he hesitantly replied, I know, I originally wanted to get away from the cat quickly, so I could help others. But in his mind he thought, who knew I would be attacked by other sea beasts again? It seems like I can't hold back anymore. He decided to summon his power. A massive flood erupted from the first-class cabin. It successfully blew away almost half of the monsters. Above, the soldiers could not help but be astonished. I did not see that wrong, did I? A sea wave going backward. They even pinched each other's cheeks to confirm. The soldier, feeling both annoyed and startled, immediately turned and shouted, Ouch! Ouch! What are you doing? Seeing this, the person next to him became slightly less panicked. That is good, it is not a dream. But who could do this? A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the deck. Loya flew into the air, cheering excitedly. This is the water control skill of the Xuanyan stone. Li Fei is really amazing now, no wonder. Then, she suddenly became panicked. Luo Ya, what on earth are you thinking? Coyote glanced at where the power was still flourishing, marveling. The illusion power is truly terrifying, and it even has the ability to control water. But at the same time he also felt apprehensive. This kid is actually this strong. It is just that his application is still too crude. Can this kid's body handle such crude use of illusion power? On the other side, Life was still enduring. No, I still have not adapted to the power of the illusion demon rock. Its water control power is very useful, but it is difficult to use without training. My body is as heavy as a rock. Now I have to stop. He worried. But if I do not use this power, how long can I hold on? The monsters, having just experienced the upheaval, were now in a state of chaos. Deep in the sea, a series of supply groups were being replenished. Life felt suspicious. What happened? Why did these sea beasts suddenly run away? Coyote laughed excitedly upon hearing this. Of course, it is because they know I, a victorious general, am here, so they can only run away with their tails between their legs. This attitude made Loya clutch her head helplessly. I really should not have placed any hope on this idiot. Just then, the secretary stepped forward with an explanation. General, you are very powerful, but in reality, these sea beasts come every day. The other three were utterly bewildered. Every day. Loya's anger increased. With the scale of just now every day, how can this steel fortress withstand it? Batolia also loudly agreed. That is right, I do not believe it. Despite the secretary scratching his head awkwardly, Coyote, emboldened, became even more arrogant. Indeed, it is once a day. With that scale, each time. Even I think this fortress will collapse. But the strange thing is, every time I think we can't hold on anymore, the sound of the conch shell starts to sound. He looked towards the coast. Whenever the sound of the conch shell echoes, no matter how advantageous the sea beasts are, they will retreat. This has always been something I do not understand. But, as a general, behind me are the people. Then, he closed his eyes and began to feel, no matter what, I can't give up. As soon as he finished speaking, Life suddenly came to a realization. He panicked, and wondered. There might be another possibility, that they do not want to occupy this fortress at all. At the same time, on the side of a dark area, the Ugu was leisurely enjoying a lavish dinner. From outside, the screams of soldiers shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Lord Osgood, Lord Bloodshark, Lord Ginny, something bad has happened. Reinforcements have arrived from West Q Island. The 3rd Legion has suffered heavy losses. This information also woke Ginny up. Great, I am so bored here. Ahem, Father, let me go train the troops tomorrow. Okay, don't worry, I won't delay the task the captain assigned. The bell rang throughout the area. Ear-piercing screams were heard all around. Wake up, the sea beasts are attacking the city again. Life stood stretching in front of the window, wanting to enjoy a bit of the morning air. He put his hands on his hips, then sighed. It is another new day. Also the start of another series of difficulties. It is about to begin, again. Life remembered that this was the 12th day he had come to the steel stronghold, and every day, the sea beasts would attack the city. Every time the sun set in the west, under the call of the conch shell, they would leave, without a ripple, without difficulty, as if it had been arranged. Besides that, the soldiers were very tired, but there was no danger. Suddenly, Life fell into contemplation. Magical beasts usually leave them with a breath. Is it hoping that after the soldiers recover, they can continue to fight them? On the other side, Loya was calling out to her comrades, hurry, a gap has appeared here. I do not know if the Illusion Beast Association has become suspicious of this place, and if the Azure Kingdom has sent troops to support us. Life was silent. I just hope this farcical war ends quickly. A chill ran down his spine. Life glanced back slightly, discovering a familiar figure. It is you again. Wait. Peng Peng Meow immediately prepared to attack. Life, on the other hand, looked strangely relaxed. whistling, while doing some basic exercises. He even laughed to himself, seeming very pleased. It was not until a few minutes later that he got into a real fighting stance. Warm-up complete. Let us begin. One would have thought that a fierce battle would immediately follow, but no. Peng Peng Meow suddenly froze, its eyes wide. Life could tell just by looking, so it is an early retreat today. Outside, the monsters were still attacking fiercely. Some soldiers fainted due to not being able to withstand the pressure, and even worse, foamed at the mouth and died. These monsters were 2 or 3 times larger than normal people, so it was impossible to deal with them all at once. Above, Loya tried to use the arrows to the fullest extent. She successfully prevented the chaotic crowd from flooding the deck a little. Coyote played the main role, dealing with the difficult components with all his might. The psychological pressure also made the army become timid. Seeing this, Coyote smiled kindly to reassure them. Don't panic. Open the second defense program of the steel stronghold. When the yes sound rang out, everyone regained their spirits together. The sealed hatch door that had been closed for a long time was finally opened. The knight ran quickly towards the lever. His 2 hands grabbed the iron body, and he had to use all his strength to pull it. The lower part of the wheel immediately had a little sway. At the same time, in the intersection area of the warship, the protective screen was being opened, gradually coming into contact with the outside world. The surrounding sea surface was disturbed, creating violent waves. Coyote stood from a high place, shouting to signal his subordinates. Everyone come up here! He emphasized that this time, it was a real war. Back to life, he asked Peng Peng Meow curiously. The sound just now was not a retreat, but to tell you to attack with all your might. The cat nodded a few times to express agreement. Seeing this, Life frowned, showing doubt. What exactly is your purpose? But in response to him was an uncomfortable expression. Can't say. After thinking about it, it was useless. And in the end, Life chose to stop the battle and leave. That is it. I will go back to defense. Next time we meet, we will be enemies. But before he could take a few steps, he bumped into something as hard as a rock. Looking up, he was struck by 2 dragons, one blue and one red, with ferocious appearances, roaring with their mouths open. Life gritted his teeth, his mind panicked. No, there are more and more magical beasts. Now there was only one way, to fight quickly and decisively. Quickly cast the 12 consecutive striking fist. He successfully caused a large explosion to blind the eyes, and seized the opportunity to escape. I will take my leave first. A large flame spewed out from the long neck of the red dragon. With Life's current running speed, being caught up was inevitable. Due to the strong impact from the landing, the hull of the warship could not help but collide with tremors. Life was also affected a lot. This terrible feeling made him struggle violently. Stinky, too disgusting. Seeing that his attack had worked, Peng Peng Meow uttered full of joyful sounds. Loya realized the dangerous situation and was about to rush to rescue, but was stopped by the pull from Kayad. Don't rush, watch first. Life fell straight into the encirclement of Peng Peng Meow. But in response to him were not frenzied attacks, but a gentle caress with soft gray fur that he had not felt for a long time. Okay, I know you can't bear to let me go, but you still have to help me with something. Life climbed onto the head of the monster, which meant becoming its master. Peng Peng, get ready, run. The running speed of this big cat was really amazing. Not only that, but it was also crossbred with a flying squirrel, with large wings on both sides, which was very convenient for moving in the air. Thanks to the support from Peng Peng Meow, Life suddenly became much more excited. Okay, prepare for a perfect landing. But the happiness did not last long. A shrill laugh shattered everything. How fun! By the time Life felt that his life was in danger, the stranger continued to examine. You are the reinforcements from the Illusion Beast Association, right? A long silence took place between the 2 sides. He got off the monster at the same time. The corners of Ginny's mouth turned into a bright smile, but the meaning in her words was coldly bloodthirsty. You say, if I smash your head like this, the blood blooming out must be very beautiful, right? Life's voice was a little nervous. You. Who exactly are you? Why did you appear behind me? On the other side, the allies could not bear it anymore, and began to counterattack. You release Li Fei. A part of Ginny's back reflected in the sunset, causing Kayod to be stunned for a moment. This way of dressing is too familiar. Peng Peng Meow was so scared that it drooped its ears and only knew how to groan weakly. Seeing this, Ginny chuckled teasingly. The kitten has not forgotten me. That is good. But helping the enemy. But then, her eyes immediately turned to a cruel look. I am very angry now. Kayod then realized, I remember now, the blood-colored pearls. The blood-colored pearls of the Fury of the Gale. The 2 of them are, the blood-colored pearls, Ginny, the Fury of the Gale, the red weapon, the adopted daughter of Osiku. Remembering this, the color on Kayod's face suddenly turned pale. It is said that they are cold-blooded and cruel, and take pleasure in killing. He was even so scared that his hands and feet danced wildly. How can you say such a beautiful 20-year-old youth? Ginny, after listening, replied arrogantly, those things are just slanders from the enemy against me. I am very friendly. If my father did not say he wanted me to restrain myself for a while, and only released me today, I would have pierced you bastards on the trees to raise birds long ago. These words really made people doubt. You really can't see any friendliness at all. Now life had the answer to the question just now. When you descended, I was already behind you. Regardless of the not very kind eyes from him, Ginny calmly explained, it is really careless. I did not even notice that a person was hidden in the cat's fur. And her purpose was certainly not simple. But, just like this, subduing you is really boring. As soon as she finished speaking, Ginny kicked Life hard in the back with her straight foot, waiting until his body was no different from an object used as a net to prevent allies from helping. She continued, let you rest first, so that you can bring me a better fight later. Relying on Peng Peng Meow's body, Ginny shouted the announcement, I will handle the affairs of our legion first. It kept trembling before the invisible killing intent emanating from the woman. You betrayed us, but I will give you a chance. Ginny raised a few fingers. 3 seconds. As long as you can escape from my attack range, then I won't pursue it anymore. Accompanied by a flirty and provocative tone, Kitten, try hard. Peng Peng Meow panicked and tried to escape, but its heavy body suddenly flew into the air uncontrollably. Ginny closed her eyes tightly, falsely displaying a face. It is a pity. When the words 3 seconds have arrived rang out, Peng Peng Meow's body also became strangely twisted. Below, Life wanted to rush to stop it, but was powerless. In the chest, between the soft fur of Peng Peng Meow, a kind of brilliant light loomed. Finally, its entire body fell freely and sank deep into the seabed. Life's anger rose to the peak. He gritted his teeth and shouted, damn it, how can you be so cruel? Ginny replied coldly, cruel? This is just the result of a traitor. If there is no price to pay for betrayal, everyone will take betrayal as an honor, and then we will welcome true hell. Then she whipped the rattan whip fiercely towards the crowd. Okay, it seems you have finished resting. Let us start. Ko dodged the attack while questioning, I always felt that there was a problem with the sea beasts attacking us, so it was the fury of the gale who did it. He wondered. But why do not you directly take down the steel stronghold? You want us to play with you for so long. This unexpected reasoning made Ginny marvel. Your peacock flower is quite powerful, but my illusion beasts can restrain you. Want to know our purpose? She continued to use her moves, but faster and more violent. Beat me and then talk. After a while, Coyote was still unharmed. Ginny laughed heartily and praised, not bad, then this. Coyote was still in a state of panic. Then, from Ginny's lower abdomen, power suddenly erupted. She became more and more crazy, and kept provoking. Can you avoid it? Coyote did fall into a situation of avoiding the melon rind and encountering the seed. There was this wave of attacks after this wave of counterattacks. In the end, he still could not avoid being seriously injured. His entire body was knocked backward. Seeing this, Loya immediately decided, no. Ginny is very strong, let us go together. She drew her bow and used the water drop, violent arrow. A large explosion then erupted. While everyone looked at each other in confusion, wondering if it was successful. Then Life insisted on running behind, using his body to support Kaod from a fatal fall. General, are you okay? He gritted his teeth. Even though he was in pain, he did not forget to tell his junior, be careful. In front of the two of them was a gale carrying sharp clusters of barbs. As the storm got closer and closer, Life suddenly lifted Kaod with both hands. Carefully dodging to the side, without being injured, Ginny appeared after the battle with a provocative smile. That is right, only fighting like that is fun. This time, the gift brought to the two of them was a thorn ball. Use a little more? Let me play more happily. The object that was going straight suddenly changed direction. Luckily, Patolia escaped in time. Facing the formidable enemy, everyone felt frightened. Damn it, we have to break that shell, otherwise we can't hurt her at all. Loya breathed a sigh of relief and regained her spirits. No, we have to find a way quickly. But even she was not sure that she could succeed, otherwise this base would be breached by her alone. At this time, Kia did not say a word, and regardless of his serious injury, he summoned the strongest moves. It could be seen that he was trying to use his entire body to block the thorn ball. And miraculously, it worked. As expected of the general of the steel stronghold, who can control my swirling conch shell? Ginny was hiding inside, only hearing her voice. But my conch shell is not so easy to stop. In a confused state, the thorns growing on the ball suddenly grew longer, causing Coyote to be caught off guard. He grabbed the iron rod with one hand, trying to push the object backward. Even without seeing it, you could still recognize a hint of surprise, mixed with sarcasm, through Ginny's reminder. You are crazy, Flower Peacock. If you continue like this, you will die. Coyote pursed his lips and said calmly, I am not afraid of death. I am the general guarding West Q Island. Then he roared with all his strength. I will not allow West Q Island to be lost in my hands. The soldiers were very distressed, but could not do anything but call the general in vain. Kayod turned his face to the back. Even in pain, he did not forget his main task. Return to your defensive positions. The remaining sea beasts still have to rely on you to resist. He decisively said, now I control them. I will leave the rest to you. Life clenched his fist full of determination. General, we will never let you down. In front of them, Ginny and Kayod were still arguing. I will not be controlled by you. Open for me. I will not let go. Loya had drawn her bow and stood ready for a long time. Weren't you very fast just now? Now I want to see where you run. A series of arrows shot out, deeply piercing the shell of the ball. The sound of cracking rang out, and some iron rods began to break in half. Ginny had her hands on her hips, and seemed to still be very confident. I thought you were so powerful, but you still can't break my conch shell. But as soon as she finished speaking, she heard strange sounds in her ears. A high-power current appeared, enveloping her entire body. Loya smiled slightly, and slowly explained. This is called the Echo Arrow, using illusion power to vibrate the entire conch shell. Usually, the attack power of this move is not strong, but now, the echo is enough to shatter your ears, or even kill you. Ginny was not reconciled, but her head hurt terribly. No, I can't escape these sound waves by hiding in here. I can't do this anymore. Dissolve the combined illusion beasts. Fight with them. She had to make a difficult decision. Ironthorn Shell. Dissolve the combination. Life had stood ready outside, and finally waited for you. He summoned his power. We guessed you would dissolve the combination. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Now it is our turn to take action. 12 consecutive striking fist. The first attack was still a little weak, but it is not over yet. This time I have to make sure you can't get up again. Life kept knocking down the opponent with his fist, until Ginny completely did not resist, and fell to the ground. Her fair skin was now full of bruises. Life landed safely, dragging a cloud of dust. Batolia witnessed it from beginning to end, but still felt embarrassed. This, after all, she is a beautiful young woman. It is not good to act so heavily. Life, after hearing these unreasonable words, immediately angrily shouted, Stop talking nonsense. How can you still be lenient at that time? Causing him to be shocked. Say, that is right. A weak voice rang out, interrupting the argument between the two sides. Good, you really did not disappoint me. Kayod, while holding his wound, instructed, Catch Ginny, and let the fury of the gale retreat first. Batolia might not be the best in terms of ability, but he is always the first to volunteer for these things. I will go. The sunlight was gradually becoming harsher at this moment. Partly due to the heat, and partly due to hunger, the monsters began their next infiltration. Seeing this, Batolia hurriedly ran to Ginny, who was unconscious. What happened? Never mind. Let us capture Ginny first. She was most likely still in a coma. Batolia's hand was reaching out into the air, but suddenly his entire body trembled violently. From above, a large fire appeared out of nowhere, quickly passing through the area. Everyone only managed to shout 2 words, Bafak. Batolia was seen slumped on the ground with a pale face, breathing heavily. I am okay. The culprit who caused this spoke up. If you had touched her just now, you would not be okay. It was none other than Ugu, with his sharp sickle. What do you want to do with my lovely daughter? Kayod could not help but panic. The crimson weapon, Osigu. I did not expect that the person the fury of the gale sent would be you. He struggled to stand up, while continuing. I am not your opponent, especially with so many sea beasts. With your saint-level strength, taking down the steel stronghold would be as easy as flipping your hand. Why do you always attack after gaining the upper hand, and then retreat? Ginny's body was gently lifted by the flames. Ugu replied, in a calm tone, Of course it is for training soldiers, but now, you are no longer valuable. Then he grinned cruelly. This steel stronghold is not bad, I will take it. Kayod stepped back, clenched his fist, and said, Damn it, I am the general of the Azure Kingdom, as long as I have a breath left. Kayod frowned and affirmed loudly, I will not give up the steel stronghold. Hearing this, Ozgu burst out laughing and ordered, Take Ginny down. I will play with them. He looked up arrogantly and continued, Don't want to give up? Fine, then I will play with you. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Ozgu glared, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and assumed, 5 minutes, as long as you can block me for 5 minutes. Then I will retreat. Kayod, hearing these words like a bucket of cold water poured directly on his face, could not help but shout, Don't underestimate others. Then he unleashed a move, using a different source of power to attack Ozgu. Kayod approached him and shouted, Peacock Flare's tail. Immediately after, a battle broke out. Kayod launched an attack, and Ozgu quickly blocked it. Kayod then somersaulted and asked, Not done yet. Ozgu sneered and replied, Not bad, that is more interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Kayod's leg. Then Ozgu used all his strength to throw him down. Immediately after, a terrifying explosion occurred before Ozgu's eyes. Seeing this, the guards rushed over and called out, General. Ozgu arrogantly rushed to Coyote, smiled triumphantly, and said, 10 seconds. He then launched a move to take down several guards and shouted arrogantly, 15 seconds. Vitolia, witnessing the event, exclaimed in fear. His strength is so terrifying, we are not his match. What should we do? Life, seeing this, was a little cautious. He glared and said, we can't let him continue like this. Otherwise he will break through the base alone. What is more, we have not reached the end of the road yet. Help me by 1 minute. Vitolia and Loya answered in unison. Understood. Loya stepped back, giving way to Vitolia to make the first move. He held his weapon and aimed it directly at Ozgu. At the same time Loya made her move, she threw explosive arrows at him. Ozgu opened his mouth and caught Loya's explosive arrows. Then, he held his weapon and pressed Vitolia to the ground. Vitola was now at a disadvantage against him. Ozgu even leisurely crunched on Loya's explosive arrows. He chewed them up and then calmly swallowed them, praising, the taste is not bad, anymore. Hearing this, Loya was stunned. He is not afraid of my explosive arrows. Then Ozgu grabbed his weapon and directly attacked Vitolia. He arrogantly grabbed his weapon and stood there full of challenge. The weapon in his hand then radiated the power of the Supreme. Ozgu strained his neck and challenged, come down here! Then he directly gave Loya a powerful attack. Seeing Loya defeated, he laughed triumphantly and exclaimed, 30 seconds. Ozgu turned his head and saw Life working hard to gather energy. He laughed and mocked, what big move are you gathering? He rushed over with that special weapon. I can't let you have your way. Life panicked a little and thought, I am done for. At the critical moment Loya appeared. She protected Life with her body, allowing him to gather fully. Loya was scratched all over her face, but she still firmly said, I said 1 minute, I can't retreat like this. Ozgu could not help but admire. Very sure. After taking a complete move from me, you can still stand up lively, your physique is stronger than those sea beasts. Ozgu continued to hold his weapon and fight. 1 move was enough to defeat all 3 of them, he exclaimed in a mocking tone. But unfortunately, you can't stop me. After a while, Ozgu stopped. He looked into the distance. Only 1 minute? Boring. At this time, a large white magic mirror appeared. This was followed by a row of mirrors, arranged in front of Ozgu. Life landed at this time. He was a little weak and tired. My ultimate move has finally been completed. Magic Mirror, Water Drop, the unique ultimate move of the Schwan Turtle Rock clan. Condense water with illusion power into a mirror. Life looked at the mirrors, arranged in a row, and said, use the water in the air to suppress the illusion power, forming water droplets that can penetrate rocks. There are more than a dozen mirrors here. The condensed water droplets will attack this place with an encompassing force. He controlled the mirrors and ordered loudly, I want to see how you escape. After the attack that Life was most satisfied with, he stared at him and wondered, has it succeeded? At this time, Ozgu appeared, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in sarcasm. He was still intact, without any scratches or missing skin. On the contrary, he was stronger than before. Life saw this and stood still. He exclaimed in surprise, the illusion power leaves the body to form a mode. He sneered and nodded to confirm, that is right, although it consumes a lot of illusion power, the defense is not bad. Ozgu glared and then rushed forward. You are very powerful, you almost hurt me, but now. He held his weapon high and threatened, I will smash you into minced meat, to show my final respect to you. Life was afraid. He closed his eyes tightly and said, it seems that my journey ends here. At the last minute a sharp clang rang out. Life opened his eyes and saw a sword blocking Ozgu's attack. It was Lazda. Life was stunned when he saw him appear. Lasita. Lazda looked seriously and said, kid, you are too lazy, and you are so sloppy again. Ozgu stepped back. He was surprised to see Lazda's appearance. Reinforcements from the Illusion Beast Association, only you. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. Of course not. It was Fox. He appeared and calmly said, long time no see. Life was stunned to see the appearance of the two of them. Fox, leader. Lazda glared and turned to look at him and said, kid, I am very disappointed in you. The person who once defeated me was defeated so decisively. Life could only reply embarrassedly, really, I am sorry. At this moment, a supreme power descended from above. Ozgu appeared from above. He laughed loudly, with a hint of sarcasm. The Illusion Beast Association is indeed not bad. There are so many young masters. His eyes lit up and he continued, if that is the case, then I have to use some real skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Ozgu shouted loudly, blood, sand, burst forth. Asigu full power. Life picked up Loya. His eyes stared straight at Ozgu and said, damn it, they are both saint-level masters. Why is Jack so much weaker than him? Ozgu was stunned after hearing this and replied, you have met Jack. Could it be that he was killed by you? He rolled his eyes and replied, that is, everyone helped. Hearing this answer, Ozgu clenched his fist and cried, "It is like that again. Although he is a waste, he was often bullied by me when he was young, but he died in the hands of others without being played to death by me. It is really a pity." Seeing that ugly scene, Life paused and replied, "No, I feel it is more embarrassing to be played to death by you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ozgu picked up his weapon and attacked. "I have decided. I will kill all of you and avenge that waste." At the last minute, Fox appeared to block for Life. He smiled softly and said, "Then let me see. What skills do you have, little fire? Combine?" Immediately after, Fox transformed into the ferocious appearance of a fox. Then a terrible explosion occurred. Ozgu walked out of the thick white smoke. Fox also appeared at the same time, the corners of his mouth momentarily raised. He walked in front of Ozgu and said softly, "Look into my eyes." He could not escape Fox's gaze. After that, Ozgu seemed to be caught in an inescapable loop. After a while he opened his eyes and saw that he was surrounded by water. Ozgu was stunned and exclaimed, "This place is—" Before his eyes was a huge pile of garbage falling from above. Ozgu took a few steps back and said, "Where?" Above the pile of garbage was the figure of Ginny. She was lying motionless on it. Ozgu exclaimed in panic, "Jack, Jenny." Jack also lay unconscious on the pile of garbage. Ozgu was so dissatisfied that his face turned black. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "So, this place is hell." Ozgu began to use magic. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Ridiculous illusion. You think you can trap me just by relying on this kind of illusion? You are really naive." Ozgu used force to push his power to the pile of garbage and shouted, "Destroy this absurd mountain of garbage, and I will smash you into minced meat." At this time, his eyes became a little blurred, and his mood was distracted for a few seconds. He had now returned to his current state, and noticed that his hands and feet were tied. Ozgu burst out laughing. "You let me be distracted for 1 second. Instead of taking this opportunity to attack, you still want to bind me. You are really stupid." Fox held the rope tightly, and replied with a light smile, "Don't underestimate my eyes. They can not only release illusions, but in these eyes, everything about you is revealed. Attacking you is nothing. Your whole body is wrapped in a mucous membrane, formed by illusion power." A hypnotic circle now appeared in his eyes. Fox hypnotized softly. "If we can't break it once, hurting your monster physique, then we have no chance. We found the only way to break it." Life stood by, and took the opportunity to rush to attack Ozgu. 13 consecutive striking fist. He punched him hard in the stomach and said, "Bin." Immediately after, a deafening explosion rang out. Ozgu was blown away by the power of the explosion. Fox looked into the distance and muttered silently, "You have made a lot of progress after leaving the association. This punch is more powerful than when you hit me." Lazda walked over with his sword. He looked down at the sea and asked, "Is it over like this? Is that all there is?" Fox walked over, looked, and smiled lightly in response. "No, they are running." Hearing this, Life asked a little puzzled, "Running?" Fox pointed to his special eyes and said, "In my eyes I saw a ray of illusion power converging to the coastline in the distance. These sea beasts are not planning to return to the original forbidden area, but are running to the coastline. What exactly is their purpose?" He thought for a while and considered, "Perhaps, because Aosigu was seriously injured, and because of our existence, they know that they can't take down the steel stronghold, so they changed their target." Fox stood by, and replied, frankly, "The saint-level master Aosigu led countless sea beasts to attack the steel stronghold. This is completely inconsistent with the intelligence I received. We need to exchange information." Immediately after, everyone gathered in the conference room. Leifer seriously explained, "The current situation is that the steel stronghold is threatened by sea beasts. If we retreat, the sea beasts can continue to attack. But if we do not retreat, we will see all the sea beasts retreat." Not knowing what to do, Koyad cried all his tears at this time. He said sadly, "It is really too bullying. What did I do to them? They just want to attack my base." Fox sat nearby and thought for a while before saying, "Actually, we have no choice, do not we? Apart from watching the sea beasts retreat, there is nothing we can do. If I tell the truth here, wait for the association's reinforcements." Lazda nodded in response, agreed. Life objected a little. He stood up and exclaimed, "No, we can't sit and wait for death. I have a hunch. If we do not do anything this time, it will lead to lifelong regret." Hearing this, Fox understood Life's intention. He asked bluntly, "Life, you are really interesting. Are you afraid of war?" Hearing that question, he froze. His eyes and face momentarily stiffened. Fox then recounted the fierce battle. The continent for thousands of years has been experiencing war. The territorial wars of the 3 mainland kingdoms. The wars of contention between illusion beasts, magical beasts and humans. Although each war is a living hell, each war receives the opportunity of military merit. So many people have risen up like this. Until a few hundred years ago, the blood-red Lion King rose strongly, relying on pure martial force. He subdued the 3 major principalities and established the Illusion Beast Association. This situation of mutual conquest was greatly reduced. Fox paused for a moment and then continued. But after so many years of peace, civilians have no hope of promotion and are even encouraging war, but you seem to have a fear of war from the bones. It is really unlike the people of this era. Life listened but remained firm in his opinion. He glared and said, I know that ambition can never be satisfied, but I also know that once a war breaks out, it is impossible to want to stop it. I joined the Illusion Beast Association to help more people who need help. If I see so many innocent people being implicated, I can't do it. Fox nodded and asked, So what do you plan to do? He was a little embarrassed at this question. Life sighed with difficulty and said, I do not want to remember that kind of terrible thing anymore, but now, it can only be like this. Life now stood, dumbfounded, in the vast sea of water. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, Lazda said irritably, Kid, what exactly are you doing, standing here for half an hour already? Loya heard this and scolded Lazda angrily. It is so noisy. Do not disturb Li Fei anymore. Disturbing him will delay the time later. He clenched his fist and complained. Woman, pay attention to your tone. Just then, Fox appeared, breaking the tense atmosphere at that time. He smiled and said calmly, Everyone calm down a bit. Now is not the time for infighting. Lighter hurriedly hugged Lazda's leg and begged earnestly, Big brother, calm down. Loya looked at Fox affectionately and thought, This guy, how does he feel so much stronger? After not seeing him for a few months, one hand has made me a little scared. At this moment, Life opened his eyes and said loudly, Found it. Lazda panicked and ran to him and asked, Found what? Life frowned, his voice full of seriousness. The waterway of the rock illusion turtle. Lazda looked and sighed in admiration. Really, it is too unexpected. Fox and Lighter were no less surprised. Interesting, benefit, powerful. Coyote praised with his mouth open, smart boy, so you can follow the way you came back. Seeing a slightly ridiculous expression, Life sighed and replied, General, I am sorry, I can't guard the steel stronghold with you anymore. He was a little hurt after hearing this. Coyote nodded gently and replied, I understand. The fledgling eagle will eventually fly back to the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, Coyote said sternly, Grasp your life, run to your future. The steel stronghold has you. Rest assured. Life was stunned to see this. Why do I want to hit him every time I say something serious and look at him like that? Loya nodded in agreement. Me too. Then he waved his hand and said friendly, Goodbye, General. Coyote cried. He replied with a little reluctance, Goodbye. As soon as they left, Lazda and Lighter exclaimed angrily, That damn kid! One day I will kill him. This is exciting. Soon they arrived at Banshee's cave. It was startled when it heard the noise and exclaimed, That is right. Practice hard. One day you will grow into a powerful rock illusion turtle. Immediately after, Banshee heard a slight tremor behind him. After those earth-shattering tremors was the appearance of Life and everyone. As soon as he drifted out of the water, Life sighed in relief and replied, Finally, we have arrived. As soon as Lazda arrived, he angrily held his axe and stepped forward aggressively. Kid, I have to kill you. You came from such a disgusting place again. He replied a little awkwardly. This. You will get used to it. Loya and Fox behind him also frowned and thought, It is not the first time either. Banshee greeted the familiar faces warmly. Welcome back, my friend. I did not expect to meet again so soon. Life scratched his head and went to Banshee and replied, That is right. I did not expect to meet again so soon. That is right, Banshee. Has there been any change in Moshui City recently? Hearing the reason for the incident, it asked in amazement, Has this matter spread so far? Fox cautiously stepped forward and asked, Is there really a change? Life asked a little puzzled. What exactly is going on? Banshee did not hide anything and said that since Duke Shuart disappeared, Moshui City, which should have been leaderless, fell into chaos. But what surprised people was that the regular army of Moshui City seemed to have disappeared quietly. What surprised people was that all the people had returned. Life was a little stunned after listening and asked again, Then, who is handling the affairs of Moshui City now? Banshee replied seriously, You probably won't believe it when I say it. It is the fury of the gale. As soon as those 4 words were uttered, everyone was stunned and exclaimed, The fury of the gale. Banshee explained further, It is those mercenaries who escorted the people back to Moshui City. I do not know what their purpose is. But if you have any thoughts, it is best to investigate as soon as possible. It will be too late if you wait any longer. The patrol team leader appeared at this time with a serious expression. This place full of patrol teams is called the city wall of Moshui City. Life and everyone hid in the bushes nearby to observe. Patolia shook his head and sighed when he saw the current situation. It won't work. The entire city wall is full of people from the fury of the gale. We can't get in at all. Fox also looked thoughtfully and said, I do not understand. What is the fury of the gale occupying Moshui City for? Although the fury of the gale is a top-ranked powerful mercenary group. The Azure Kingdom will definitely send a large army to take it back. The force of the Fury of the Gale can't resist the Azure Kingdom at all. He observed the patrol teams and added, moreover, Moshui City is now in order. The order is clear, except for the people nearby. No one knows that Moshui City has changed hands. So what is their purpose in doing this? Fox and Lazda were still thoughtfully observing every gesture and action of the patrol teams. At this moment, 2 red objects fell from above on the side of the patrol teams. The red marbles fell to the ground, and they emitted a hazy mist. That red mist began to spread, covering everything around it. Just then, one of the patrol teams asked, "The mission is complete. Let us go into the city quickly." Life and everyone on this side were also very puzzled. Fox calmly asked, "What is going on?" Life stood up. He carefully looked at the mist that was spreading and sighed. "This mist." After a few seconds of thought, he narrowed his eyes and warned, "No, this mist is very effective. We must quickly go in and protect the people." Fox stepped forward to stop Life and asked, "Are you crazy? Are you planning to confront all the people of the Fury of the Gale?" He bluntly pushed his hand away and replied, "We are the Illusion Beast Association. We are here to help others. They are in danger now. Are we going to sit here and wait for death? I am sorry, I can't do that." Immediately after, Life bravely rushed up and called out in unison, "Luoya, Bathak, let us go." Fox stood there and sighed in admiration. "I have been taught a lesson," Lazda also frankly said. "Fukesi, this time I am on the kid's side, although I am not a good person. But once I join the Illusion Beast Association, I have to follow the rules." Leader stood behind a little excitedly. "That is right, boss." Fox refused politely after hearing this. "Then, let us go. Do not let that kid look down on the 3 of us." Soon Life and the others had arrived in front of the gate. He looked at it and shook his head and exclaimed, "It won't work. The city gate is too thick. We can't push it open." Loya, standing next to him, suggested, "I will fly you 2 up there." Quickly, Life and Batolia were lifted high by Loya. Batolia exclaimed in fear, "Luoya, it is too high. Save me." Loya had one in each hand, and when she saw Batolia complaining, she reminded him, "Don't move around. If you mess around again, I will throw you down. When did you start being afraid of heights?" "It seems it is from just now." After landing, everyone was panting. Life gasped for breath and looked around and said, "Something does not seem right." Batolia lay on the ground and exclaimed, "Let me throw up first." After stabilizing their state, Life looked around this place and said, "There were quite a few soldiers on the city wall just now. Why can't I see anyone now?" Loya seemed to have discovered something. She called out loudly, "Li Fei, look over there." This was the origin of the misty red mist. It was the pine cone of the Illusion Beast, the giant pine cone rat, which can be used to store gas. Batolia stood and observed the pine cone of the Illusion Beast for a while, and said, "The Fury of the Gale is spreading this gas throughout the city. What exactly do they want to do?" Life and Loya covered their noses to avoid contact with its smoke. He firmly shook his head and replied, "No, this red gas. It feels a little different," Little White told me. After inhaling this gas, it only felt a little uncomfortable. It did not feel as restless as last time. Loya next to him also said that. "But this smoke is redder than before. Is it just a darker color? But the effect is weaker. This is a bit strange." The red smoke that had just been spreading thickly in the sky, Life shook his head and said, "Let us go down and see how the people are doing." Immediately, Life and the others quickly ran out of the castle. Life went to a large door, frantically banging on it and shouting, "Sir, this red mist is very strange. Are you all right?" A voice came from behind the door. "Who are you? Don't you know the rules set by the adults of the Guangfeng Jinu?" Hearing this, Life was stunned and exclaimed, "Rules?" Then he shouted loudly, "What rules? We are tourists. We are stuck here and can't get out." The person behind the door, still hiding their face, said, "Then your luck is really bad. Go back to the inn, feed the Huan beasts the pills given by the Guangfeng Jinu adults, and wait obediently. They won't harm us, but if you anger them, it will be very dangerous." After hearing a satisfactory answer, Life nodded and left. "Okay, thank you, sir." As soon as he took a few steps, he had some doubts. What the sir said just now was very strange. They fed the Huan beasts the pills of the Guangfeng Jinu, and also said that they would not harm them. It seems that the Guangfeng Jinu has reached some agreement with these people. Loya, after listening, was also skeptical. Although nothing is happening, it seems that the people are indeed not in danger. It is just that. We can't let this red smoke continue like this forever. Just then, a loud voice rang out. "What are you doing?" It was the captain of the guard, and he and his companions attacked Life and the others with weapons. Seeing the weapon in the captain's hand, Batolia blurted out in a daze, "It is a purple mushroom cap." Life, standing beside him, asked in confusion, "What is a purple mushroom cap?" Batolia leaned into his ear and explained, "A low-level plant Huan beast in the forest that can spray spores to attack its prey. The power is enough to pierce the bodies of ordinary people. I did not expect the Confronting to use them as weapons. What a brilliant idea. The captain of the guard stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Who are you? What are you doing in Mokshui City?" Life was a little embarrassed, raised his hands and said, "This." On the contrary, Loya rushed up fiercely and said, "Why talk so much? Just capture them and interrogate them. Won't everything be clear?" Batolia nodded in fear. Yes, that is right." He and Life were momentarily silent, as if preparing for a new plan. Seizing a suitable opportunity, he gave the order. "Then it is decided, let us catch him first." The captain of the guard was a little flustered. He raised his hand and ordered, "Fire." Immediately every bullet aimed straight at Life, who grimaced in pain as he endured it. Then Life and Batolia ran away as fast as their legs could carry them, as the bullets rained down like rain. After hiding in a corner, he observed them and wondered, "Is this thing so powerful? It only grazed my armor," and Xiaobai cried out in pain. Batolia also said awkwardly, "This is also my first time encountering this thing." The captain saw Loya appear, and said confidently, "I will take care of this little girl, you guys take care of the other two." The remaining men nodded in unison, understood. Life glanced slightly and exclaimed, "It seems we are being underestimated," he said. "Boy, I have to." Batolia smiled wryly at the current situation and replied, "No problem." The guards still held their mushroom guns and frantically attacked Life and the others. The bullets shot straight towards the wall with great speed. After hiding for a while, he and Batolia suddenly appeared from the wall nearby. Life used his opponent's strength to attack. Handling two people alone was still a normal thing. Batolia was also very calm. He deftly dodged the bullets from the mushroom gun. He rushed over unexpectedly and said, "I am here." Before the opponent could understand what was happening, Batolia eliminated him with just a flick of his hand. The captain of the guard was so angry that he exclaimed, "Damn it, I did not expect them to be so strong." Loya from above held a fire arrow and asked the captain arrogantly, "You dare to be distracted while fighting me? You underestimate me too much, do not you?" Immediately afterwards, a rain of fire arrows madly shot towards him. The captain of the guard did not retreat. He swung his sword and shattered Loya's fire arrows. Even if you summon a rain of arrows, some will fall in the wrong place. No matter how careful he was still hit by Loya's fire arrow. The captain of the guard was soon sent flying and slammed hard against the wall. The other guards saw this and cried out sadly, "Captain!" After resolving the situation, Life looked up at the sky and asked, "Now we can talk. Why are not the people afraid? Confronting has taken over Mokshui City. What exactly do they want to do?" The captain of the guard answered painfully, "We Confronting do not have weaklings who are afraid of death. Even if you threaten me, torture me, or even kill me, do not expect to get half a word out of my mouth." Realizing that he was being stubborn, Life said with some satisfaction, "It seems you have underestimated my methods." Bata. Batolia understood and said, "Got it." Then Loya grabbed the captain's shoulders, and Life grabbed his legs and dragged him out. Batolia took a brush and tickled the soles of the captain's feet. He was so ticklish that tears streamed down his face, and he blurted out, "Stop, I will talk." The other soldiers saw this and exclaimed in fear, "That is too cruel." Batolia casually threw away the brush and said, "Wouldn't it have been better to cooperate like this earlier?" The captain of the guard curled up in fear and recounted, "We promised the people that as long as they did not leave their homes for 3 months we would absolutely not touch them, and we would also provide enough supplies for 3 months. Life was very puzzled after hearing this. Why is this? He shook his head innocently and replied, "I do not know. We are just following the orders of Lady Luti. I really do not know the specific reason." He thought for a moment. The schemer Luti, the woman who appeared with the destroyer Jack when they came to Mokshui City. It seems that to clarify the matter in Mokshui City, we must find Luti. After a while, Life looked at him and asked, "Where is Luti?" The captain of the guard pointed straight to the large castle nearby and said, "Lady Luti is in Duke Shuhuade's palace." Immediately after receiving a satisfactory answer, Life ordered, "Let us go. I want to see what exactly this Luti is up to." At this time the other soldiers went over to pull out the fire arrow on his body, and the captain winced in pain and said, "Be gentle. Be gentle." He screamed in pain. One of the soldiers asked worriedly, "Captain, if we tell such intruders, will it affect the plan?" He just replied calmly, after hearing this, "Don't worry, they are very strong, but definitely not Lady Luti's opponents. Moreover, our mission is to wait for the Molan kingdom to send reinforcements. Instead of letting them run around outside, it is better to hand them over to Lady Luti for imprisonment." Life and the others were rushing to the castle very quickly. As soon as they stopped, Loya exclaimed softly, "The front is the palace." But Batolia asked cautiously, "Was it so winding when we came here last time?" Loya was also apprehensive. She still tried to defend. "It feels a little strange, but I can't say exactly what is strange." I did not find any problems when I looked down from above. Life went straight ahead, and said frankly, let us just try to move forward. After all, the other party is called a schemer. They definitely won't let us pass so easily. But if we do not take the first step, we won't know what exactly she is planning. So the three of them walked confidently to the door of the castle. As soon as he reached the door, he pushed the door open with all his strength. After looking around for a while, Life exclaimed in surprise, what is going on here? All around the room were large, strange mirrors. Then, those mirrors gathered into a pile and spun wildly in a circle. The images of the three people appeared through a mirror, surrounded by blazing flames. Like a magical illusion, Loya was burned on her arm. She exclaimed in pain. It is too hot. Batolia managed to find a place to avoid, and hid behind the palace pillars. With no other choice, the three of them accelerated and ran into that place. But before they had gone far, Life and Loya both turned their heads in amazement. The three of them were suddenly attacked by a bolt of electricity that had just appeared. Before this disaster was over, the next one had already struck. The next mirror was surrounded by water. From that mirror shot a flood of water, like a great flood. Life and the others were soon submerged by the water. After escaping, Loya sat on the ground tiredly and wondered, what kind of trap is this? Water, fire, and electricity. At the same time, it does not give us a way out at all. Batolia also agreed. That is right. If we had been hit head-on just now, we would probably be finished by now. Life was like a lost soul at this time, he said blankly. Something is wrong. Life stabilized his mind and seriously thought. This is Luti's resting place. There is no reason for her to set up so many traps. Perhaps there is some kind of mechanism. We can find a way to get around it. Then he called out loudly, Xiaobai, come back quickly. He was curious when he saw Xiaobai barking at the three mirrors. Why can Xiaobai not be attacked? Yunshuang gently walked to Ruby's bed at this time and called, Luti, Luti, wake up. Someone has broken into our palace. As soon as she heard Yunshuang's voice, she sat up. Ruby stretched and yawned sleepily. Yunshuang still stood looking at her, without saying anything. Immediately afterwards, Ruby angrily threw the pillow in her hand down and shouted, which ignorant person dares to disturb my sleep? She stepped down from the bed and stomped her foot hard on the carpet, and threatened, loudly, I have to stomp them to death. Ruby angrily kept stomping her feet while saying, stomp to death, stomp to death, stomp them all to death. Yunshuang said seriously beside her, okay, let us talk about business. Then Ruby and she looked up at the three mirrors on the ceiling. The three mirrors were still spinning around, and Ruby became curious after watching for a while. After a while, the three mirrors reflected the figures of Life, Loya, and Batolia. When she saw this, she was stunned and shouted, it is them, the three idiots we met in Blackwater City. Yunshuang watched attentively and said, they are not weak, they have defeated the city's patrol team, and are now looking for me. Ruby pretended not to care and said, don't think that defeating the patrol team means you can break my traps. I am Ruby, a well-known trap master. After saying enough, she glanced at Yunshuang triumphantly. She looked in the mirror and exclaimed, hey, why is not that puppy being attacked? Wait, could it be a primitive Huan beast? How can there be such a small primitive Huan beast? Or is it still in the growth stage? Over here, Life was still watching Xiaobai's actions without understanding anything. After Xiaobai finished, Life looked at Batolia and gave the order frankly. Xiaobai went in, you go in and see too. He exclaimed in fear. Just say you want me to die. Life patted Batolia on the shoulder to encourage him and said, you are a cat, you are the fastest, you will be able to pull you out. Helpless, he sighed wearily, it just feels like you are setting me up. Oh well, I have to try anyway. Loya, standing beside him, said impatiently and loudly, what are you dawdling for? Go. Batolia cried out in fear, I am not ready yet. Immediately afterwards he was pushed to the ground by Loya's foot. The mirror above his head was still blazing and emitting hot flames. As soon as Batolia entered, he was fatally attacked by the flames. Xiaobai was still frantically gnawing on something in his hand. Batolia struggled to resist the power of the flames from the mirror. The mirror also kindly gifted him a terrifying lightning strike, and he ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. Batolia was beaten to the point where he could not stand up. He hissed and rubbed his hand. It hurts too much. It hurts too much. Loya walked over to Batolia and asked in a low voice, okay, tell me, how did it feel just now? He began to recount. If we are talking about the feeling, then the power of the electricity has weakened. Hearing Batolia's words, Life noticed Xiaobai and thought, so it seems that these crystals are the key to the three mirrors launching attacks. After Xiaobai eats them, the attacks weaken, so if we eat all of this, then there will probably be no more attacks. After a while, he stood at the door and called out, Xiaobai. Xiaobai heard Life's call and quickly ran over. He reached out and rubbed its head gently. How long will it take you to eat all those yellow crystals? Life checked Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai said it will take 3 hours. Moreover, Even if the electric mirror does not attack, the other two mirrors attacking us is not something we can ignore. This will only prolong the situation. Loya exclaimed in surprise at this time. Everyone, look, that little guy is diving all the way here bringing a golden light. Is this some kind of route? If these attacks have rules, we can avoid them in advance. Batolia plucked a tuft of his hair and said, I will try. Then he blew lightly inside. As soon as he blew, the flames began to appear and quickly spread out. Loya witnessed the scene and asked in confusion. So it is, apart from Xiaobai, they will attack anything that enters their range. So as long as we let Xiaobai destroy these three mirrors one by one, we will probably be able to enter. Her expression became sinister as she looked at Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, I am counting on you. It also understood and bravely rushed forward. Xiaobai used the power from its mouth. Xiaobai's power aimed straight at the mirror on the wall. Immediately afterwards, an explosion occurred, and the mirror shattered into dust. At this time, Life went over to pick up the three jade stones that symbolized the three mirrors. He brought them to Xiaobai and said, You have worked hard, Xiaobai. Batolia noticed and sensed that something was wrong. He exclaimed in horror, That is not right. I remember there was a door in the back. Where's the door? Loya also felt strange. That is strange. There is no door here. Life heard this and thought for a moment and thought, as expected, something is wrong. Then, he loudly affirmed, I know, from the beginning, the place we entered was not the main hall. Life continued to explain to Loya and Batolia that this place probably has 2 floors, and she used traps to lead us into a pre-arranged battle space. Moreover, even if we win, we won't be able to find her. She can forever follow us in the dark. He took a leap high, and at the same time, summoned his power and said, If we want to escape from here, there is only one direction, and that is down. As soon as he finished speaking, Life smashed the concrete-like floor. Ruby saw this and sneered a few mocking words. To be able to break in here, you are commendable.